theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey there, welcome to Julie B Deep Dives with Karl, and we will be diving into From Season 4, Episode 6, finally. The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. A very divisive episode. I personally liked it. I really think that it's gotten a lot of flack that, I don't know, it didn't necessarily deserve. But that's someone who watches the show for the mystery and not for the horror. It's, as somebody who watches it mainly for the mystery above all else, I found some very interesting details in this episode to add to my theories, to add to my existing theories, more evidence to add to my theories. I very much enjoyed that, especially after watching it the first 1 or 2 times, really getting a chance to watch it by myself outside of the watch party. As much as I love the Discord watch parties, getting a chance to watch it alone, I could really marinate on what I was watching and not have the distraction of the Discord chat. And I really found some interesting information in this one, some interesting visual details, little hints that were put in there, just into the set dressing, like Victor's drawings, the ones that appear in this one, and some other stuff, like some things that Father Khatri says. Something Father Khatri says that was basically a quote from The Boy in White, which strongly implies that Ghost Khatri is working with The Boy in White. I really think that people need to start opening their mind to the possibility that the ghost entities are not just hallucinations at this point. I know that it seemed like the majority opinion of the fandom was that they're all just hallucinations or the inner conscience of the person they're appearing to. Like Katri is that for Boyd, Tom is that for Jade, and then obviously Jim would be that for Ethan. But I've never believed that. I've always believed that they're not just inside their heads, that they are some sort of entity. And I think we have more proof than ever now that that's the case. And Ghost Katri seems to be working in tandem with the boy in white, who said they're running out of time to Tabitha and Henry a few episodes ago. And now Ghost Katri tells Boyd, you're running out of time. And he seems to be trying to lead them in the same kind of direction the boy in white is, the direction of ending all of this, ending the cycle and the curse, and getting everybody home, trying to help as best that they can. And I used to think that Ghost Katri was an evil entity, but then season 3 changed my mind. Season 4 is once again reinforcing that he's there to help as best he can. He's there to try and give Boyd good advice. And I think that he's working on the boy in white's side of things. As you know, in as much as I think that it's a sort of game between the boy in white and the man in yellow entity. And some of the ghost entities, I think, work on the side of the boy in white, and some work on the side of the man in yellow. And I would say Ghost Katri is on the boy in white side, the side that's trying to help. Ghost Tom, I think he's playing for the man in yellow side. Ghost Jim, the jury is still out, but I would say probably the boy in white team, even though he looks a little sus right now because he told Ethan that he needs to find the Lake of Tears, which indirectly led to Ethan being in harm's way out at the cabins when the scarecrows attacked, or the ragdolls. I'm still not used to calling them the ragdolls. We were calling them ragdolls, Karl and I, and then I got used to calling them scarecrows because that's what everyone thought they were, and I was like, okay, it does make more sense that they're scarecrows, based on the scarecrow drawing that came out in season 1 of the show. But now they're ragdolls again, so I can't get used to it. Anyway, Ghost Jim looks a little sus because of that situation, but I don't think he intended to get Ethan hurt. I don't think so. I think in the end, the Lake of Tears is going to be key in them finding a way home, and they do need to find it. It's out there somewhere. That was not the real Lake of Tears. It didn't heal that bird. That's an important thing to remember. He didn't intend for Ethan to go there. So I don't think he was trying to hurt him. I think he's on the boy in white side as well. And then you've got Ghost Abby, who definitely seems evil as fuck. So that would be the man in yellow side. Ghost Tom is more ambiguous. I argue that he's on the evil side. And I have my reasons for that, which I've gone into at length before. But it's complicated because I think at times he might play for different sides. I think in his first vision to Jade, maybe he was playing for the boy in white team. But then let's say maybe the man in yellow entity convinced him to go back to Jade in season 3 and play for his team now. Maybe he convinced Jade that he's chasing a pipe dream, trying to figure out these numbers in the bottles. So go talk to Jade and tell him he's being ridiculous and he's wasting his time because these numbers in the bottle tree probably don't even mean anything. Tom was always cynical, and so he wouldn't be doing it for evil purposes. He would just be in agreement with that entity that, these numbers in the tree don't mean anything. He's just wasting his time. When in reality, we found out those numbers were the key to remembering Jade and Tabitha's past lives. So they needed to remember what was in those bottles. I mean, they needed to figure out what was in those bottles, those numbers. And so Tom gave him horrible advice in telling him he's, basically just forget it. That's why I look at him sideways. But anyway, this is the kind of thing that a diehard mystery theory crafter of the show starts thinking about and going down rabbit holes about from watching an episode like episode 6. It was not action-packed. It was not exciting per se, but it made you think. it slowed down enough to start setting up new plot threads. And we need those setup episodes. We need those moments for the plot to breathe and for the characters to communicate more. And then we get these really interesting plot details, these interesting points of conversation to add to our theories. And so I enjoyed that. I thought that it was a solid episode. Also, we had Sophia dripping her nasty blood into Henry's drink. And what is that going to mean? That's definitely going to be very bad news for Henry. And of course, implanting that nefarious idea in his head that infamously drove Abby insane and led to her committing that massacre. That idea that what if it's all just a dream? Martin once said that as well. So this seems to be a recurring idea that may have been planted in different people's heads over the many timelines. That's what it looks like to me. Like this idea was put in Abby's head, and also in Martin's head as well. I don't think that it was a coincidence, and I don't think that Martin knew anything about Abby now. I think the evil entity put that idea in Martin's head. I was just thinking about that right before the live. I don't think that was a coincidence anymore. I don't think Martin knew anything about Abby when he said to Boyd, well, he did know that Abby said it, because he said to Boyd, you ever wonder if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? But is it possible that, I don't know, that he also got the idea, that they got the idea from the evil entity? Now we have to wonder. Because she's played this game before in past timelines. Obviously, I don't think she appeared to Abby herself. I don't think that it works that way. I think she only comes and infiltrates the town at a certain point in the timeline. And so she wasn't there when Abby was around. So it wouldn't have been the case with that. Maybe that's just a coincidence. But with Martin, who knows? Maybe that was a time when the evil entity infiltrated the town and said that to Martin back then. And it led to Martin like losing his mind and winding up in that dungeon in the end. So anyway, before I get way ahead of things, let's get into the chat. What was the other thing I was going to mention? Oh yeah, Roger's crazy scarecrow face, or I did it again, ragdoll face. his ragdoll face. That was creepy as hell. That was a really interesting aspect of this episode that could be setting up a new twist. Maybe Roger is going to come to life as a human ragdoll. So
maybe we'll find out who's got thumbs that can do that for the ragdolls. Maybe the ragdolls have, like a vendor that they contract to sew stuff up, being as how they didn't have no thumbs or fingers or whatever.
Well, yeah, they don't have fingers, but they have thumbs. But yeah, how would they with oven mitt hands?
How can you sew with oven mitts?
Yeah, that's what they have. They have oven mitt hands, so that would be really difficult to sew with oven mitt hands. That's a good point.
And where do you get the extra buttons from?
Yeah,
eye-sized buttons. Where do you get those? Maybe there's a store under the lake.
Those are perfectly eye-sized buttons. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they had extra in their pockets.
Asking all the important questions.
Yeah, that's important.
we go there. So let's say hi to the chat before we go any further. Hey Zap, welcome. Nice to see you. Zap was in here earlier. Hey Jane and Jordan also was super early. Jordan was very enthusiastic. Let's see. Let's go crazy. If you don't like the world you're living in, take a look around. Are these song lyrics? Don't tell Prince I fucked that up. Oh, I don't know that Prince song. If you don't like the world you're living in, take a look around. What's that? Do you know that song? Those lyrics?
No, I'm not sure. Is that the one? The elevator. Don't let the elevator take you down. That one was.
I don't know.
But that doesn't sound like Little Red Corvette, right?
No.
Or Raspberry Beret, right?
I'm not sure actually.
In through the outdoor. No.
I don't know Prince music that well to recognize, even if they were lyrics from those songs.
Mhm.
Um, and thank you, NSB.
Rainy days never turn me on, but something about the clouds in her mixed. Oh, sorry.
And thank you, NSB. Appreciate the patience. Thank you to everyone who has been patient as I had to change the start time of this stream several times. I've been dealing with much worse than usual nerve pain and fatigue lately. So it's been a challenge trying to get content done for the channel, but better late than never. Hey, JT Moore. And J, I was thinking it wasn't going to happen tonight, but here we are. Better late than never. Hey, Bill Chill. Hey, Daryl. Nice to see you as always. Favorite episode of the season. Well, that is high praise. It's nice to see some positivity about the episode. I was expecting not to see that, so that's great. I definitely I wouldn't call it the best of the season. I mean, there've been some wild moments this season, so that's hard to say. I would say episode 5 is the best, followed by episode 4. After that, I'm not sure, but I enjoyed this one. I thought it was solid. Daryl says this episode had the best dialogue and character interactions. Right. If I could watch any of the first 6 episodes again, it would be this one. Wow. The Victor and Ethan scene this episode brought back the feels I had for the scenes they had in earlier seasons. Yeah, I liked to see them together again. That's a great point. Victor and Ethan haven't been spending much time together anymore, so it was cool to see. And Ethan acting like a little Victor all of a sudden, finally drawing pictures. I've been wondering all along why Ethan hasn't been drawing pictures. He's supposed to be the next Victor. The boy in white said he chose Ethan like he chose Victor once. So you would think Ethan would be drawing pictures too. So now he's doing it all of a sudden. Now that he's almost a teenager, he's drawing pictures. Maybe he's going to be a man-child like Victor then. NSB says people waited for 2 weeks for this episode and they probably found it underwhelming, so the backlash. I thought it was okay. Yeah, that definitely contributed to it. People waited 2 weeks and they were expecting more fireworks than this. But
I think if they could have, this should have been the episode that went to break versus came back from break. But maybe it obviously probably couldn't work out that way. Then we would be less, we were like, oh man, a whole nother week, what's gonna happen? And then it's kind of like a chill episode, like a information exposition episode, and we're like
yeah, that's pretty much what happened. But I enjoyed it. Please hit that like button. I should have said that right from the jump. Please hit the like button and help new people find the channel that way. Help YouTube push this stream out so more people can find us. Almost to, I'm very close to reaching 2.5K and still trying to reach that 3K mark next. Maybe by the end of the season we can make it happen. Anyway, I'm still working on my breakdown for this episode. It's not released yet. It's not going to be out tomorrow. I was hoping I could get it done, but it's just not going to be feasible. So if I'm lucky, I'll have it done by Friday, but the latest will be Saturday. So if you have any hypes that you want to give to my channel this week, I would ask that you save it for that video instead of hyping this live stream or another video that's already out. If you have any hype at all that you want to offer this week, please save it for the episode 6 breakdown video, which I am working on. And again, that'll probably be Friday morning if I had to guess, but no later than Saturday morning. And we had our watch party again. We had a lot of people turn up for our Discord watch party on Saturday, so that was cool. If you're not in the Discord, you can join. I haven't put the link in the description yet. I forgot. So if you're listening on the replay, though, the link to the Discord will always be in the description of every stream and every video. You'll find it there. And I'll just put it in the chat right now. In Discord, I stream it every Saturday at midnight Eastern, right when the episode drops, and I play it 2 times. So if you missed the beginning or you just want to watch it twice, like I always do, then you can watch with us twice if you so desire. And we do a voice chat as well. Had a lively voice chat going with several new people this time around. Had about, I think, 47 people at peak, which is that magic from number 47. Boyd grabbing Jade like that was a nice touch. Brought back the season 1 vibe between them. Yeah, Daryl, that's a great point. Yeah, he hasn't manhandled Jade like that in a while. He just grabbed Jade like, "What did you say to me? Say it again." Like it was.
Say what again?
It was vintage Boyd. It was classic Boyd. Because Jade was like, you got, people, you're going to get people killed if you just keep sitting around on your hands. What about the people who've already died on your watch? He's like, "What did you say to me?"
He's like, "What you say about my mama?" Damn.
Yeah, that was a really fun moment. Hey, Zax, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Hey, Amy, Pixie Vine TV. Always nice to see you. Hey, Disteller Napster. I'm feeling okay. I'm not too bad tonight. Got myself outfitted with a zero gravity recliner, which I desperately needed, and that's giving me some pain relief that I haven't had in a very long time. So that's, definitely helping. It's nothing is going to get rid of my pain, but it's definitely a plus. So that's a good thing. And thank you for asking. Hope everyone is having a good night and feeling well. Daryl, that's why I changed and I started calling them scarecrows, because Ethan referred to scarecrows in Victor's pictures back in season 1. He did. So that's why I called them that. But it's like they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted them to be scarecrows because they kind of foreshadowed scarecrows. And then I think they probably changed their minds. If I had to guess, they probably thought dolls would make more sense, that Tabitha was playing with these dolls. And
yeah, she wouldn't be playing with no scarecrow.
Right. So I think they probably envisioned scarecrow monsters back in season 1 and they changed their mind. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So now they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, having Ethan say, maybe they're, what was that convoluted explanation? He was like, Donna said, "I can only think of one reason why people would put dolls outside." And Ethan said, "Scarecrows." She said, "Yeah, maybe they were trying to keep something worse out of the lake, something else."
Like put something in the lake to scare something deeper in the lake away.
Right. So they're basically calling them scarecrows when they really aren't, just to kind of fit with the foreshadowing for scarecrows. They released a scarecrow drawing just for no reason at all as a promo image in season 1. So I think that's probably the direction they were going in originally. Yes, NSB, that's another crazy thing about this episode. When Boyd said to Donna, "You don't die until I say you die," he manifested her pulse to come back. "I will die on that hill." He fucking manifested her pulse to come back. He said, don't you do this. You don't die until I say you die. You open your eyes. You open your goddamn eyes. And her pulse came back. It fucking came back. He manifested it. It's just like I said in my theory video last week on manifestation. It's not just fear and nightmares that can manifest things into reality, and they need to figure that out. That hope can do it too. And I put that in my theory video, and I even said I don't think that you have to die necessarily for your hope to manifest something. Tien Chen did. Tien Chen hoped that they could plant new crops in a new place when their soil was poisoned.
You always complain.
Yeah. When their soil was poisoned. And then she died that night, and the next morning they found new crops in a new place magically. So her dying hope manifested the crops. I believe that. But I said in my video last week, I don't think you have to die necessarily for that to happen. If your hope is strong enough, then that could be enough. And Boyd, I said in my video that Boyd is a beacon of hope for this place. So I said, I believe that eventually, in the end, I think he's going to manifest his boat to come to that town. They're going to get his boat because his hope is just that powerful. And I also think his hope may have manifested the livestock in the woods that he found, because he was so sure that he was going to find resources to help them. He may have even manifested the talismans that he found. Who knows? But, and now, right after I made that video last week, right after they showed us nightmares can manifest things, he manifested her pulse to come back. He willed it into reality. And not only that, I think that he manifested that door appearing at the end. I think he manifested that passageway and that door to appear when he smashed the wall in the Colony House basement. He said, "You want to test me? You want me to risk people's lives to come down here? Then show me the goddamn door." And he put that intention out there. Remember what Jade said in his what is it? The mushroom trip. He said, I need to ask the right questions, set the right intention. And then Jade said, "Show me what I need to know, what I've forgotten, that will help us get home." And then he started to get revelations, right? So he got the revelations that I think are going to be key to help them get home in the end. So Jade manifested the revelations he needed from that mushroom trip by saying that. And now Boyd said, "Show me the goddamn door." And there it was. I don't think it was there before. I think he manifested it there. And now all of a sudden there'll be a new passageway to get to that chamber in the cave system down there. Anyway, so NSB says, if the whole point of Donna's heart attack was about Boyd's willpower being strong and real, then it wasn't a waste of time. Exactly. And it wasn't a waste of time for that very reason. And I think that a lot of people missed the point. And that's why they're so angry about this episode. And they think it's, if this were the whole point, just for it to be a soap opera, I would be right there with you saying this is shitty. I don't like when it's too soapy, just to be soapy. And I don't think that it's the case this time. I really don't. I don't like too much soap in my From, and it wasn't that soapy this time. It really wasn't. There was a reason for it, for the melodrama of the heart attack. NSB says, "We knew it was going to be a setup episode. It's intuitive information at let's see, at this point, I don't know. I can't stand Sophia anymore, man." Yeah, it is kind of frustrating watching her fuck with our people.
Yeah.
I'm not really enjoying it that much right now. I don't like seeing her do this, what she's about to do to Henry, whatever she's going to do to him. She's going to probably cause him, I think, to unalive himself. Because he's going to think he needs to die to wake himself up. That's what I think is probably going to happen. And that's upsetting.
Very jailbaity vibe too. That was very dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, she was all, you know, she was, you could argue she was kind of flirty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Terrell says, when Martin talked about Abby, I think the man in yellow was taking over him. Yeah, I always thought an evil entity took over him at that moment as well, speaking through him. And that could be. After Martin talks about Abby, he yells in pain and falls to the ground, and Boyd can see the worms in his arm. So maybe Man in Yellow took over him in that moment. Right.
Or maybe that's what the blood his blood in your system can do.
Right. Could be. And remember, Martin, that thing Martin said, my blood is your blood now.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that chant and that ritual has something to do with the evil entity's blood that's now in Henry. You know, what is this going to do to him? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. What is going to happen to Henry? I think he's going to lose his mind and take his own life. More likely than not, jump off the colony house roof, which was foreshadowed by Victor standing up there and remembering when a man jumped from there. That is, in the past. Karl says, I'm guessing Martin had the man in yellow's blood inside him, which is why he couldn't die when the blood was in him. Yeah. This episode had a lot of callbacks to season 2. Oh, yeah. I think so, too. He could take people out with him like Abby did, go on a massacre, but I don't think that's going to happen with Henry. And I think that would be too predictable. It's where all of our minds immediately go when we hear that. What if it's all just a dream? That's what Abby thought. And so if they went that route, I feel like it would be a little too predictable. Hey Kim, nice to see you. Hey Greek God, welcome. Maybe they took the buttons from the dead one. Oh yeah, maybe they took the buttons off the dead scarecrow. That would work, Karl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They use their oven mitts to unsew it and then resew it.
Yeah. Tyrell says Acosta seeing Egypt. Jade talking about the Egyptians. I noticed that too. Yes, in the what do you call those? Oh, it's a viewfinder.
Mm-hmm.
The viewfinder toy. She was looking at ancient Egypt, the pyramids. Jade talking about the Egyptians mummifying their rulers. Acosta sees a lake, the lake of tears. Yes, she also saw a lake. That's right, and there was a lake of tears drawing. It was in Victor's room in this episode. Kenny picked it up. It had the eye crying into the lake in it. So that was definitely meant for us to notice on purpose. And there's another picture that I thought was interesting too, which I'll put up in a minute. And SB says someone predicted that Tabitha will go no during Boyd's compression scene. That literally happened. Of course it did. I mean, can you envision any other way? No, of course not. The 2-week break has made this 1-week break feel like nothing. Yeah, it's true. I'm kind of scrambling now. It's already Wednesday, and I have a lot to do to work on my video. Can't believe the season is going to be over in less than a month. Oh, that soon? Don't remind me. Shit. And thanks, PR Ragland. Welcome, and thank you so much for hyping my videos. You've been doing that with my other videos, like that latest one from last week. I saw that you said you were hyping it again. Thank you so much for doing that, and hyping this next one. Thank you in advance for hyping the next video for episode 6. You have no idea what a big influence you have. I mean, I've said it, but for anyone who comes in here and happens to be new, I'll just say it again. The hype is a really powerful tool to promote small channels. For every single hype I receive, I get 2.2k points, and that's a lot. Just for comparison's sake, a channel that has 100,000 subscribers would only get 60 points per hype. But since I have so few subscribers, I only have 2,000 whatever, I get 2.2k points per hype.
Only, when you say only, you mean by comparison. You appreciate all the subscribers you have, obviously, right?
Well, of course.
I think you're doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. But what's so amazing about what YouTube is doing right now with the hype is the way that it's helping to promote small channels. Why is my phone going off at this hour? Let me change that. Okay. It's helping to promote small channels by giving more points per hype, depending on how few subscribers you have. So the fewer subscribers you have, the more points each hype is worth. So that's why every single hype I get 2.2k points. And the more points, the more YouTube pushes this video out to more people, and then more people find my channel. And I've seen it really helping. I've watched videos that would have plateaued get a few thousand more views than it would have otherwise gotten, and I've seen it contribute to helping me reach 2,000 subs a couple months ago as these hype points started coming in. And so it's an amazing new tool. You get 3 hypes per week. You can use them all on a single video, or you can divide them however you want every week. And that's how it works. They reload on Mondays. So it is your strongest tool, your most effective, powerful tool to promote channels, specifically small channels. And
It's basically your totem.
it is your totem. Yeah. So it is a really cool thing. So spread the word about that. Make sure everybody knows it's the like button on steroids. It really is. And so I highly recommend using it to promote small channels. It gives you an outsized influence as an individual. Let's see. NSB says Jade was right and wrong at the same time about Boyd. About Boyd. Specifically, what? Daryl says I wanted Boyd to slap Jade. Well, Jade was, yeah, he was.
Oh, they're saying like that he was right and wrong when you told him like, hey, if you just gonna sit on your hands, people are gonna die or whatever.
Right. Yeah. So he was both right and wrong. Boyd has stuck his neck out. He's done really risky things already. But
if it wasn't for him, there'd be no totems and a whole bunch of other stuff. There'd be a lot more dead motherfuckers there. So
yeah.
He's like, Ninja, what'd you say? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Boyd has done an immense amount for the town, but he hasn't taken any major risks in a long time. So, yeah, it's time to take some risks again. Hey, Kaiser Bowl, welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Let's see. Amy says, thank goodness, Julie. Glad you're getting some comfort. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this chair is really helping. It's helping a great deal. And welcome, KB the SP. Everyone thinks they sacrifice the kids for eternal life. Why would an entity just want them to kill kids? I think it was a summoning ritual, and the boy in white was the vessel let's see. The vessel used, he turned into the man in yellow. Okay. That's an interesting theory. And I mean, it's got to be a little more complicated. I would say it's definitely more complicated than the way they made it sound, for sure. I don't think the circumstances, it does sound insane. Why would anybody just sacrifice a whole, all of their kids for eternal life? So I'm sure there's more nuance to it, and we're going to get the whole story eventually. Let's see. And the totem guy's a scarecrow, or the totem guy's a scarecrow. Well, they kind of look a little bit like scarecrows, actually. They do. I remember we kind of compared them to scarecrow-looking things back in season 3.
They seem to be kind of like acting that way around the village, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Like they were guarding against something, the way scarecrows do. Hey, LDN King. Not scarecrows, more like voodoo dolls. Maybe a voodoo doll for Donna's old self. Also, when she stabbed the doll heart, she ended up having a heart attack. This is similar to voodoo shit.
Yeah, I thought that was a good point that he made.
Yes, excellent point. Love that. It is very, very voodoo kind of shit. Absolutely. Ethan actually asked a question that I thought was pertinent, and Ethan is always asking pertinent questions. Mm-hmm. Always pay attention to everything Ethan says and the questions he asks.
And what was the question he asked?
When he was told that Donna had a heart attack, he said something like, was it because of the dolls.
Right.
He said, was it because of what happened? Was it because of the dolls? And Tabitha said, no. She just rejected it out of hand. She said, no, this is just something that happens sometimes. No, I think they should question whether it happened because of the doll attack.
Mm-hmm.
I think it did, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Why would she just randomly have a heart attack now? I don't think things just randomly happen. I know people can die or have health problems from natural causes,
Mm-hmm.
but not now. No, not under these circumstances. NSB says that wall looked impossible to break in the time he did, so I believe the manifestation thing. Yes, didn't that look very far-fetched that Boyd could smash that wall in with the sledgehammer as fast as he did it?
Yeah, it's wasn't that big of a head on that hammer either.
No, and he did that all on his own. Yeah. I think he definitely manifested that shit. Greek God says, I think Jade needs to give Ethan some mushrooms so he can find the lake. Oh no. That would be, I mean, I don't know. I think that for a kid that would be too risky, but it's Fromville, so real world rules don't apply. You never know. KB says, I was thinking maybe the town wouldn't let her die because her fear is actually leaving. Oh yeah, she's afraid of leaving. So, yeah, that's interesting. Maybe, Old Fern says Boyd is going to help Jade get the answers, which will lead to the town turning against Boyd like his other past selves. Yeah, I could see that. Actually, getting more answers will lead to them turning, like it could backfire and lead to them turning on him more. That I could see that, absolutely. LDN says Boyd can manifest because he deals with that place as a game, not a story. In a game where there's rules, you can ask for things. In a story, you can only follow a written scenario. Yes, that's an excellent point. Excellent point. Boyd I always mention that, and I've pointed that out in my videos all along, how Boyd uses game terminology. He frames everything like this is a game. He always says things like, we can still win, and this place won't break us.
And remember, it was like, we're running out of time. We don't even know the rules.
He said, we're losing. We're running out of time, and we don't even know the goddamn rules. He's always used game terminology from the beginning. It's like them versus this place, and there are rules, and he's trying to figure out what they are. And yes, in a game you can ask for things, and they're, things are more malleable. Yeah, that's a really interesting way to think about it. And I think that it's both. It's not an either or scenario. I think it functions as both a game and a story. KB says, if the place brings people's fears to reality when they die, we all know Donna don't want to leave. What if the place wouldn't let her die? I thought about that. Donna really didn't want to get out, and so she didn't want to leave. So it's like, yeah, what if somehow it caused her to come back? Her consciousness came back because her fear of getting out, her fear was that she would actually go home, and she didn't want to go home. So what happened? That fear, okay, now that means that she doesn't get to leave. You know what I mean? Like, it sent her back. It sent her soul back because her fear was that she would get out. She didn't really want to go home back in season 1. She was miserable when they were building that radio tower, sitting at the bar drinking. So it's an interesting thought, isn't it? Like,
in one of those episodes, the two moles were commiserating.
Yeah, Tom and Donna. So that's a really interesting idea, and it's possible that this place manifested her fear of getting out, by sending her back. However, this is what I would say to counter that, though. I think that Marielle is right with her insight that after they die, they're still trapped. So what would have happened if she died? Her soul would have still been trapped there anyway. And she would have been another ghost entity. She would have been stuck there like all the other souls who are trapped. So in reality, in this case, I think Boyd's hope manifested her to come back to life. That's what I'm going with. But it could go the other way too, potentially. Hey, Smokey, welcome. NSB says, I thought Sophia was setting him up to be falsely accused. I can take anything, but I can't digest that kind of plot. So hopefully, please don't let that happen. I know, I hate what's happening right now with Sophia and Henry. I know we need something crazy to happen, and it was only a matter of time. Sophia needs to start executing some nefarious plans. It's taking a little too long. It's a real slow burn, what's happening with her. Her machinations, I would have thought she'd have more underway by now, but
right. I think they're worried about him being falsely accused, like we were saying, like a potential jail baby situation, you know?
Right. And it could be false accusations, but now she's planting the seed in his head that what if it's all just a dream? And we saw this look come over his face, like what? Like it actually resonated with him. You could see it in his eyes when she said, none of this seems real. Have you ever wondered if it's all just a dream? And that look on his face was very ominous. It was very unsettling. I don't like where this is leading for him. I'll just let's see, where is his face? Okay, there's the blood. Don't tell me I somehow missed a few seconds. So wait, she put the blood in his drink, and then did it cut, and then it came back to the scene later? Let's see. Oh, here it is. Yeah. I just remembered it wrong. So, yeah. This was his face. And I don't like this look on his face when she said that. I'll just leave it on that for a minute. Old Fern says, what if the man in yellow did to Abby what they did to Henry now, as punishment to Boyd for finding the talisman? You never know. I suspect that it was not the man in yellow in physical form in that case. Maybe the idea was somehow put in her head by the evil entity. You know how the evil entity can send people dreams, nightmares. People experience this place in all different ways. Dreams, nightmares, weird premonitions. So that idea could have been introduced to her head just psychically through something like that. I think that could have happened and probably did. Because what are the odds that this exact thought was something that consumed Abby before? It can't be a coincidence. But I don't think it was the evil entity in physical form. I believe that's something that only happens once in each timeline. And so the last time it happened would have been in the 70s when Victor was a kid and the massacre happened, and it was the man in yellow at that time in the suit. That's what I think. I don't think that he shapeshifts into physical form all the time. I think it's just, at that certain stage in the game or in the story, whatever you want to call this. Daryl says, this season has been showing us that the man in yellow is responsible for a lot of stuff, such as the seizures and the voices. So maybe man in yellow was responsible for Abby thinking it's a dream. Absolutely. Could have been, again, it could have been introduced into her head through any of those things. Dreams, nightmares, weird premonitions, anything like that. And that's probably what happened. I mean, what are the odds? What are the odds that thought is what sent her over the edge? And now this thought was introduced by the man in yellow entity to Henry. And Martin brought it up too. I mean, this keeps coming up for a reason. Hey, Michelle Williams. Daryl says, someone said, how could man in yellow be the voices when he wasn't around in season 1? And then the From account replied, he was closer than you think. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because he was there, just not in physical form. He was listening. He was watching. He's a godlike evil entity he doesn't necessarily need to be there in a corporeal form to still be present. He's always been watching. So I like that. That's interesting. The From account, was that recent? I'm guessing that was recent, Daryl. That's really cool. I like that. NSB says Sarah and Julie's conversation. Better if Sarah is the one to be there for Julie when she story walks to Jim's death scene. Well, she could be a good source of support. Absolutely. Sarah she knows what it's like to experience the weird, entities that influence people in this realm. But Sarah doesn't understand anything about story walking and doesn't know that it's possible and it's real. Sarah will just, at this point, she's going to get Julie even more convinced that it's all a psychological game and it's not actually a real thing. And because Sarah doesn't know any better, she'll just think it's this place messing with Julie's head. And that's what she's reinforcing for Julie right now. Julie thinks it's just a way for this place to torture her, like Randall said. So she needs to talk to Ethan more, I think. Ethan knows that this is real. She needs to get back with Ethan and use him as a guide, as I think Ethan is supposed to be used by the adults and the older people, including Julie. I think that I had a mixed feeling on that. I think that the painting scene, it would have been better if they got into a little more depth about important stuff other than just fucking candy and donuts. Like, I have no interest in hearing them talk about how they miss candy and donuts. That dialogue felt like absolute filler for me. I wanted to hear them talk exclusively about their weird experiences in this place, and that's it. Like, that's how I felt about it. So for me, it was a mixed bag. And it was just why painting? Why are you painting in this hellscape? I can understand it on a psychological, from a psychological stance, to lift somebody's spirits, like, a fresh coat of paint. I think, honestly, I'm more and more convinced that Sarah and her brother came from some Amish family. Like, the quote from her brothers, she said that Nathan always said that a fresh coat of paint will cure any ills. Like, who talks like that in the 21st century? It's just so weird. Hey, Juju B, welcome. I can't wait to see what Donna actually saw when she crossed the line of life and death, because we know they're stuck there even after they die. So I wonder what she saw. Yes, I really hope that she saw something and can give us some insight into what happens after they die there. I think that she very well may tell them something, about what happens to the souls who are trapped there. So, yeah, that's a great point. I'm excited to see what will come of that, too. I think that all the ghost entities are real ghosts at this point. That those are the real spirits of the deceased there. And even Abby, who looks just like an evil phony, that may be the real Abby who's forced to play for the Man in Yellow side after death because he broke her. He broke her and made her kill people. Broke her mind to the point where she killed people. And, she wasn't an evil person, but I think she has to play for the evil side now. So he can use her as a chess piece to torment Boyd. How weird is it that there's a Juju B in the chat, Karl?
It's Kismet.
Yes, that's the nickname you came up with for me. It's so weird. Yeah. It's so cool.
Maybe it'll be a honey bear later.
Maybe. Michelle says, I am hoping Julie gets nosy and finds something incriminating in Psycho Sophia's room while her and Sarah are in there painting. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, maybe so. But yeah, I don't like what's happening with Sophia. I hope that they figure out by the end of the season. I'm sure they will. By the end of the season, they've got to figure out what Sophia actually is. Hey, Code Knox. Julie needs her own movie. You think like Julie like story walking or something needs a movie? I don't know. I don't know if she could carry a whole movie. But like, well, I would like to see her just, if you're talking about just seeing more story walking, I would like to see that. Like just an entire extra episode story walking to past timelines. That would be cool. I would love to see that. GGB says, what was up with Sarah forgetting about donuts? Does this place eat up their memories the longer they're there? Right? That was weird. She's like, oh, I forgot about donuts. How do you forget donuts exist?
Maybe if you live on an Amish farm, do they make donuts in Amish town?
Maybe.
I mean, it's, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Oil. I'm sure they make fried chicken. You make donuts with a lot of oil.
They have lots of like baked goods, homemade baked goods that they make in Amish country. Delicious ones.
Now we're digressing, huh?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Milk Toast. Welcome. There's a new name. Maybe they sacrificed children to escape famine or something. It could be. I don't know. I don't know how you get from there to, oh yeah, and we want to live forever. Like if they just wanted to avoid starvation, why the what do you call it? Immortality. So
yeah, I don't think it's just that,
I
think it's sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I would think it's some sort of a spiritual component. It's more like your everlasting soul kind of thing.
Yeah, I think I was already thinking this before Sophia brought up the story of Abraham, actually. But like I think I even put it in a video before that. I think that it could be like they thought that they were sacrificing their children for the real God. Like in the story of Abraham, God commanded Abraham to sacrifice his only son, and then he stopped him at the last moment because it was just a test. But in this case, nobody stopped them because it wasn't the real God. And maybe they thought they were doing it to live forever with God. Maybe they were living in a time of famine and at risk of starving to death. And they were thinking about their immortal souls, because the exact words were, they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. It didn't say in their mortal forms on earth. So it could mean living forever after death, their immortal souls. It promised them they would live forever. So it could be something like that. A twist like that, I could understand a little bit more. Otherwise, how do you find a town full of people who are all that evil just to kill their own kids to live forever on Earth? Code Knox says she did linger on thinking about donuts. That's trauma. Yeah, that was pretty bizarre. Agreed. Daryl says, I could be wrong, but I feel like there were no parents involved in the sacrifice. In Tabitha's line, we tried to save them because one of them was ours, made it sound that way. Well, Fatima's line from season 3 was they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. That implies that at least some of them were parents. And then Victor talked about how they the children were murdered in the dark by people who loved them or something, or by the people they loved, rather. I think it was by the people they loved. So not all of them were parents. Yeah, it's definitely vague, all of that wording. LDN says, another thing that makes me believe it is a voodoo doll. The doll that killed Roger was missing an eye, so he might be a doll for Jade's origin version. Not sure. Yes, that's right. One of the dolls was missing an eye, indeed. So, yeah, Origin Jade, the colonial guy, he was missing an eye. So, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that had something to do with voodoo, that kind of voodoo magic, too. Smokey says Donna is as healthy as an ox. Definitely magic-based attack. Could be. Let's see. I gotta know what makes these people turn murderous. Right. I mean, I don't know. What makes them turn murderous. Like, it's hard to imagine our lovable main characters killing Jade. It's not gonna happen. There's just no way. But the red shirts, maybe some of the red shirts would do it. The ones we don't actually know very well. We saw how quickly they kind of turned on Tabitha, or at least Patty did, saying, how do you know all this? When she was remembering having these dolls as a kid, and this man threw them in the lake, and then his nightmares came out of the lake. She was like, how do you know all that? That's the Patty that we're worried could be trouble later on. That Patty woman with the burned face. Patty melt. Code Knox says, I gotta know what... Oh, yeah, I read that one. Sorry. Code Knox says, Donna looks cute in her coma. I was happy and relieved when she woke up, though. Yeah, she did. She did look cute. Yeah, she's gorgeous in real life. She's a beautiful woman, Liz Saunders. Yes, Kotri was there. I was happy to see him, too. I love Ghost Kotri. Always loved that character. In life and as a ghost form. Kaiser Bull says, running out of time for real. Hurry up and go through the damn door. Yeah, like, I hope that they do it in the next episode. Daryl says Jade and Tabby should bang in case the plan doesn't go right. Oh, no. I don't think that would work. I think that would just make things even more complicated. If she got pregnant with another kid, bring another kid into this. I don't want Hatch vibes from Lost. Oh, man. Oh, I loved the Hatch. That was one of the best twists in the show. But then they did drag that out. I know what he means. They opened the hatch, and then you didn't see what happened until the next season.
Put the gun down, brother.
No,
Anybody? No?
I don't remember that part.
Oh my god!
Was that when they first went into the hatch?
Yeah, when Desmond had the gun on Kate.
Okay.
And Jack had the gun, and he's like, "Put the gun down, brother." And then that made Jack remember the Tour de Stade when they were jogging. Remember, and he met him jogging in the stadium.
Oh, right.
But I digress.
Code Knox says Donna didn't want to deal with Hope. She's a protector. Okay. Kaiser says I'm tired of feelings. It's time to move the plot along and stop padding. Yeah, I hear you that sometimes it can be a bit too soapy and character drama oriented. I definitely hear you on that. Michelle says, for a moment I was thinking, what if this isn't really a heart attack, but yet another mysterious blackout caused by Fromville?
Oh, like a seizure, huh?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Could have been.
I think she's gonna wake up and have seen a lot of weird stuff. I think she may see, like, some of the spirits that are locked away there. Being as how she technically we were right in that she died, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's gonna happen. She's gonna be like, yo, everybody says you gotta do XYZ,
Right. Yeah. I think it could be something like that. She's gonna give us a little insight into these ghost entities and what they are exactly. And I think I want to finally be vindicated that these ghost entities are not just in people's heads, that they're actually real. KB says, I was saying the town wouldn't let her die because her fear is not just her leaving. It's everyone leaving. So if her fear comes to life, everyone would leave. Okay. Right. And the town doesn't want everybody to leave. I got you. Could be. Code says, I want to trauma bond and paint walls with Sarah on the other side of Fromville. Yeah, it doesn't look like a bad time, I guess. In calling Saturday's episode, we never go through the door. Oh, you think so, Kaiser? That's a dim view of things. Let's hope not. Let's hope it'll happen. I really want to see them go through that door in the next episode. See, let's keep hitting that like button and help people find the channel, help some new people find us. 25 likes, 55 in the chat, and now 67 in the chat. Who hasn't liked? Is it you? Yes, let's not forget. Please remember to hit the like.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl says in episode 7 they're going to make a plan. Episode 8 is likely when they go through the door and do the plan. Right. Okay, so that's what the episode descriptions say. That's right. I remember that now. So they're going to drag it out a bit. Hopefully there will still be enough going on, I think, in episode 7. NSP says Henry finding his missing son after 40 years and then learning about how his wife and daughter died in this supernatural town. He has all the reasons to believe this shit ain't real. 100%. Yeah. It makes sense that, I mean, I've been wondering all along how Henry has been so well adjusted. It just didn't make sense to me that he's been dealing with everything as well as he has and not freaking out more. And yeah, he's been drinking here and there, but he never got drunk like this, the way he's doing now, and made a spectacle of himself in these last couple episodes. So I think he's been overdue for a meltdown after everything he's been through. And
well, I think finding out that somebody ate your wife out was, was pushed him over the edge.
Yeah, that did it. Definitely. He was holding it together up until that point remarkably well. And he was a rock from day one. He didn't even have an adjustment period. From day one, he was a rock for Victor. He comes there, now he has to worry about his own safety. And he's living in a town full of real monsters. And he finds that he has his son there. His wife and daughter are dead, but he does have a son who is a 50-year-old man-child. He's got the mentality of a 10-year-old in a 50-year-old man's body, and he's got to parent this grown-ass man who's taller than him. And he did an amazing job. He went down in the caves with him in season 3, put his life at risk as a newcomer there. And he was nervous, but he did it with the monsters down there talking to him and everything. And now he's losing his shit. I can't believe how far he's fallen apart. KB says the look Henry had was the same look Abby had. Yes, I thought so too. That same far off stare when Abby looked down the street and said, I was just remembering this dream I had when I was a little girl. It's that same look in her eyes. Absolutely. I bet he even watched that episode to try and emulate that. And they said the same thing she was saying about having a dream. Exactly. I think Eric did something to Abby. The reason he did the unthinkable. Yeah. You think with Eric? Who?
Eric wasn't Eric the guy who hung himself in the bathroom?
Yeah, but I don't know what he had to do with Abby.
Oh, maybe he is the chatter trying to say that he realized, oh, this is a dream. I gotta kill myself to wake up.
Oh, could be, because yeah, Eric was a red shirt who hung himself. So
Christy's best friend,
right
off screen.
Yeah, Christy's off-screen best friend. Let's just compare for a second Abby's look to Henry's look. I can call that up really fast because I remember what episode it was. It was season 1, episode 8, Broken Windows, Open Doors.
Oh, Julie's showing off, guys.
Hey, let me have this. My memory is garbage for everything else. But when it comes to From, I am an encyclopedia. I've got an encyclopedia up here. And here is Abby and that far-off look in her eyes when she said she was just remembering this dream she had when she was a little girl. Right here, there is the far-off 1,000-yard stare. And that's what Henry is looking like now, if you ask me.
That was her remembering that she was on that show Andromeda.
Wait. She was on some show named...
That made me laugh.
She was on some show called Andromeda?
With Kevin Sorbo.
Oh, I see.
Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda.
Oh, okay. Star Trek's Gene Roddenberry, huh?
Mhm. Yeah, all his other stuff was kind of weird,
Mm,
and that was weird as well.
okay. Cool.
Sorry, I'm digressing again. Sorry.
No, that's okay. You can digress. So I'm gonna leave that open in a separate tab just so I can go back to it. Later on, I won't have to dig for it again. Um, I don't know why I stutter all the time now. I never used to do that. Let's see. So here it is. All right. So there's Abby's look. Now let's look at Henry again. And it's very reminiscent of that. And I am sure, since this show is as meticulous as it is, I think they did this on purpose. It's even framed in a similar manner. They're mirror images of each other. So you have Henry on the left side looking diagonally across. And now compare that to Abby on the right side of the screen looking diagonally across. They're mirror images. I think that was beautifully done. Beautifully done. Why is it not? Is it not showing it?
It was showing Henry, and then it went to.
And then it went back to this. Hold on.
Yeah.
Now we have Abby right here. Abby. No, and Henry, and here's Henry. So, I don't know why it did that, but don't you think that was intentional? I think they composed these shots.
I'm sure they were like, hey, we want this same sort of look.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just find that so cool how attentive to detail the writers and the directors are on this show, and I would bet you money that Robert Joy went back and watched that episode and emulated that look in Abby's eyes. Anyway, so hey there, Hand Me Deals, welcome. Hey, Sprinkle Kitty, 61 people watching. Thank you so much. We definitely lost some people because we started so late. No, but I appreciate everybody who could still make it. And we'll dive into the episode breakdown as soon as I catch up with the chat here. Football Affinity says people keep saying the pictures will be the bookmarks. Victor's pictures, yeah, that's possible.
Yeah, I believe that too.
But you definitely wouldn't want to go to some of the horror scenes that he drew over the years.
Right.
But yeah, I could totally see that. Terrell says, I think the From account made that comment when episode 4 came out. Good to know. Thank you. I might want to go look back and find that one that you referenced. NSB says, Julie needs to talk more with Victor and Ethan combined. Julie hasn't reflected on the man in yellow eating people in the morning at all. Eating people for breakfast, basically. No, she really hasn't. That's a great point. I feel like I agree. I've been thinking that too, that Julie has not been conferring with Ethan enough lately, and she should be. I don't know why she's not. She had been confiding in him when she wasn't really talking to anybody else about her story walking. She told him before anybody, and now she just stopped, and I don't know why. When she needed to learn more about story walking, instead of going to Randall and having him risk his life to fetch those books from underneath the house, she should have just gone straight to the source. Go to Ethan. Ethan knows those books cover to cover. I bet you anything, Ethan has them memorized and could just tell her anything she needed to know that was in that book. That was just a plot device to bring Julie and Randall closer and to give them something to do together, and then, to show us the Grand Gulagog book. They didn't need to do that. She could have consulted Ethan, and she should be talking to Ethan anyway. He's an expert on those stories, and it just made no sense to me that she's been completely blowing Ethan off for a long time now, for pretty much the whole season. I don't get it. There's been really great increased communication between a lot of the characters this season, but not those two. Julie and Ethan really need to talk more. Michelle says, I think the lilac color paint may have some symbolism. Well, Karl had an idea on that, on why Sarah painted, symbolically, not a conscious decision on Sarah's part, But why choose purple for Sophia's room?
Because it's obviously the color representing royalty. We all kind of know that. And if the man in yellow is the Yellow King kind of thing, or queen, now he's a queen, sort of represents him being the king of the monsters or the king of running this place or something along those lines, sort of like accidental symbolism.
Yes, exactly. So I think that makes total sense. Going back to wasn't it Greece where purple was symbolic of royalty, like
Yeah.
Caesar?
It goes way back. Well,
Was it
Caesar is the
Caesar?
Romans. But
No. Romans. Yeah,
But
yeah.
I think it goes back farther, like to that time.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Yeah. Daryl says, I definitely believe that Randall is dying. Oh, 100%. The scenes he had in this episode showed him in a positive light, such as him helping Bacta take the food to Colony House and Randall making the joke about him and Elgin. Oh, he's completely done a whole 180. He's completing his redemption arc, 100%. He's dead. He's a dead man. I've believed Randall's going to die since season 3 with all the heavy foreshadowing about his dread and the ruins. And it just feels wrong to be there. And it just keeps on piling up, all of this foreshadowing. Randall, he was in front of the graves, the Halloween decorations with the graves in the clinic last episode. He keeps, redeeming himself over and over again, being nice to Elgin now, saying to Elgin, don't we make a handsome pair or something, because they both are mutilated by this place now. And he's redeeming himself with Donna, because he kidnapped her in season 2, and when he heard that she had a heart attack, he immediately volunteered to help Bacta carry the food up to Colony House and cook and help her cook. So yeah, absolutely. This is all the makings of completing a redemption arc, and he's gonna wind up dying. I think either that or a fate worse than death this season. Hey, Blazing One, donuts, the key to the mysteries. Yeah, maybe it's donuts. Maybe it's some kind of clue. Not just a throwaway scene. No, I'm pretty sure it is. And the candy stuff, the candy gummy bears or whatever they were talking about.
Is that what Bacta is making? Candy donut stew?
No. KB says, I think Julie will use a piece. What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. The man in yellow. Okay, maybe they rewrote that later on. And if you didn't, I invite you to rewrite that, and I'll read it for you. Anon says, the real Amish don't drive. That is true. They don't. They don't. But the Mennonites do, and Mennonites are similar to Amish, just not as over the top with their old-fashioned ways. My mom's family came from the Mennonites in Pennsylvania. Kaiser Bowl says, don't even bring up Donna dying. We don't have time for that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Carol says, makes sense for episode 7 to have them plan what they're going to do, and then for episode 8 to be them doing the plan. Absolutely. Yeah, it's not Donna anymore. Yeah, Donna's sticking around. So I was wrong on that, and I'm glad to be wrong, because I didn't want Donna to die. So I'm glad. I hated the idea of Donna dying. And it was just that the foreshadowing was impossible to ignore. But
she did die.
But she kind of did die.
Not kind of. She was dead.
Her pulse was gone for 5 to 7 minutes.
So that's dead.
So that is dead.
Yeah.
So technically we weren't wrong.
Right. From a certain point of view.
From a certain point of view. Yeah. Kaiser says 4 episodes of painting walls and wigs. Oh, that's funny. NSB says Bacta really told the guy with one eye and one injured hand that he has no choice but to cut vegetables. Right? Yeah, she's like,
I don't give a fuck about your depth perception.
she's like, yeah. She's like, I'm not asking. Damn, lady. It's kind of harsh. Daryl says, I liked seeing Julie be at her low point, and I think she can't do anything to save her dad, and I liked her story about her dad. Absolutely agree. I don't think she can save him. However, story walking is real. It's not just a mind game to trick her, into thinking she can do something. Story walking is real. She really threw the rope to Boyd. She can learn interesting, important things by story walking. It's not just a mind fuck. And that's what she's thinking at the moment. Kaiser says, nope, Sophia is in the damn meeting that's going to last 2 episodes. Oh, no. I don't think that's going to be that bad. Anon says, hi, Karl. How are you feeling?
Great. I'm doing good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing good. I answered him in the chat.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm doing good.
Okay.
I said him. Is it? I don't know. Is it him or who?
I believe it's a he.
Is it he?
Yes, I think.
Just making sure. Whoever.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to misgender anybody. Juju B says, I'm a Julie too. No way. So Juju B is named Julie. That's cool. And my nieces and nephews call me Juju B.
Oh, that's so cool.
My middle name is Barbara, and so that's why I'm Julie B. That's why I named my channel this. And no one in my life ever nicknamed me Juju B until Karl. No, he's the first one to ever think of it. Oh my god! Oh my god, Karl! Not the baby talk. So where were we? The dialogue. So Anon didn't like the dialogue in this episode. They thought it sucked.
Well, I think that the one you just mentioned, the painting and the candy and the donuts, I kind of agree.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Let's see. Daryl says, I feel like the show would have had them say parents if parents were involved. Well, about in terms of the sacrifice, could be, but you know how vague this show can be. Anon says, murdering kids and trying to live forever are 2 foreign concepts for me. Well, of course. I mean, let's hope it's foreign to all of us, unless there are some psychos out there listening. NSB says the NPCs will turn murderous. Not Boyd, Ellis, Fatima, Donna, etc. Yes, 100%. Daryl says Boyd's speech about how he knew Donna was a survivor was really good. Oh, yeah. Hey, Delilah. Nice to see you. And Anon wouldn't be surprised if Sophia seduces Henry. Oh, man. That would be gross. Let's see. So we need to have at least one of them making a plan, or one episode of them making a plan, and the characters reacting to what they're going to do. It would be silly if there wasn't. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. They need to do that. As long as they don't get a bunch of objects together, a la Stranger Things, and be like, okay, now this is you, and this is me, and this is where we're going, and do this infantile presentation like they did with every plan they made in Stranger Things 5. That was just so cringe. It was like, do you think we're like a bunch of 5-year-olds whose brains are just mush? Like we can't follow a complicated plan without you spelling it out to us like we're first graders. I mean, it was just, oh god, it was terrible writing. So as long as they don't do that, I would be cool with an episode where they're making a plan. And hey, Bill Chill, nice to see you. I really liked this too, Daryl. Jade says to Boyd that the monsters probably stay in the caves in the day, because they are protecting something, which is a theory that is definitely true. Yes. So it's like, haven't you wondered why the monsters only come out at night? He touched on that, and I was like, yes, this is great. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. He said, that the dead, many cultures have revered the dead and their remains, and so maybe since a sacrifice started this place, then maybe the bones of those kids are what's keeping them there, and the monsters are down there guarding them during the day, and that's why they're always around them. That's making a lot of sense. That's making a whole lot of sense. I really like that. I like that idea. And I've also heard people suggest that people in the fandom suggest that maybe the way out is only available at night, and that's why the monsters come out at night, to keep people running and hiding and not trying to escape, not trying to leave.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I think that's probably the case. Hey, Heather Unhinged. Welcome. Like the new addition to your name. I feel unhinged myself sometimes. She said, hey, I've missed you. Oh, that was sweet of you. It has been, I realized today, it has been a whole week since we did a live stream. So we definitely haven't been going live as often as usual. And it's just the amount of pain I've been in has been pretty unmanageable. And trying to make my videos in addition to it has been very difficult. So that's why. But I've missed you guys too. And I love doing these streams. I want to get back to doing 2 live streams per week and not 1. So I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off this week, to be honest. It might be difficult if I want to try to get my video done no later than Saturday. But maybe I can at least do a quick live on Friday night. Maybe I know there's no such thing as quick with me, but maybe like a 2-hour live, just so it's better than nothing. Anyway, let's see. Well, Fern says maybe it was their attempt at the Kubrick stare. Oh yeah, you mean Henry and Abby's 1,000-yard stare, right? Yes, I think it could be the classic Kubrick stare. Let's see. Hey, Samuel, I've heard of women putting their blood into their man's food or drink for love spells. I think Sophia is going to frame Henry for something bad. Yeah, that could happen. That could absolutely happen. Daryl says, oh my God, what if Henry is about to shoot Eloise and Victor kills his dad to save Eloise? Get me in the writer's room. Well, that would be horrific. But we'd have to get Eloise back there first. And I do think that'll happen by the end of the season, though. So Bill thinks Henry looks determined, but Abby looked defeated. Okay. Personally, I think Henry looks like he's coming unglued when she says it to him. Daryl says better to have the books just in case there is something Ethan doesn't remember. It is good to have the books. It's good to have the Grand Gulagog book, but they dragged that out, fetching the books, into a scene that was a lot longer than it needed to be, in my opinion. Remember, the people don't remember shit, but the drawings and paintings do. Very true. Hey, Blitzkrieg. Bop, welcome. That's a unique name. The opposite of yellow on the traditional color wheel is purple, violet. That's correct. And a lot of people use yellow and purple color combinations to make their videos pop as well on YouTube, to make their thumbnails pop.
Oh, how about the Lakers colors, huh?
Yeah, they're Lakers colors.
Even though they used to call that purple forum blue.
Yeah. Oh, so that's an interesting point, that the man in yellow entity, her room is going to be purple, which is the opposite on the color
maybe
spectrum.
She won't like that.
Yeah, maybe she won't like it, actually.
Maybe. Oh, okay.
So let's see. Purple cancels out yellow in color theory too.
Did you say yeller?
So I think I did. Interesting point, Heather. Very interesting. Purple is generally an opposite color to yellow. Fascinating stuff, Michelle. Maybe it will make Sophia go cray cray. Hey, can only hope.
That would be good.
Purple most commonly represents royalty, luxury, power, and wisdom. It is also widely associated with spirituality, creativity, imagination, and magic. Interesting stuff. Let's see. Let's go to an image of that. Let's see. Let's find. As much as I don't think it was the most relevant scene in the show at all. I don't even remember what part of the episode it was in.
It's kind of early, isn't it? You're talking about the pain?
What? Yeah, was it early in the episode? I don't know.
I mean, not super duper early, but I thought it was kind of early, wasn't it?
Nope, it was later in the episode. I just found it.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. That god awful wig front and center again. LDN says purple is red plus blue equals hot. Equals hot plus cold equals fire plus ice equals human blood plus royal blood. I like it. I like it.
Oh, muchos gustos.
Yeah, so the more I think about that, Sophia is not going to like it, I think.
Maybe she'll go in there and she'll be like, oh, it's great. You know? Like all mad about it.
Yeah. Delilah agrees that Randall is a dead man walking. Blitzkrieg says, I believe Randall will die protecting Julie. Oh, yeah. It would fit. He's always had those heroic impulses. And, you know, he'll even save a stranger. So imagine what he'll do for somebody he actually cares about now. And he cares about her like a brother. So, yeah, he's definitely a dead man. I think by the end of this season. And again, there are fates worse than death in this place. So it could even be some fate worse than death, like what happened to Martin. Let's see. Daryl says Randall is getting the subtle death hints, unlike Donna, which the show did on purpose to make us think that Donna would die. Right. It's not over the top obvious. So I think it's actually going to happen this time. Heather says Gollum takes out Randall, because why not? Yeah, it could happen. But I think more likely to complete his redemption arc, it will be a heroic act that takes Randall out. You know, just to really finish that. Bus crew reunited again. Right. It was Bacta, Randall, and Elgin cooking in the kitchen because we really needed to see that too. Like that's not filler or anything, but I mean, I guess for character development, I was okay with a brief scene of them interacting like this. This is part of Randall's redemption arc, being kind to Elgin. You know, he made a little joke. He's nice to him now. So that's what that scene's really about. KB says, my main questions I have is why haven't we seen an origin for Donna, and why we never seen Victor in any of Boyd's flashbacks when he first came to town. That was weird. I agree. I don't know why they didn't feature Victor in that flashback, because he was there and he didn't show up in any of Boyd's flashbacks from when he first got to town. So why? Where the hell was Victor hiding at that point? He was there, but they just didn't show him. And as far as Donna, I think they just wanted to do a dramatic monologue for her as far as what happened to her sister. Maybe they didn't want to spend the budget on showing the monsters ripping her to shreds. And I don't know. It's possible that they just wanted to keep up the mystique and let people wonder about Donna and try to envision what happened instead of showing us. Because she told a very detailed story about how she arrived there on a hunting trip with her sister. Really dramatic monologue, as if she's in a live theater production. And I thought it was emotional and convincing. I believe it personally. Pakta cooking up that curried goat liver stew. Yuck. Yuck.
Maybe she's gonna make manish water.
What's that?
Let's see if anybody in the chat knows what manish water is. It's a Jamaican.
Yeah, what is, does anybody know what Karl is referencing? Manish water. So, and then Daryl says, I think this is going to be a Smiley versus Gollum fight. Interesting. I could totally see that playing out that way. Absolutely.
Yeah, I envision that too.
Absolutely. 'Cause that's the main antagonist for Fatima, Smiley.
Right. I can see the Gollum like smashing some of the lower tier monsters, just effing them up, you know?
Yes.
Fucking up Smiley, fucking up this, right? And there we are thinking, yeah, get him. And then something big will come and be like, oh, what is this? Boo! Like destroy it, you know?
Right.
Like
right.
maybe it saves a bunch of people from something, but then some big will be all like into it, and then some big entity be like, what is this? Smash, and we'll be all sad.
Mm-hmm.
Then it'll have like a instead of having that sort of like, you know, special needs face that it had, maybe it'll have like a sad face, like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, it might have a sad face, but this face that it does have is just weird. It's disturbing, nightmare fuel.
Yeah, it's very like. Yeah.
It looks like it's melting. Its head is melting. What it reminded me of most is that clock painting by Salvador Dali. It reminds me so much of the melted clocks. Is that what is it called? Is it just clocks? The Dali painting? I think so.
Know. Does this refer to something time or no? Well, whatever.
I'll Google it. I'll Google it. Let's see. What is it called? It's called The Persistence of Memory.
Oh, heck you me. Damn.
That's really fitting for From too. With the theme of time and memory.
Yep.
I wonder if they did it on purpose. You know, it has a surrealist look to it. And that artwork, that piece of artwork, The Persistence of Memory, is a surrealist masterpiece. I'll put it up just so you can see what I'm talking about here, but most people know this famous painting by Dali. So that's what the Gollum's face reminds me of personally. Those melted clocks. So, you know, it could just be, you know, a coincidence, just an idea that.
I think that fits.
But yeah.
I thought your mom's point about what it looked like was okay too. What's that one? The Scream.
Yeah.
I think this theme wise is a bit better.
Yeah, my mom said to her, like, well, when I was trying to describe the painting, I thought it reminded me of. She mentioned the Scream painting. Yeah. Who's that by? Let me look it up. It's an expressionist painting by Edvard Munch. Never heard of him. And yet,
I think that's his main deal. Is that one?
Yeah. Yeah, so it also is a bit reminiscent of that too. But let me see. I found a print of it on
Amazon,
on Walmart here. So it's a little bit reminiscent of this, right? But I think the melted clock look, it fits a little better for me personally.
I agree.
But I'll put that back on the screen now. This nasty thing. Oh, yeah. I think that it's going to probably have some collateral damage. I think it's going to help them. But the problem with golems is that they don't have a human soul and logic. So they're kind of like a heat-seeking missile going after their target. You tell them to go attack something or other, they could take down anything that inadvertently gets in their way. So they can run amok unintentionally, and that could be what winds up happening. Like, it could actually help them take out some monsters, take out Smiley even again. But is that going to work, though? That's the thing. Do we really want to see another pregnancy storyline? I don't want to see somebody get pregnant with a monster again. So what exactly is going to happen? What is it going to do for them is the question.
Maybe what it's gonna do, and I told you this before, it'll be maybe like if people remember Game of Thrones with Hodor, it'll somehow protect some people at some point to have them escape or have them get away. And it sort of holds back the monsters and maybe doesn't destroy them, but allows them to get away. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Right.
Like a dog that like stops the predator for a moment and people get away, and then unfortunately, you know, something like that.
Could be. It could be something like that. Let's see. Hey there, Young Mills. Welcome. That was the longest intro song I've ever heard in my entire life of living. Really? Well, I've seen intros even longer than that, actually. I've seen like excessively, like in my opinion, excessively long 10-minute intros where I was like, all right, already start the show. But yeah.
I'm assuming they're saying it's the longest ever and they enjoyed it.
Right.
I hope that's part of that.
Right. Yeah. Okay. The book entity got Julie stressing out and fooled. The story monster. Oh, yes, Bill. Absolutely. The story monster. It's an interesting way of looking at it. Hey, my friend. Hey, Doc. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Daryl says, Fatima talking about seeing Smiley when she is talking to Kenny makes me think that the Golem and Smiley might fight this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could be setting up a fight. It could be. Well, thank you, Doc, for this reminder. Everyone, please make sure you liked and subbed to the stream. I'm hoping to reach 3,000 subs. Maybe by the end of season 3, maybe at least this year would be amazing. So please make sure you subscribe, like the stream, which shows the stream to more people so that they can find the channel. And
tell a friend.
Yeah. KB says we saw Dale and Donna when Boyd first arrived. We've seen almost the whole town. Oh yeah. We just didn't see Victor, but we know he was there. So football says so apparently people have been saying the Sophia storyline has been going on too long. I egregiously disagree, because if they find out now, what the fuck they're gonna do? I completely agree. I agree with you on that too. I don't know why anybody would be saying it's going on too long. I expected this to be a slow burn. I mean, if they find out about Sophia, yeah, what are they going to do? We need to see her machinations happening over a while, over the whole season. I mean, if anything, the show already rushed the reveal that the man in yellow shapeshifted into Sophia. You know, they didn't have to do that. They could have kept that a secret as a mole and kept us guessing and wondering if Sophia is really a human being or not. But instead, they showed it to us in the first episode, and now we're just watching her machinations happening behind the scenes, and that's going to take some time. So, I mean, I don't know why anybody would expect, personally, just my opinion, I don't know why you'd expect her identity to be revealed so fast. That needs to be a slow burn, in my opinion. Football says, every time I ask a question... Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, I know it can be kind of frustrating, you know, trying to get feedback, trying to get noticed. I get it. Let's just say I get it. Daryl says the Sophia plot is going at the pace it should. I agree with you. Doc says I liked this episode much more the second time I watched it. Me too. Once my expectations were managed and I knew what was going to happen, I was able to appreciate it for what it was. And I didn't expect anything crazy. So I was like, this is a solid episode. Hey, Ramsey. Welcome. Yes, I agree the blood thing is intriguing for sure. And the reveal of Sophia has to make sense 100%. Absolutely. Hi, I'm 3 says interesting fact Cherokee folklore about a creature called Spearfinger, a shapeshifter who eats human livers. Oh,
delicious.
Lovely. Fascinating. There's all kinds of diverse folklore in this show that's referenced. So, yeah, that's cool. Maybe who knows? Maybe the writers knew something about that. Hey, John Winner. 47 number theory is perfect for ending. I love the 47 that keeps popping up again. I hope that it's not going to be 47 total episodes though, like some people have suggested. I don't think so. I think we're going to get 50 total episodes in the series. And let's see. Yes, Sarah and Sophia are opposites. So that explains why the purple versus yellow. Right. Great point. Hey, Ryan. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for all your support, helping out in the Discord. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well tonight. Football says that that's literally the point of Sophia, to make shit messy. Also, there's not enough screen time for what people have been asking for. I'm perfectly fine with what they're doing. Absolutely agree with you. I think so too. And let's see. But you think that this season has been boring as fuck overall? Well, I don't think it's been boring. I've been enjoying it. I'm happy with it so far.
The shape-shifting in episode 1 was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the shape-shifting was amazing. I do think the premiere episode, other than the shape-shifting, it wasn't one of the strongest premieres. But after that, I think it's picked up steam a lot. Heather says, I cried over Julie and Sarah both getting the validation they needed. Oh, well, that's beautiful that it connected with you on a deep level. And that's a lovely thing about this show, that the character drama is so rich and well portrayed, well written, well acted, that it connects with people on a deep level. That's an amazing thing about this show. Taro says the actor who plays Boyd said they will start filming in about a month, and he said over 2 weeks ago. That was over 2 weeks ago, so filming should be happening very soon. Wow. Okay. Elgin is definitely not dying this season. He'd be getting more focus if he was. I agree, Daryl. I don't think Elgin is going to go anywhere, and I also think he's going to get tricked by Sophia and her religious bullshit, that the bullshit that she's doing with her biblical references. She's using it in a deceptive, duplicitous way, when we know she's not at all a religious person. And I think she's got to get Elgin caught up in that, because Elgin has a religious streak. He thought that the kimono lady was an angel. So he's gonna definitely be vulnerable to her with these religious statements she makes, and she's doing that to be influential, because the Bible is influential with a lot of people. It's not going to work on everybody, like Christy and Marielle, who are clearly not religious at all, but I think it'll work on a lot of people, unfortunately, and they're going to be fooled by her. Stop hating on the way he looks. This is Gollum discrimination. Nice. Man in yellow enjoys playing with his food. Yeah, he does. Indeed, like a cat. Hey, AA. Welcome. Nice to see you. Good night, Smokey. If that thing comes to life, I'm done. Well, Kaiser, I think you're done then. It's coming to life. They wouldn't be focusing on it this much if it's not going to come to life. Trust me. I know how, a bit about how the writing process works, and they wouldn't be devoting this much screen time to checking in with this storyline if this thing wasn't going to come to life. Like in the past couple episodes, nothing new has happened with this golem. It's just Fatima making it in the background, but they keep having somebody come check in with her and talk to her for a couple of scenes at least.
Yeah, they're like, hey guys, you remember that golem? And then they go to something else.
Yeah. It's just to remind us that, hey, this is happening. It's setting up a reveal. It's setting this up. It's gonna happen. That's why they keep coming back to it. Trust me on this. It's happening. So be ready. The golem is gonna come to life. Like Kaiser was comparing it to the giant gingerbread man in Shrek. It could be like that. Yeah.
It could be like a Stay Puft in
Ghostbusters. Or Stay Puft in Ghostbusters. It's gonna be like this big ox, this big lummox, this big giant lummox that doesn't know its own strength, and that's the danger of it.
It'll come like, stumbling and bumbling through, like, hey guys, like that, like,
exactly.
What's going on? What are you doing? Let me have a drink at the bar. Smash!
Yes. Thank you so much, Ryan. 76 people in the chat, 40 likes. Smash that like button. Yes, please hit that like button. Hey, Martin, I can see a big battle like monsters getting in Colony House, then Gollum Hulk smashes. Then when we think we've won, we hear la la la, Gollum melts thanks to Flamey, a back and forth type battle. Yeah, I could see something like that.
Thanks to who?
Flamey?
Flame. Flame mittens or whatever, right?
Yeah. It would be fire mitts. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it'll go to commercial and be like, who's that nightmare creature? Right? And it'll be their silhouette.
Yeah. That would be great. I would enjoy it. The Man in Yellow Shapeshift was episode 1, carryover from season 3. Yes. Daryl says, I'm glad we found out Sophia was a mole at the end of the first episode. We get to see her doing the seizures, take out teeth, be wary of the ballerina, make the voices, and giving blood. Yeah, I don't know. I like it, but at the same time, I wonder what could have been. It would have been fun to have a real mole this time and not just another red herring, Martin says, thank God I wasn't in here saying I told you so that Donna and Ellis would survive just for one episode for Donna, then to have a heart attack. Right. I knew something bad was still going to happen to her. Karl and I were still on that. We thought Donna was going to die in episode 6.
She did die?
Technically, she did. For 5 to 7 minutes, her pulse was gone. So we weren't totally wrong.
It's like what's that? Remember Seinfeld? Oh no, I'm sorry. The correct answer is the moops, right? Technicality over here.
Yeah. AA says, the golem is supposed to come to life. I thought it was more like a scarecrow. I'm interested to see how that plays out. Yes, I believe it is supposed to come to life. Yes, like a champion. So we will see. The way Widow's Bay is telling the story is very similar to the way From Season 1 told its story. It is kind of similar, Daryl. Yeah, I'm enjoying Widow's Bay so far. Hey, One Black Panther. Good night, everyone on the work night shift listening in. Well, nice to see you. Hope your work goes well and you get done quickly. The season been kind of slow action-wise, but we're learning more of what's going on and getting some answers. Yeah, so I'm happy with it. I like it so far. Hey, Lucas. Let's see. So you think Kenny too? You think Kenny is dying? I'm guessing. Elgin has been on screen for 2 minutes, maybe. Yeah, Kaiser. He hasn't had a lot of screen time. Yes, AA. I think Randall is dying. We were talking about that earlier. We think Randall is gonna either die or meet a fate worse than death this season. There's a lot of, I mean, there's foreshadowing and there's a lot of Randall completing his redemption arc in a lot of ways. The way he's interacting with people.
He'll be trapped in the golem's body.
Yeah. So football says I was 3 minutes behind compared to other seasons. I meant to say it's been the slowest one overall. Episodes 1 and 5 were fire. Okay. Yeah, I would have to agree. Episodes 1 and 5 were amazing. Did you say he's gonna be trapped in the golem's body? That just sunk in. Oh, that's great. That would be a fate worse than death, maybe. Yeah, that would suck to be trapped in that thing. Let's see. It has no arms. Yeah, she's gonna have to make arms for it. I'd have to agree, Kaiser. It needs arms. Football says, also, I worded one of chats wrong. Meant to say when I asked what happens after Sophia is revealed, they didn't have a rebuttal. Okay, gotcha. I hear you. NSB says that sculpture looks like it's saying, what's up? Yeah.
Oh, like from the Budweiser?
Yeah, like
What's that? Like that?
like that. Terrell says the pacing of this season has not been the slowest. I love season 2, and season 2 is a slower pace than this season. Okay. Yeah, you could argue that for sure. Maybe Julie should wear the yellow suit while she story walks. I wouldn't want to go near that thing if I were her. Code. But I could see, like, as a bookmark. That would be interesting. Maybe it could unlock any destination she'd want to go to.
I imagine that thing smelling like straight ass.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Straight up ass.
Yeah, seriously, it's gotta be nasty.
Yeah, maybe Elgin will wear it in that case. Smelgin.
Hi M3 says that fucker will turn on them as soon as Fatima sees her son. Could be. It could be. You know, they're setting up something bad to happen when she sees Smiley. She said that she keeps imagining him coming to the window, and she doesn't know what's going to happen when they see each other. That's a little unnerving.
Is he going to be like, hi, Mom?
Yeah, like, hi, Mom. Heather says, I'm just glad Gollum doesn't look like the Dogma poop monster anymore. Yeah, it's looking a little bit better. That Shrek 3 shout out, be good, is his last line as he's melting. I remember that. R.I.P. Gingerbread Man. Oh, I do miss the monsters too, NSB. So far we only have seen Smiley, and the others were just hallucinations. Yeah, we've hardly gotten any monster sightings this season, which is the least amount of monster action we've ever had in a season of From. Ramsey says, when I heard dance battle, my brain went straight to dance battle between the golem and the doll. Oh, you mean your brain? Your brain went straight to dance battle. Oh, man. Yeah, I can totally picture that, too. Yep, gonna bust out with the worm, and the doll answers back in a helicopter. Game over. So Daryl doesn't mind that we haven't seen the monsters. Couldn't care less that we haven't seen the monsters that much. Well, what do you guys think? What do the rest of you think? Do you miss seeing the monsters? I do wish we'd see them a little bit more. I don't need to see them ripping people apart all the time, but I would have liked to at least get some more sightings of them. You know, they are a fixture in the show. They're iconic. Hey, Benjamin, if that golem comes to life, the CGI is going to look bad, sadly. Oh, I can't help but agree with that. There's a lot of wonky CGI on this show because I don't think they have the budget that they really need for these kind of special effects. So, well, Lucas clarified they don't think Kenny's dying. He's lacking screen time, so I assume safe. I absolutely agree. Yeah, Kenny's not going anywhere. Yeah, the CGI has been really rough though in this show. There was Ginger the cow getting her throat slit. That was terrible in season 3. I thought that the kimono lady CGI looked pretty bad at times, just kind of amateurish. NSP says Randall. Well, one plus is that this golem isn't very detailed, so that should help make the CGI easier. NSP says Randall shouldn't die this season unless we learn why he got chosen by those cicadas or what power he got. Well, I think we may find out those things, and it's possible that he didn't get a power, but we'll see. Ryan says, I think it will grow arms out of its body. Yes, agree. Let's see. Lucas says they have made good use of CGI in this show, never overdone, in my opinion. Yeah, most of the time I think they've done a good enough job. I think the monsters look great. They do a great job with the monster CGI. Let's see. Heather says, unfortunately, I got to tap out, but I'll catch you all on the replay. Thank you so much. You have a good night, too. Lovely, Heather, and thank you so much for watching the replay. Turn up the likes to be a ghost watcher. Yes, please. Let's see. Noah, Janelle, welcome. Did you already talk about the theory on Donna? We have. So feel free to share your theory. And we're still going to talk more about theories on all of this episode because I'm going to go through it scene by scene now. So, no, we're just getting started. So, as far as Donna goes, yeah, we've discussed. I think that Boyd manifested her pulse to come back with his hope. That he brought her pulse back. He brought her back to the land of the living, literally, with his hope. That hope can manifest things in this place just like nightmares and fear can as well. The flip side of fear is hope. And remember what Donna said about dreams and nightmares. She said, was it a miracle or a nightmare? I think she said a miracle is just the other side of a nightmare. So there's always this dichotomy between hope and fear, nightmares and dreams in this show. There's a constant battle going on between those two sides. The boy in white side, I think, represents hope, the dying hope of the children that manifested the bottle four-way tree, as we learned in season 3. And hope is a powerful thing if you hold on to it in this place. And people need to learn how to harness the power of hope. It's obviously a dark place, and nightmares and fears, they dominate in terms of what gets manifested there and all of the different entities we've seen that hurt people. But hope can manifest things too. And I believe it's happened before. I think the biggest example was Tian Shen talking about how hope could, basically her hope was that they could plant new crops in a new place. And then she died. The crops couldn't even be planted where they were at the time. The soil was poisoned. She died, and the next morning, boom, they were manifested like magic out in the woods in a new place. So I think that was hope that did it. So I think this was Boyd manifesting her pulse to come back, and he brought her back. And I think he manifested the door appearing in the basement at the end too. AA wants some backstory on the monsters. That would be fun to see, like in the origin story. I want to see Smiley in a pilgrim hat. I would enjoy that. Let's see. We know why they are monsters, but I just want to see their lives and what period they really came from. Me too, 100%. Football says, I do want to see the monsters more, but I think they were saving it for last 2 or 3 because of high stakes. Sophia took that time. Agree, yes. Kaiser says practical effects are always better. Screw CGI. Totally agree. I like practical effects best. Noah says, I think Ethan is right. Donna died. Above her head was a painting of the forest. Yes. She was technically dead for 5 to 7 minutes when she had no pulse. So she says, I think Donna's worst nightmare is living in that hellhole forever. I do not think Boyd willed her back. Okay, gotcha. One Black Panther says, remember, Martin said the tip of the spear. So we've been seeing the tip. Pause. What does this say? Now it's time to see the rest of pause again. Love it. Yeah, I agree. Now we're gonna see the rest of it. So that makes sense why we're seeing less of the monsters. They're just the tip of a spear, as Boyd remembered. Martin said in this episode, he remembered that they're just the tip of the spear. Football says, "What happened to the Pilgrim Lady monster the writers were speaking of?" I'm sure that's still coming. We're gonna see the monsters a lot when they do the plan. Yep, Daryl, I think so too. And they're going down into the caves to find the bones of the children. Hyam3 says it's too much going on right now for the monsters. Let the screen breathe and bring them out. Episodes 9 and 10. Agree. There's way too much going on. Then we've got the ragdoll monsters, Sophia. There will be time for more monster action. I do miss them a bit though. Football says I was thinking the same thing. That's why I said last 2 to 3 episodes. It just makes sense. I always base my theories on what they show and logic. Absolutely, I do too. I base my theories on concrete evidence based on things we've seen in the show. I don't take too many logical leaps in my theories. He brought her out the coma too, though. Yeah, I think so. Code Knox. NSP says the bad CGI is like an aesthetic to this show. The color grading is awesome. The music is pretty. The acting is bad. I think the acting is great in this. The horror element is exceptional. The show is the worst, best show ever. Okay, I hear you. Kaiser says they used electricity with those paddles. Is that hope or nightmare energy? That was what they didn't really get explicit with it, but when they said they used the wires from the radio tower, that's how they powered the defibrillator. They did that the same way they powered the radio tower in season 1. They hooked up wires to a lamp. So that's how they were able to power this thing. Where is it? Let's see. The scene where they did that. There's the monitor. And then I think it was right before that. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. So Jade was wiring this thing the same way he did with the lamps. So he got electricity through a lamp and used the wires from the radio tower. It didn't show it that much, but that's how he did it. So anytime they need to power something, that they use that weird convoluted method they figured out, because the lamps have this magical power and magical electricity.
Manifestation.
Yeah. Noah says if fears come out the woods, the painting above Donna in her comatose state were the woods, and she came back after being brain dead for 10 or more minutes. I think it's her fear of living there. It's possible. It's possible. Where's that picture? Let's see if we have the picture. Yeah, so over Donna's bed, there's the picture of the forest. So, yeah, interesting point about that. There's the forest right there, and they talk about how people's nightmares and fears become part of the forest. So Martin says, not sure what's going to happen, but the Saeed/Sarah tools under Donna's bed will come into play at some point. Yeah, it kind of seems...
Saeed?
Yeah, he compared that to Saeed, the torturer from Lost.
Remember Hurley? What about Saeed?
Right.
Jack's like, there is no Saeed.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, those tools, Boyd just chucked the tools that they used to rip out Elgin's eye under Donna's bed. So they're still under there. And maybe that will come into play at some point. I think so too. So let's see. Football says, I didn't even think about that. Donna should have info if she doesn't want a waste of opportunity. Yeah, I mean, she was dead for a while. So she should have information about what happens when they die. Ryan says, I think we are going to see more of Doug because this is the persona the big bad seems to prefer in this timeline. And they have already written in Doug as him. So I feel good about it. Yeah, that could be, I hope so. I really hope so. Yeah, I think this energy comes from manifestation. Once again, Kaiser, I think that's where the lamps come from, right? The electricity of the lamps. I think it's, if you think about it, children don't know how electricity works. They just know that there are cords. They don't know that wires are supposed to be in the cords and that they're supposed to be connected to something. So the wires just go into the ground and dangle there. The cords, I mean, and there are no wires actually inside of them. And somehow the lamps work. The lamps are the power source. Then people got wiring from their cars and stuff and other things that they brought to town, and they hooked them up to the lamps, and that's how they were able to power the radio tower. And now this this monitor, this heart monitor. So how
boost monitor?
Yeah, the boost monitor. So how I think someone manifested the lamps to work through hope. And I think it would be children, because children don't understand how this stuff works. So instead of manifesting the entire like power plant, or that actually generates the power for the lamps, children just made it happen, and they dreamed it up and manifested it into reality at some point in their past, the past history of the town.
Manifest destiny.
Noah says, do you think that since the wires led to the cables with monsters, the water pipes will lead to the real Lake of Tears? Or do we think the settlement lake is the Lake of Tears? No, I think that Ethan proved that that's not the Lake of Tears out there, because the lake didn't heal that bird. The bird died. So it's not the Lake of Tears. That was the test. So it's out there. They just have to find it. And I think the people who have theorized that the lake is underground, I think that could be right on, that it could be underground, and hard to find as a result. So, like, we'll see. But the water pipes, which water pipes? I don't remember them.
Referring to like where the water for the town comes from.
Oh, okay.
I think that's all they were saying. Like,
because we haven't seen any water pipes,
and they didn't go nowhere.
Yeah,
maybe they'll follow the water pipes, and look,
Yeah. Kaiser says, is it a hope energy or a fear energy? I would say hope. I would think, because it's a good thing. The lamps have been a positive thing for them.
Keep hope alive.
Right. Yes, I agree. The actress who plays Sophia has done an incredible job, Daryl. I'll miss her too when she leaves. But I want to see more Doug on the show. So hope. That's your answer. I am close to catching up with the chat, though, Kaiser. I'm almost there now. Luke says, we know Julie will start story walking again, and I assume she will see Doug once or twice more before witnessing the season 3 ending scene. We have to stop meeting like this. Right. So she's getting closer. She's got the wig, the bob hairdo. She just doesn't have the scratch on her face yet to be that future Julie we saw in that scene. So it's coming. It's coming. The Discord. Okay. So yeah, we will put the link to the Discord in there. Let's see. I will go get the link. Where is it? So we do watch parties every Saturday. I stream the episode as soon as it drops. And if you want to join and watch with us, you can join via this link. And after the live is over, I'll put it in the description of the live stream too. You can also share your theories in there. We'd love to hear from you guys. And if you ever need to reach me for any reason, you can DM me in there. Not Killa says, are we all ignoring that Boyd commanded Donna to come back to life, even to wake up? Oh, hell no. I've been saying it this whole live stream. I'm not ignoring it. I think that he manifested her pulse to come back and made her wake up. 100% he did. I am on that train. You bet. Trinity says Smiley is going to look up when Fatima looks down, and he's going to say, hi, Fatima. Then the golem will move or come to life. Love it. Love it. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, Fatima.
That's great, Trinity. Well, awesome. We will be happy to have you. Welcome to our little fam, Noah. And sorry if I'm butchering your name. I could be saying that completely wrong. You're welcome, Ryan. You just added to my hope theory. Thank you very much. Oh, glad to help. This is a kind of a community effort. We theory craft as a community here. That's why I cite the live chat and specific people in it all the time when I do my videos. You never know. If you listen to my video sometime, you never know if somebody in the chat might get a credit in the chat. I might credit you sometime because I get ideas, and I always give credit if I get an idea from someone else. It's a team effort what we do here. Oh, and before I go through the whole episode scene by scene, there's just something I wanted to point out as part of our overall discussion of this episode. And then we'll go scene by scene chronologically next. But I just wanted to point out these drawings that turned up in this episode. Interesting that they happened to show up when they did. It's the Lake of Tears one that we've seen before. The big eye in the sky crying into a lake. All of a sudden, it just happens to be in Victor's room in his pile of drawings. It used to be hanging up on the wall, and I'm not sure where it went after that. I thought it might have gone out the window when he gave them to Julie on Colony House Massacre night, and she took them away. I didn't know where this one ended up, but here it is. There, it turned up, and I do think that that's a little piece of foreshadowing that the real Lake of Tears is coming, and it's going to be important. Also, what is this fire? What is this fire behind Victor? I think that they have people stand next to certain pieces of artwork on purpose. So this could be foreshadowing something. Back in season 3, Henry was standing next to a drawing of a stick figure woman in a dress in 2 different episodes. And I theorized earlier this season, at the beginning of the season, actually before it started, that the man in yellow was going to shapeshift into a woman. Once it became clear that he was going to be a shapeshifter, I theorized that it was going to be a woman based on that drawing. It was foreshadowing because there were hardly any pictures up on the wall at that time, and all of a sudden there was this stick figure woman in a dress in season 3, and there was a stick figure of the man in yellow transforming on the wall as well. Something
having his arm up, kind of in the same position when he transformed.
Yep,
right?
with his arms up in the air, right?
That's right.
So they do this on purpose, this foreshadowing via drawings that are hung on the wall at any given time. And now we've got this one. This was not up there on the wall in this spot before. At least we didn't have Victor standing next to it. So the fire, that may be foreshadowing something to come. How do I get out of this? Okay, so there's that. And then the last one, I think there was one other, yeah. So when Victor and Ethan are coloring, obviously Victor is drawing a brown car. And I think that's going to be foreshadowing, obviously. That's important. He's trying to remember something bad. He told Ethan he's trying to remember bad things. And he was asked, like, what didn't Boyd ask him in this episode, what color car did the man in yellow drive into town?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He said brown.
And he said it was a big brown car.
And then after that, he was drawing it.
So, yeah, this is him foreshadowing that he's going to remember that car and take them to it. But the biggest thing I wanted to point out, that's a little bit, it's not as obvious. There's a drawing back here of a woman, and it's not that easy to make out, but I'll show you a better image of it that I have from season 1. This drawing somehow made its way back into Victor's room. This one I know went out the window with Julie. On Massacre Night, Victor gave a big pile of drawings to Julie. She took them out the window when the house was getting raided by monsters. And Ethan and the family later went through them at the kitchen table. This drawing was among them. And now all of a sudden it's back here at Victor's. They must have given a bunch of his drawings back to him, and they put this on the table, I think, for a purpose. And I'll show you a better image of what it looks like, and you'll see why I'm saying this. There's a mouth that looks like it's stitched on, and it's a woman. So let me go to a better shot of it now. So I'll leave this up while I go get that image. And it's interesting, really interesting to me, because earlier this season, when we did a live stream, I think it was right before the season began, we did a live on the artwork. We analyzed all the artwork that's ever been on the show, basically. The only thing that we didn't go through was Ellis's stuff that he does, but we went through all the artwork, and I remember noticing this woman. And at the time, we had already seen the season 4 trailer, so we knew we were getting what looked like either ragdoll or scarecrow monsters. And I spotted this drawing of a woman with a stitched mouth, and I thought, could that be some kind of representation of one of these things way back in season 1? Here it is. Okay, I found it now. So regrettably, there isn't a great image of it centered, but I have an image that shows half of it at least, and it's in much better focus and easier to see than in episode 6 that we just watched. But this is the same drawing, and I'll put the other one back up so you can compare it in a second. But this is the same drawing. That's the woman. And correct me if I'm wrong, I know that there are lines kind of all over her face, but it looks to me like she has a sewn-on mouth. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm reaching, but I think it looks like her mouth is sewn on. What do you think, Karl?
Yeah, when we were looking at it, I mean, that looks like, what's up with the lines on her face? That looks like she's made out of, cloth or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But why? It just makes me wonder, okay, why is that on his table? Is there some reason for it? What's the meaning of it now?
It's definitely something weird, right? I mean, she also has, eyes with pupils and whatnot, so that's a little different.
So they're not button eyes. Right. It's not straight up like Roger's face with button eyes and a stitched up mouth.
It's something different.
It's something different, but it makes me wonder. When I first saw it on the table, I thought, oh, maybe this was someone else who they turned into who the scarecrow or the ragdoll monsters killed, and they started turning her into a doll. But
this is the one that comes around and sews people's mouths shut for the dolls.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it would be cooler if she had button eyes, but she doesn't. But I do wonder why. There has to be a reason. I think they place certain drawings there on purpose. And just like the Lake of Tears one. The Lake of Tears one is sitting there in this episode on the pile of drawings for us to notice it. So I wonder if that has any point to it. She reminds me of the pale-faced lady from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. If anyone remembers that children's anthology series that was popular. It was popular when I was a kid in the 90s. But and if you've seen the movie adaptation also had the pale-faced lady, this big, giant, doughy looking lady. But I'll show the one from episode 6 again, and you can see that it's the same drawing. So could mean nothing. It could just be a nothing burger, but I had to point it out because it popped up again. And that was way back in season 1 that was there. And they went to the trouble of putting it back in the scene when it was taken out of there back then. It was taken out of that house. So, all right, from there, let's go back to the beginning. I'll go to the chat first, but we'll go through it scene by scene now. Where was I? Thanks, Not Killa. It could be a nothing burger, but I gotta point it out. It could be something. Flood drawing. Yes, I think that could be the flood drawing. The one with the water and the raindrops and the big spider coming down. That definitely could be something. Hey, Tamika's Den. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing all right tonight. Oh, thanks, Ryan. I know that you'd always credit me with anything, and I would credit you with any idea that I got from you, as always. That's that's a given. It goes without saying. Um, Ramses says Julie is telling the truth, and when there are disagreements, nobody is mean about it. Yeah, that's right. You're talking about how things are here. Sometimes I get confused, and I think it's in the show. you know, like because there's a Julie in the show, and it gets confusing. But if you're talking about here, yeah, we're not mean to each other here. Absolutely. Um, don't cry, big eye. Yes, eye in the sky. Why aren't we talking about that? It's the lake of tears. If there's a lake of tears, there had to be an eye crying into it, and I think it represents. I think it represents the the watcher entity at the same time. There is some entity that's watching them, that evil entity, but it can't be the one that's crying though, because the evil entity wouldn't be crying for them. So I always thought okay, eye in the sky, that's got to be the evil entity that's always watching them, right? But then again, you think about it, okay, it's crying though. It wouldn't be crying the lake of tears. Maybe the eye is just symbolic of all of the suffering of everyone, all of the children who were sacrificed. What do you think, Karl, about the who created the lake of tears? If whose tears are they? Whose tears would they represent?
I think they would obviously represent the tears of victims, because it's not going to be the tears of the man in yellow. He's like he ha 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 about all that stuff,
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know exactly who it would be, but it would be somebody who has a loss.
Yeah. There's a lot of loss and trauma in this place, and the latest loss being Roger here, Dollface. Yeah. This is nightmare fuel. Noah says, I'm so ready for them to lay out the story on the RV and for Tabitha to learn what happened with Jim. I know that episode is going to leave on a cliffhanger so bad. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be quite a revelation when they find out what happened to Jim. Sophia in the shed talking to Doll Richard, aka the red shirt. Right. So you think that Sophia is going to be talking to Doll Richard? There is I don't know if he's referring to that trailer that's out there with her talking to somebody, but Doll Roger going to make himself a friend. Could be, yeah. Top right of the doll drawing. Wait, which drawing is he talking about, Karl? I'm not sure.
I thought someone said that something about a flood, and then Kaiser said, is that what he's referring to? Oh, there's a flood there. I mean, you can see the rain coming down and the spider. I saw that one, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
I didn't see the other one.
Yeah, let me know which drawing you were talking about there. Glad to hear you're doing much better today, Ryan. So glad to hear that. NSB says, no way it's a nothing burger. They put that there in clear light on purpose. Thank you. I feel less crazy then for making a big deal out of it.
What exactly? The drawing?
The drawing of the woman.
Yeah. Obviously, there's something doll-like or scarecrow-like to that picture. Absolutely. And that's why it's highlighted there. After we've seen the manifestations of those kind of things, it's obvious. Just like the lady we saw in the black and white right next to Henry's head, just like we saw the man in white stick figure. That's the nub, remember? When we were like, oh damn, Doug's got a little nub. Remember?
Yeah.
That one, same thing. He was raising up his arms like, yeah, I'm transforming,
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah, so they put certain artwork. Before we leave that topic and move on, I'll just show that again so you know which one we're talking about. they put certain artwork to the forefront at given times on purpose. So back in season 3, all of a sudden they had people standing in front of this in multiple episodes. This one had been there since season 1. And now we had Henry standing in front of it, Victor standing in front of it with a big ass light shining on it at times. Like, hey, notice this, guys.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Notice this.
The nubster. Yeah.
They wanted us to really notice it there. And that's the Man in Yellow entity changing, transforming, shape-shifting.
At least we think, right? Because he's doing the body language and the arms up in the air, like, you know.
He's got his arms up in the air and he has his mouth open like the Man in Yellow entity when he was transforming. And he's naked, you know, like the naked Doug. And this was there since season 1. It was always there. They always planned on this to happen. I'm convinced of it. And so they had this in season 3 as foreshadowing of what was to come with the Man in Yellow entity. And then you had Henry posed in front of this in 2 different episodes. And it's a very simple, nondescript stick figure woman in a dress. But we got to talking about it right before season 4 started. Like, maybe this actually is important. Maybe it foreshadows something. And we saw, oh, the Man in Yellow is going to be shape-shifting. Maybe he's going to turn into a woman. And then he did. Boom. So something as simple as this actually became foreshadowing of something to come. So always pay attention to whatever of Victor's drawings they have hanging around in any given scene or, you know, in the background. They're doing it on purpose. It's definitely meticulously chosen.
Kaiser said that, where is it again? He said, flood of the water and a roof. Remember how there's a drawing of like water and potentially people on the roof?
Oh,
yeah. One of those drawings is in there in one of those images somewhere. And that's what he wrote that he was referring to.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, kind of like once again, a foreshadowing of there's a flood coming.
Yes, this one right here, top left, it has the flood right there. And a lot of people think it looks like Donna and Boyd on the roof.
Oh, right.
Which it could be. And Tamika, I'm glad to hear that you're hanging in there. Lots of love. Hope that, you know, you're managing as best that you can. And I know that's the best that we can do. You know, we just have to hang in there and just get through the day.
Keep on keeping on, as they say.
Yeah. I get it.
And especially when we have someone to live for, you know. I know I have someone.
Oh. Nah, I sure do. You know, someone or something to live for that can get you through, you know, whatever that special thing is, you know, that's what you need to hold on to. That tether. Kenny called it a tether in From. Was it Kenny who said that? He was like, you know, that everyone that needs that thing inside yourself or that thing that outside of you to hold on to keep you grounded, to keep you surviving. And Ellis is Fatima's tether,
right.
You know? So they named a whole episode that. Anyway, and it's so true in real life. Hey, Kino, welcome. Hello to all from rainy Slovenia. Well, there's a new country. I've never seen anyone from Slovenia in the chat. That's awesome. Welcome. So cool. More and more countries represented here. Fromally just bringing people together around the world. Not Killa says this chat is on point with all the theories. Love it. Keep it up, guys. 100%. Keep it up, guys. Hi M3 says the crying eye is also a metaphor for gaining knowledge, FYI. Oh, I didn't know that. I like that. Very cool. One Black Panther says, here is a theory. Maybe the eye is a symbol of everyone crying for hope as the flood comes and they think there is no way out. What if the people's hope creates the lake of tears via the flood? That's fascinating.
Yeah, I wrote that was a good theory. That's cool.
That's a great theory. Absolutely. Yeah. I love it. Keep it up, guys. It's Tears of the Children, maybe an underground cistern. Nice. Yeah.
Oh,
Makes
right,
sense,
right.
Ryan. Let's see. Kaiser says flood of the water at a roof. Yes, we got that one. Got that drawing up here. Yep, one day at a time, 100%. Hang in there. There's some good in this world, absolutely. And it's worth fighting for. So true, Martin. I've learned that thanks to the FROMally. NSB says, don't you have YouTube analytics telling you about all the countries that watch your content? Come to think of it, yes, I should be looking at that. I forgot that I can look that up in Google Analytics.
Mhm.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I can do that. I can actually go in there and see who's tuning in from where. Anyway, let's break down the episode now, scene by scene. So we have the heart is a lonely hunter, of course. That's a literary reference, but they're going for a literal meaning. They're not really basing it on anything related to the book itself. The heart is a lonely hunter. It's it's obvious what they were doing with it. The heart, as in Donna's heart, and the lonely hunter being Donna because she got there on a hunting trip and her sister died when she first arrived. So Donna is the lonely hunter. Seems pretty clear. We start the episode with the immediate aftermath of episode 5, where Jade has just come out of his vision and he's just told Boyd that he knows the way out. He knows how to get them home. And Boyd says, you want us to go down into those tunnels where those things live because of something you saw in a mushroom trip. So
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much, essentially. And he's like, even if you're right, how does finding bones help us go home? And Jade says, I'm not sure yet. There are countless examples throughout history of cultures, of religions that hold the remains of the deceased in great reverence. Why do you think the ancient Egyptians mummified their rulers for? This place, this fucking nightmare we're stuck in, was built on sacrifice. What if the bones are what anchor the spirits of those children here? Have you ever wondered why those creatures never come out of the tunnels during the day? What if they're down there protecting the very thing that makes this place possible? Now he's cooking. I love that. That is a great theory. It makes total sense. He sounds like us. He sounds like us in the fandom, theorizing for years. The stuff that we've been coming up with and wondering about. Thinking about different cultures of the world and their practices and applying it to the show. And, why do the monsters only come out at night? Maybe it's because of this. Or why are they down there during the day? So he's putting the pieces together. And it makes sense. I think he's probably right that they're guarding the bones of those children. And that's what this place was built on, their sacrifice. And so I think this evil entity created this place as a pocket universe prison, to trap new souls in there and to hold the souls of the children, the monsters. It's a supernatural prison.
It's a supernatural pitcher plant. Can't get out of it.
Yeah, supernatural what?
Pitcher plant. You ever heard of a pitcher plant?
No.
It's this plant that has attracts like bugs or whatever, and they go into it to drink the nectar, and they can't get out.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like a Venus flytrap, but it's more like, oh, this looks good, and then, oh crap, I'm drowning. Done. You can't get out.
Oh, right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard of that. So Boyd says, which brings me back to the part where you get everyone killed. Jade says, not if we do it right. And Boyd's like, all right, tell me what the right version of this plan looks like. And Jade goes, well, that's sort of where you come in. He just expects Boyd is supposed to be the one to come up with the brilliant plans. Boyd is the action hero. He's the one who does the big moves. Jade is the the idea guy. That's his role. And Boyd says, it's like, look, this may turn out to be really important what you have in your head, but from where I'm standing, you want me to plan a suicide mission because of some things you saw in a mushroom trip. And I can understand him wondering about that, because this place fucks with people big time. It puts all kinds of crazy ideas and visions in their heads. How do they know they can trust what Jade just saw? So he's right to be wary of it. So Jade says, what do I have to do to prove it to you this is real? And then he thinks, wait, the door. You and I went into the basement at Colony House. Boyd says, no, we didn't go anywhere. And Jade's like, yeah, that's right, we didn't. And I've never been inside that basement, so I would have no way of knowing what it looks like down there. And so he thinks that if he is right, that there's a door down there, then Boyd should at least consider that what he's telling him about the bones is true. And he's like, will you at least consider it then? And Boyd says, it would be a start. And Boyd says he doesn't remember seeing any doors down there, any hidden doors. So that's where they start the episode. And I was thinking at this point, yeah, they're definitely going to see a door down there. But as it turns out, we didn't get that door till the very end of the episode. I was so glad that they had that twist. I didn't see it coming at the end. I was really disappointed that there wasn't a door at first. I was so glad Boyd manifested that door. He literally screamed at this place, you want me to take this risk, risk people's lives to go down there? Show me the goddamn door. And like magic, he made that appear. I really think he manifested it in the end. More of the manifestation theory coming to fruition. So they go right over to the Colony House basement, and we see Acosta is looking at slides in the, I always forget what it's called, the viewfinder, right? So she's looking at ancient Egypt and a lake, interestingly enough, a lake next to some mountains out in the wilderness somewhere. So I think obviously this is a little Easter egg, hint, and piece of foreshadowing for the Lake of Tears to come. And then we've got ancient Egypt. They used to mummify people, so reference to that, the way that the children's bodies are being kept in a tomb-like area.
Isn't there a map and there's like a mountain or at least a hill kind of drawn on it? Remember one of Victor's maps? Isn't there kind of like a mountain?
I think there could be something
could be
that
a mountain?
Could be. It could be. Maybe one of the things in the Peach Chalk map.
Right.
So they come down there, and Jade says this is the basement he saw. Acosta asks, why was this fun for Boyd's generation? He's like, they didn't have phones. I thought that was funny. I mean, honestly, though, someone Acosta's age should be able to understand that. Come on. She's not that much of a baby.
Yeah, well, she's just fucking with him is what she's doing.
Yeah. She's not that young. I mean, I can understand it. I had a viewfinder when I was a kid, and I was a 90s kid.
Yeah, I remember. I thought I had. I don't know if it was somebody else's or whatever. I remember at some point playing with one of those.
Yeah, they were fun.
You'd go to Kmart and they'd be selling other ooh, look, you could look at other stuff through there. They'd sell the different themed discs.
Yeah, you could buy different packs of images to put in there. Yeah, it was a simpler time before smartphones and tablets.
The one I liked, I had this Disney one where it was like a film, an old style film camera. So you'd look through it, right? It had a for your, squint your eye through it, and had this crank, and you would insert this almost like a cartridge, and it would be a little movie. And the one I had, I think I had like 2 different movies,
and it was like clips from like Disney animation. It was like
Oh,
it's like Goofy like driving his pulling a trailer, and it was some cool stuff like that. But
oh,
obviously
neat.
no sound. But you're over there like turning the wheel.
It's so cute.
Yeah.
See, another simpler toy
Mhm.
before technology made everything so fancy.
Yeah, Black Panther saying he remembers that too. I think he's referencing what I just said.
Yeah, an
Mhm.
80s baby. And so you would know. And Daryl says, back in my day, we played with sticks. Jamaica had one of those. NSP says, I don't know what Acosta is on about. I am 21 and would find the viewfinder cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wendy, hey there, Wendy. When Boyd and Jade first went to the wall down in the basement in the colony house, I knew they had to break the wall and that the door was behind the wall. Oh, good catch there. I was not expecting it once they didn't see that door the first time. Not Killa says they could get everyone out of Colony House for this mission in case it gets out of control. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just evacuate it. It fits well with Jade's character. He was the boss in the corporate world with the great ideas and had people working for him. Right, exactly. He's the idea guy. Let's see. And I saw David's here. Hey David. Daryl says I knew Boyd was gonna knock down the wall and find the door because it was in the critics trailer, and I called it that it would happen at the end of the episode. Well, I guess I missed that one. I think I saw part of the critics trailer, but I didn't see that, and I'm glad I didn't because it was cool for it to be a surprise. Why do they have to ruin all the great reveals this season? Every single one. And I guarantee when that golem comes to life, they're going to spoil it with a trailer. They're going to show it in the trailer. Just wait. Anyway, yeah, I think Acosta is becoming a little more palatable, Daryl. Less Acosta hate posts lately. That makes sense. I think she
because we haven't seen her for 2 episodes.
Yeah, because they've been hiding her away in the basement. and they gave her some funny lines in this one. David says, I wonder if Colony House is vulnerable now or if they all escape in the tunnels from there in the end. Yeah, they very well could. Now they'll have an escape route, potentially. One Black Panther says, who remembers getting naps at the gas station to get around places you've never been, or even using MapQuest, printing out directions before GPS? Oh, I do. I did it. When I learned to drive, that's what we had to do. We printed out directions from MapQuest, and if I got one thing wrong, that's it. Then the whole thing was useless to me. I didn't know how to navigate from there. If you miss one direction, then what? I couldn't figure out how to find my way after that, so I'd have to go into a store and ask for directions. Oh, so embarrassing. PR says that was Boyd who said that to Ellis. Then the boy in white, as Father Khatri, repeated it back to Boyd when he was trying to hold Boyd back from telling Kenny about Sarah killing Bing Chan Lu. Wait, what was that? He was trying to hold Boyd from telling Kenny. I'm trying to remember what the statement is you're referring to. Boy in white, as Father Khatri, repeated it back to Boyd. So you think the boy in white takes on the guise of different characters? That's interesting. Yeah, but refresh my memory on what phrase you mean there. Let's see. And just looking through the chat here. Oh, wow. Single for 12 years. That's a long time, Kaiser. That's a long time. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy, you know. You gotta, like, I recommend if you don't want to be single anymore, the only thing that's ever worked for me is online connecting with people online, whether it's through traditional dating apps or something else. Like Karl and I managed to meet a different way online through this channel, but that's the only thing that's ever worked. Can bring people together across great distances if necessary. LDN says, I heard from a friend at work, in some religions, the devil doesn't do the evil, but deceives you through whispers, voices, and from. And also he uses creatures that are only out after sunset. Is that right, Karl?
That what?
That in some religions, the devil doesn't do the evil, but deceives you through whispers, like the voices in From. And also he uses creatures that are only out after sunset. Have you ever heard of that?
No. What religion is that?
No. I wondered if you ever heard of that.
No, I hadn't heard of that.
No, but deceiving you through whispers. I mean, I know the devil is supposed to be like a deceiver, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Why was Boyd so dismissive? Yeah, Ryan. I thought he was too dismissive of Jade's vision too, but I understand why he was trepidatious. He's not as. I think that the people, by and large, are not as incredulous as they used to be about new crazy things, and that's good. They're willing to believe crazy things now. David says, bringing the bones from darkness into light. It can't be that simple. It's too cliche, saying that it will probably happen. Absolutely. That's what I've been saying. I said that like last week that, when Jade had his revelation and he said, I know how we can go home. I said, I know what he's going to say, that they just have to go get the bones and maybe bury them, and then the children's spirits can be at rest. That's an old horror trope that's been done to death, frankly. And that's pretty much what Jade is proposing. He hasn't said what he wants to do with the bones, but he wants to go get them, and presumably they would bury them, I would think. And that's just, it can't be that simple. There's no way. Like I said last week, there's no way it's going to be that simple. And I figured it out that that's what he was thinking, because throughout his whole vision, he kept saying, how is any of this going to help us go home? How does this new information help? Until the very end, there was only one new piece of information he got, and it was when the monsters pushed him in that hole and there were kids' skeletons all around him and the Ankui kid. So it had to be the bones. And boom, that's what it was. That's what he thinks is going to get them home. But it can't be as simple as he might think. We still have a whole season and a half left of the show, and they're going to come up with something original. They're not going to do something that's too cliche. There's no way. David says, just like Aiken's sin, the bones are the collective hidden sin. I like that. Not Killa says, I like Shroom Trip Boyd better than the real one. He actually was saying and making the right choices to get answers. Yeah, I think he was a better guide, if anything. But he was basically just Jade's inner voice during that trip. Yeah, it was a little aggravating to Mika. I agree. NSB says they didn't really expand on what Jade's plan is. You get the bones after risking your life, and then do what? Exactly. We need to know exactly what he's going to do with the bones. And he didn't get into specifics yet. I guess we're going to get that in the next episode. So like even Jade says he doesn't know. Daryl says, I get Boyd not wanting to risk lives, and not to mention Jade doesn't even know what to do with the bones, right? So and Tamika says, I understand that part, but it's frustrating when they still when they see impossible things all the time. Yes, and they don't think, and they still think that other things are impossible. I hear you. It is frustrating. Yes. Is it really so hard to believe Jade with the bones or Ethan on the Lake of Tears? Exactly, Ryan. Kaiser says, if that basement door doesn't get open in the next episode. Oh, it will. It definitely will. Oh, the tether PR. That's what you were referring to. Okay. Yes, it was Boyd. It it was Boyd and Ellis talking to each other about the tether, and then Kotri said something like that. It made a reference to it. Yes, you were answering my question as to what statement was I referencing about having that thing to hold on to that keeps you surviving this place. Yeah, thank you for that. You were married for 13. Wow, Kaiser. Yeah. Maybe that turned you off to relationships. David says, Boy and White and Kotri both say time is running out, like Sophia and Martin said they recognize their kindness. So Boy and White could be Kotri and Martin, Man in Yellow. Yes. That's interesting. Yeah, Martin, that's a great connection you made. Martin said to Boyd, you have a kind face. And Sophia pointed out Sarah's kindness. I knew you were kind. I like that connection. And I've always thought that Martin could be just the Man in Yellow evil entity in some form. Just a mindfuck for Boyd. And I definitely think that the Boy in White and Kotri are on the same team. They both said time is running out. I clocked that immediately, and I was like, wait a minute. Yes, that's perfect. It fits. It fits with the theory that I am working with now on that. That the Boy in White, I think, sends those Father Kotri visions to talk to Boyd and guide him. And so it fits. He's trying to help. It could be they're just on the same team. Exactly the way I see it, David. I think they're just on the same team. One Black Panther says, I don't know about the creatures, but I have heard about the devil not doing anything. Manipulates people to do it. Well, that's definitely what Sophia is doing. Absolutely. Jade's actions are going to play out exactly what happened to him time and time again. It's like Jade and Tabitha is a fixed point in time so far. Right, but I think this time they're going to change it. Daryl says, the way to escape is through the power of love, and the answers are friends we made along the way. Ah, that's a lovely statement. And as P says, I think Boyd probably believes Jade, but it's the part where they have to risk their lives going into the caves, which Boyd has a problem with, and I agree with him there. Yes, absolutely. Sophia called Boyd kind as well. That's right. She did. Oh, he seems kind. Yeah. Funny how the evil entity recognizes kindness in people. Ironic. Like, what an expert on kindness. So, getting back to this scene, where are we? So, Jade says this is the basement he saw, but a little more organized. Boyd tells him that they're trying to build a narrative from the stuff that people brought there. And Acosta just deadpanned. Oh, he's just trying to keep me busy because he knows I want to blank myself. YouTube doesn't like us to use that phrase.
Delete myself.
Yeah. Jade asks her how it's going, and she's like, well, I haven't slit my wrists yet. I mean, she was actually kind of amusing in this brief little scene. I found it entertaining for that one moment. And I normally am not a fan of this character. She's my least favorite character, but I liked her here. I've liked her more recently. She's been more endearing since she's wanted to end her life. Like, you empathize and you feel for her. So while this seems like a throwaway scene and just busy work for her, I don't think it is. I think she's really going to find something important, and they're checking in with this storyline to just remind us, like, hey, this is going on in the background. Don't forget about it. She's going to find something important later down there. Like maybe what a lot of people have predicted, like Karl and a bunch of others have said, maybe she'll find an old picture with Sophia in it and they can out her. So Jade goes around a corner and sees this big stack of stuff against a wall, and he's like, Yahtzee, which is a callback to the famous escape room episode of From, where Jade thought that this was all a giant escape room for him. Season 1, episode 3. And when he first went into the root cellar, I think that was when he said Yahtzee. Because he thought that he had found something important to get out of this escape room. I thought that was a fun little callback. And now he's trying to get out of this escape room in a different way. In a way, it is kind of a giant escape room, just not the way he thought. It's not actually something that people paid for and set up as fake. It's a real place. It's a real escape room in a way. So he and Boyd go and they pull everything all out of the way and unearth nothing but a wall, which upsets Jade a lot, saying it's supposed to be here. And he just doesn't understand why it's not there after all of that, after that vision showed it to him. So interesting how it wasn't there. That was an odd plot twist for it to be there in his vision. And it obviously then casts doubt on what he saw. It makes you wonder, like, how accurate is this information in his head? But in the end, it proved to be correct, because Boyd manifested that damn door. I think he really did manifest it when he demanded, show me the goddamn door, and boom, broke down the wall, and there it was. But in this moment, Boyd wondered if maybe the door is just a metaphor. Oh, no, that was Jade, sorry. And Boyd said maybe the bones are a metaphor. Jade's like, no, look, I understand you have doubts, and what I'm suggesting is incredibly risky. And Boyd once again says that it's effing blank, ending your own life. And Jade says, maybe for some. And Boyd is like, you're okay with that? What, we lose a couple of people, maybe a dozen? How many is too many? Jade's actually willing to accept that they might lose some people's lives, but I think that is something that Boyd is going to have to accept as well. They might lose some people's lives. They could, but this is a risk that they have to take to try to get everyone home, because shit is hitting the fan, and they see it, that this place is falling apart. They can't just go on with the status quo. And Jade says it himself too. Like, how many people are going to die if you keep sitting on your goddamn hands doing nothing? How many have you already lost? And that's when Boyd jumps on him like, the fuck you say to me? Say it again. That was very much like season 1, episode 3 as well. The escape room episode again, Redux, where he hauled Jade away from the choosing ceremony for being a total, inconsiderate prick. Like, oh no, Frank, don't go. And laughing at this really serious moment. And Boyd hauled his ass away. And he grabs him again. He's always been a kind of violent guy, and I think this place has made Boyd that way. I don't think he always was like that prior to living there. My theory is that this place made him more violent as it's breaking him bit by bit. So Jade says, there is only so long that you can hold this place together. Note the wording, hold this place together, the opposite of tearing themselves apart. That's what Sophia said is about to happen. This is when they tear themselves apart. And Jade says, there's only so long that you can hold this place together with grit and good intentions. At some point, something's going to give, something's going to change. You're going to lose this whole fucking town. So now both Jade and Boyd have recognized that he's going to struggle to hold this place together now. Boyd said it when he was at Abby's grave earlier in the season, that he's trying to hold this place together, but he doesn't know if he can keep doing it. And that's basically what he was saying, and now Jade is saying it. So they see what's happening. They recognize, they're perceptive enough to see that they're about to tear themselves apart. And Boyd is trying desperately to stop that from happening, to hold them together. They can't just go through the motions and do the status quo anymore, with Boyd ringing his bell and getting everyone home after, at sunset before dark. It's just not going to work anymore. So Boyd says, "Don't push me," and Jade says, "This is our chance. I went looking for answers. I found answers. This is our shot." And he's right. This is their shot, and they have to take it. This is it. This is a point of no return. They can't go on just trying to exist and making a life in this place. And then Kenny shows up, and so Boyd goes off with Jade leaves, and then Boyd goes off to fill him in. Kenny's been out of the loop. He wasn't at the meeting with Boyd's inner circle at the sheriff's station for some reason. And so Boyd fills him in off camera, and Kenny says, "So Jade thinks digging up these bones will somehow help get us home?" And Boyd says, "Yeah, that's his theory, if the bones are even down there." And Kenny's like, and Jade and Tabitha have these theories because reincarnation. So this shows us that they have off-screen conversations we don't see, that we're not privy to, it, where they share key information. We just don't see it all. We complain that they don't communicate enough, but a lot of this happens off-screen. So sometime off-screen, Boyd has explained to Kenny that Jade and Tabitha have had reincarnation revelations. He knows about it. Maybe Boyd literally just told him about it. But they do tell each other stuff off screen. They just can't show us all of it. They only have 10 episodes per season to give us. And it would be tedious if we were watching them share everything that they learn with each other at all the time. So it's nice to see, by the way, that Kenny doesn't have that ridiculous incredulity issue. That it seems like he's, even though he sounds, kind of in disbelief, he's willing to believe the reincarnation part, it seems, without batting an eye, even though it sounds bizarre. And then he gets out this drawing and shows that to Boyd. And Boyd says, "If you'd asked me before I got worms under my skin, or before I found magic rocks in the forest that protect us from monsters," in other words, before that crazy shit happened to him, he wouldn't believe any of this. He wouldn't believe, all of the stuff that's happening. Now this new revelation, Kenny shows Boyd the picture that Victor had of the man in yellow eating Miranda to fill Boyd in on what's going on. And that's important, that Boyd's going to get this key piece of information. I'm glad to see they're sharing that. They're not keeping each other in the dark about this stuff. The key people need to be informed. The whole town doesn't need to know everything, but the key players do. And I liked how Kenny referenced when they used to count the nights without incident. And remember the good old days when we used to count the nights when nothing bad would happen. And anyway, so and Boyd also points out to Kenny that he wasn't trying to keep any information from him, but he understands things haven't exactly been quiet lately. So it's good to see that they're still on positive terms. That while Boyd hasn't informed Kenny about everything that's going on, Kenny is willing to accept that. It's okay. You're filling me in now. That's cool. I was worried this season that their relationship was going to fall apart again, because he's been keeping more things from him. He still hasn't told Kenny that Fatima killed Tilly and he covered it up. That could still pose a problem later on. But I think they'll be all right. At this point, I don't think that what a lot of us anticipated is going to happen, meaning Acosta and Kenny are going to band together and the town is going to rise up against Boyd and follow Kenny and Acosta. It doesn't appear that they're going in that direction. And I'm glad, because I would have hated that storyline. I don't want to see that at all. Anyway, so the scene ends with someone yelling, a commotion, and someone yelling to Boyd, Victor's on the roof. And they look up, and there he is, standing there in this disturbing shot of him way up there on the roof. So, that we saw, unfortunately, in the episode trailer. We already knew that was going to happen. I knew he wasn't going to jump, but we'll get to that. I'll check in with you in the chat first. PR says, am I the only person noticing that Kenny is better dressed this season? I think he's actually been better dressed since season 2, since he stopped dressing like a deputy wearing those high water pants. He's looked kind of like a Gap model with his clothing style. So definitely an improvement on the season 1 deputy uniform, if you ask me. Hey, Flyboy, welcome. Donna is management, though. Oh, so are you saying Donna is a mole, perhaps? Could be. Hey, you never know. I don't think so, but could be. Hey, Tam Keen. Let's see. Let me scroll up a little bit. Kindness is a weakness. Yes, indeed, Daryl. It is. Oh, yeah, I liked that line, Tam, that Acosta had, too. People have strange conversations here. Because Jade told her that, he's like, I'm going to go, I'm looking for a door that I saw in a mushroom trip. She's like, people have strange conversations here. They gave her some pretty good lines in this episode. PR believes that the boy in white is Father Kotri. If he can present himself as a human boy wearing white, he can present himself as Father Kotri, just the same as the evil entity presenting itself as a human man in yellow. Oh, I like it. I like it. It could be. Very well could be. Yeah, I like that theory. NSB says, I think bad people can recognize kindness way more than kind people themselves do. Yeah, that's true, because they know how to exploit kind people. 100%. It's happened to me. It's happened to me. Daryl says, I could tell by the episode 6 promo that they were reacting to the door not being there. Yeah, they made that too obvious in the promo. I kind of thought that too. Hey, Charisse, welcome. I don't think there will be anything behind that door. Oh, no. You think they're building up their hope just to have nothing behind the door? That would be such a disappointment. I hope not. Daryl says, Boyd grabbing Jade was awesome. Really wanted him to slap Jade. Damn. Boyd was obviously thinking about Abby when Jade said that. Oh, yeah. Loved seeing Kenny reacting to Boyd holding Jade. Let's see. PR says, the boy in white knew that the door was there, and he appeared as Father Kotri and convinced Boyd to listen to Jade. 2 people knew that the door was there, so Boyd never manifested anything. Okay. Yeah, it could be. It could be that. I mean, I wouldn't say he hasn't manifested anything. I believe he got Donna's pulse to come back. I think his hope brought that back, manifested it to come back. I believe that people's hope, in addition to their fears and nightmares, can manifest things. And if it's powerful and strong enough, then they don't necessarily have to die to do it. But I think in most cases, they die, and then their fear, nightmares, or hope can manifest something into reality. That's my theory. David says, Jade has probably seen Boyd lose this town many times. Oh, wow. How many times has this recurred? Interesting. Yeah, let's not forget that weird thing that happened with Boyd's ring. What happened with his wedding band that was disappearing and reappearing, the duplicate wedding band? I mean, not his, but Abby's, that is. Like, that's weird. That suggests maybe some kind of a strange time loop. Boyd and Kenny had a nice moment outside Colony House. Agreed, Daryl. Who's your pick to go with Jade and Boyd? They're going to need a wheelbarrow for the bones, and Randall's already at Colony House. The writers better not. Take Acosta and red shirt. Right, Martin. Yeah. Somebody, you're saying like whoever goes with them is going to be cannon fodder. I agree. Like if someone else goes with them, they're definitely going to die. 100%. I would say yes. Take Acosta and the red shirts. Yes, please. Please. Kenny gets his 45 seconds of screen time. Love it. Let's see. So Martin doesn't think Donna's management. Then again, I do think Clara and the hippies that are trusted with guns are. We don't even know their names. Hey, you never know. Ramsey says, I think Kenny is keeping Boyd at arm's length. I think Kenny is just bright and knows what Boyd means to the town. Kenny raiding Jade's wardrobe. Maybe. His old wardrobe. Randall planted that seed and I can't stop thinking about it. Boyd going to be wearing a wig at the end of the season and it's going to be a bald cap at the rate the plot is moving. Maybe so, Kaiser. Yeah, I can see it. His hairline is receding. Have you noticed that? I have.
We have concrete evidence.
Residents don't carry guns, but here let this hippie guy escort you to Colony House with guns. Yeah, good point, Martin. That wasn't really fair. Ramsey agrees that Boyd definitely yelled Donna back to life. Okay, so you agree with me there. I know it's a divisive thing. It's not an obvious, like, yeah, this definitely happened, but I believe it did. Ramsey says, part of me thinks the boy in white / Kotri brought her back because he said he'd be lost without her. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know, though. I don't think the boy in white is powerful enough as an entity to bring someone back from the dead. I think the boy in white is way less powerful than the man in yellow entity, so he's really at a loss there. LDN says, I think it is Muslim, the religion, not sure, TBH. Okay. So that one we were talking about with like the devil whispering in people's ears and stuff. Hey, Chris M. Chris says, don't bring Clara to the caves. Oh, you don't want to see Clara go. Daryl, yeah, I think the popularity of the show is just going to keep rising. PR says, I agree with your theory. The one who made the nightmare realm has made manifesting fears a part of the natural design of that place. He's behind all fear manifestations. The boy in white has been healing. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I really think this is what's happening. Absolutely. No. And I put out my manifestation theory last week. If anyone hasn't checked it out, I'll link it in the description of this stream later. It's not there at the moment, but I'll put it in there later. But it's the latest one that's a theory video on the channel. So not the last video, but the one before that. It was my video on manifestation and the nightmare realm in From. I put out a whole theory, and this episode just gave me more to add to it. So I liked this episode. I know a lot of people didn't, but I was happy. It gave me more to add to my theory. Yeah, I don't think that the show is too slow at all, Daryl. Some people complain about it being slow when it's airing weekly, and the people who binge watch the seasons love it and have no problems with the pacing and can't wait for the next season. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. I think that this show needs to be consumed slower and digested and thought about. And good night, Doc. Good more night to you, too. NSB says, if the manifestation thing ain't real, then they really just wasted a whole episode with unnecessary drama because Donna came back anyways. So it's real for sure. Yeah, I think so. I don't think that they just did, as the From turns, for nothing. I don't think they just did that for a soap opera. Let's see. Hey, is this the Trib, I think? Am I saying that right? I feel like Julie had something to do with Donna coming back. Okay. It was a good episode. And Chris thinks Clara is a mole. I know that's a theory out there circulating a lot these days. So over in this scene, we have Boyd coming up to Victor and asking what he's doing on the roof. I figured it was going to be some quirky Victor reason for being up there, and it is. He's not the type to jump off the roof. That's just not him. So, of course, he's up there for some odd reason. He's up there thinking about a man who jumped off once. And he says, when I was a boy, a man jumped from up here. He hated this place so much, and he was so scared all the time. So one day he jumped. It took days for him to finally die. He was trying to fix things, but he just made them worse. So that's an interesting statement that he made, and it's something to take note of. So this man was trying to fix things, but he just made them worse. So this is kind of a cautionary tale for what could happen to them. Like, people have tried so many times, tried so hard to fix things here, and just made it worse in the process. And he finally just snapped and took his own life, tragically. And he just couldn't take all this, fear, constant fear all the time anymore. So he jumped. This could be foreshadowing that someone is going to do that later this season. And I don't think Victor would not do it. It's not his nature. But I do think that after what Sophia did to Henry in this episode, my pick would be Henry. That would be my guess for who would be likeliest to jump off the roof. I think that Sophia fed him her blood to do some kind of magic ritual on him, basically to get in his head. Now part of her is in him, is in his body, and it's going to warp his mind. Then now that she has that fertile ground, she planted a seed, and that seed was, what if this is all just a dream? And I think that's going to make him lose his mind and think, well, if it's a dream, I got to die to make it stop. Because when you fall to your death in a dream, you wake up when you hit the ground. If anyone's ever had a falling dream, that's what happens, right? My first ever nightmare that I can remember when I was like 4 years old was a falling dream. And when I hit the ground, I woke up. And it felt like I had just fallen right into bed. And that's what happens. So Henry could get so disturbed and deranged that he jumps off the roof just to try to wake himself up. I hate to say it because I love Henry, but I think that's a likely scenario. So Boyd asks Victor about, wait, first, Victor says, you're here because of what I told my dad. I shouldn't have told him any of that. So he's regretting telling his dad that the man in yellow ate his mom because it upset him so much that he got bombed out of his mind. And he's once again blaming himself for something that's not his fault and he shouldn't feel guilty for. But he has a guilt complex because of what happened with his mom and sister. He felt like he failed to protect his sister, and he caused his mom's death by telling her about the faraway tree, and now he feels guilty for telling his dad about what happened to his mom. And this is a classic guilt complex of, I know what it's like. I have one. I understand his pain there. Boyd asks him about the man in the suit, saying he came here just like everybody else. Victor nods, and he moves forward a tiny bit. Boyd asks, is there anything else you can remember about him? Victor says he can try, and they go inside. He agrees to go in with them. So this is really dangerous territory for Victor. Let's make no mistake. This is very dangerous for them to be asking him to recover even more information than he already has remembered. Knowledge comes at a cost. That is the theme of the season. That is the Man in Yellow's mantra, and the Man in Yellow entity has invaded the town now, infiltrated it as a mole. So don't think that's not going to come back again. and that knowledge coming at a cost, that this isn't going to come back and cause more harm for somebody else, more retribution for learning too much about the past. Victor has been digging up so much information that I'm really concerned for him. And what I think is likeliest to happen now is, instead of him dying, I think the reason Sophia is targeting Henry is because of this. She's going to take away someone Victor loves from him. Just like what she did to Tabitha with Jim. Instead of killing Tabitha for remembering too much information and sharing it with people, she killed her husband. The man in yellow, that is, killed Jim as retaliation. Because grief is a great obstacle and a stumbling block for her in her quest. And now I think instead of killing off Victor, which I really don't want to see and I was worried about, I think what's happening instead is she's targeting his father as retaliation for all of this knowledge he's been unearthing. And now he's going to remember even more and pass it on about the man in yellow. That's really bad news for him and for his father, because his father is the one who's going to pay the price. And just like Jim, I don't think Sophia is going to actually kill Henry. What she's going to do to him, I think it'll cause him to die in and of itself. He'll probably take his own life. Whatever it is, it's going to be horrible. But yeah, I think she's going to make him lose his mind and take his own life. Which makes it even more painful, really, than a murder, in a way. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking about that. Now, and they're asking a lot of Victor without even thinking about what the cost could be for him. It's awful. NSP says Victor called his dad weak, didn't he? That's got to foreshadow something. Absolutely, he did later in the episode to Ethan. Let's see. I'm just looking through the chat here. LDN says, about Tilly, does everyone see her in Fromville? I begin to think only few were able to see her. If not, how come nobody refers to her absence or death? Good questions. I think it's just, honestly, lack of screen time. She was a minor character, and they don't have the time to write her into the dialogue. She didn't have any family members or close friends. She hung out with mostly Elgin, but I think that's why we don't hear about her. But you're right that it is kind of odd. And I would love some kind of crazy twist where it turns out only a few were able to see her. I love that kind of psychological shit. You find out someone was actually a ghost or something, and you thought they were alive the whole time. There was a season of Slasher where that happened. The Slasher TV series with one character. PR says there's no way that the boy in white is less powerful than the man in yellow. They are the same. The man in yellow is always kept in check by the boy in white. When those crows came to the funeral, that was check, for example. Oh, so you think they're equally powerful? I mean, but then there's that time Sarah said that the boy in white, she thinks that he wants to help, but he's not sure. He's not sure how. He doesn't know how. And he's made mistakes. He's made some bad mistakes. Like when he told Christopher instead of Miranda to go to the tree and save the children, and he gave him too much information at one time and made Christopher snap. And whatever happened, it went badly. And now it seems like he doesn't have all the info. Like when he sent Khatri and Boyd was asking Khatri questions, he was like, I don't know. And I believed him when he said he didn't know. Like, are the bones really down there? I think he said. And he's like, I don't know. He's like, well, what the fuck do you know? And Khatri said, I know you're running out of time. So I like the boy in white. The boy in white, I believe, sent him. and they have limited information. They don't know as much, I think, as the Man in Yellow entity, in my opinion, from what I've seen. Dara liked how Boyd handled the Victor situation. AA says, I think the problem with season 4 is the writing is leaning more toward fantasy when From has had way more horror elements in seasons 1 through 3. The writing seems more lean to a younger crowd now, sadly. Okay. I see that and I agree. And I'm okay with it. I don't mind. I like that it's leaning more into the fantasy and the mystery. I'm all for it. I want more of that. But I get it. Some people were really into the horror side, and it's not giving us as much horror this season. A third shift lurker. Welcome. Sounds like it could be Fatima. Who could be Fatima? And AA still loves the show. Well, that's good to know. Trib says, I think Henry will be used to stoke division rapidly. I feel like Sophia might jump to add to the chaos. Oh, that would be crazy. Yeah. Let's see. Martin says, then again, Julie, this is Victor telling us a story. What are the odds it's true? Boyd and White probably pushed someone off the roof. Yeah, touche. Flyboy says, maybe the Man in Yellow did the same to Boyd's wife, planted that seed that it was a dream. Yeah, he might have done that. I think through a dream in her head. I don't think he came and did it in a physical form. I think he does that rarely, infiltrating the town in a physical form. But I think he could have just sent a message to her through a dream or a vision. Like other people get communications through dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions, as Fatima once said. Black Panther says, yeah, the Man in Yellow thinks that would hurt him more than death. It's a worse suffering. Right. To kill his father or cause his father to take his own life, Victor would probably blame himself for that. He'd realize, like, oh, wow, it's my fault. Think of how Victor would punish himself, because he would realize knowledge comes at a cost. And in the end, he would realize, because Sophia would make sure Victor knows that Henry died because he gained too much knowledge and shared it with people. Just like Tabitha got that message, knowledge comes at a cost with Jim's dead body. That message was communicated loud and clear that it was her fault for learning too much. And so that burden of guilt was put on her. And they'll do it to Victor too. Make no mistake. Whatever she does to Henry, she's going to make sure Victor knows it's his fault. He already has a guilt complex over what happened with Miranda and Eloise too. So it is a worse suffering than death. Like Randall once said, there are worse things here than dying. Victor's existence. I mean, look at Victor. Let's see. Martin says, I think she's going to tap into Henry and activate him to maybe attack someone. Something like that for sure. Yeah, that could happen too. Charles says, I want Tabby to tell Victor that she's his mommy. I would love to see that. Yeah, but I don't know if it's going to happen at this point. It seems like they're not going to go that way. I think in the end, maybe they'll find out in season 5. The Trib says the entities are not equally powerful. The Boy in White has seen generations of attempts go to waste because of the Man in Yellow. But the Boy in White and the kids in general clearly have some power. Agreed. Yes. NSB says people never asked what happened to Fatima's pregnancy either, but if I was a townsperson, I would assume she had a miscarriage and it'd be polite not to mention it. Agree. Lucas says, what does the Man in Yellow know? I think the Man in Yellow knows a whole hell of a lot. I mean, look at how much the monsters know about people. The monsters know everyone's names. They know how to get in people's heads and manipulate them to try to get them to let them into buildings. They know, personal information about them then. How? Because the Man in Yellow somehow knows. I think the Man in Yellow is a godlike evil entity who can read minds. That's what I think. So I think he knows a lot. And he knows the whole history of this town, this place. Maybe he even knows how he could be defeated. I'm not sure about that, but Flyboy says, I like that theory that the boy in white is also Father Khatri, appears as different people for each character that interacts with him. Yeah, I like that too. It could be that. I think of it more like the boy in white sends Father Khatri, the real spirit of Khatri, to see Boyd. But we'll see. Hey, Mark Yablonsky. Happy early morning to you too. Nice to see you. Daryl says the creator of From has said that From is a character drama masquerading as a horror show. Yes, he did. He did say that. Third Shift says, just the way you described Henry jumping off the roof could be Fatima jumping. Did she tell Julie being up high could feel like a dream? Oh, right. Yeah, you never know. It could be her. I don't think she'll go that route, but hey, it could happen. If she really snaps. Chris says they are opposites. Man in yellow is Pigpen and boy in white is Linus. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I guess. Yeah. They are definitely opposites. 100% they're opposites. They're not the same entity, in my opinion. They can't be. They're diametrically opposed. AA thinks Abby was hearing voices like Sarah. Daryl says it blows my mind when people think Sophia doesn't know the answers to the questions she is asking. Yeah, of course she knows. She knows. She knows everything. She knows all about them. She's just playing a game with them. Flyboy says, what if Sophia uses Henry to take out Jade? Oh, man. A lot of people would riot. You know, he's a favorite of a lot of people. But I think Jade is safe for a long time. I don't think Jade's going anywhere until at least the end of the series. And same goes for Tabitha. Okay, so let's go on to the next scene. Julie and Sarah. Julie goes to Sarah's house to basically say sorry. Let me find that scene here in my notes. Let's see. I'm going to have to pick up the pace a bit so I can get through this faster. So Julie says hi to Sarah. She asks what the paint's for and says she wanted to do something nice for Sophia. Sarah says that, to make her feel more at home. Nathan always used to say, a fresh coat of paint will fix all your woes. Again, they seem so like Amish / Mennonite. That's a weird thing for a modern person to say, as far as Nathan goes. And Julie says, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I didn't really understand what you went through, but I think I do now. Just wanted to say sorry. Which is nice. That was a thoughtful thing to say to her. And Sarah asks if she wants to help, says she has an extra brush. So Julie actually takes her up on it, and they go hang out. Who would have thought? Julie hanging out with the girl who tried to slit her brother's throat not that long ago. It's pretty wild, but I guess anything can happen in this town. And Julie is talking about how she thinks that she's being tricked. When she says, I didn't understand what you went through, but I think I do now. She's referring to how the place tricked Sarah into thinking she was helping when she did those terrible things that she did. She was duped. And Julie thinks that she's now being tricked into thinking she can save her dad by story walking. And she thinks it's all fake. And I agree that she can't save her dad, but that doesn't mean story walking is safe. What she's doing is real. It's not just a mind fuck to mess with her. So that's the gist of that one. And yes, they set up this Julie and Sarah interaction in season 3. They did. That was the first time because Julie went up to Sarah and said like that she was worried she was going to turn out like her now. She said, this place has gotten in my head and I'm scared of what that might mean. So yes, you're right, Daryl. They set that up back then. This was a nice scene. I liked it. That was their last interaction. You know, Julie was like, I think this place has gotten in my head now, and I'm scared of what that might mean. And that was when she had the cicada coma after effects. She said she could hear screaming in her head. This was before the story walking. She said she could hear screaming in her head, and she told Elgin that the only way she could make it quiet was by smoking pot. That's what she was talking about when she said to Sarah that this place had gotten in her head back in season 3. That was before story walking. So that's what that was about. Let's see. Yeah, because of what she went through with the cicadas. So, all right. Next. So Boyd talks to Victor about the drawing. Let me go to that scene. He says, "This man in yellow, you told your dad he came to town just like everybody else." And Victor, he's an open book now. He'll tell anybody anything. He'll answer questions. He'll dig for even more information upon request. And I do think that's going to cost Henry his life now. The cost of that knowledge. Victor says, "We thought his suit was funny. He seemed like a nice man." Boyd asks if he was alone when he came here, and Victor says, "I think so. I'm not sure." Boyd asks, "Do you remember what kind of car he came in?" Victor says, "It was big. It was brown." And there he is standing next to a picture of a fire, as I said earlier. So that could be foreshadowing something related to fire later on. I won't mention, I did see that in the critics trailer, there was something related to fire, but I won't say what it was for those who don't want to hear anything about trailers. It's nothing earth-shattering. So then we have Kenny shuffling through pictures, and there's the Lake of Tears making an appearance. Interesting how they put that in there. It's a little reminder, like, hey guys, it's coming. The real Lake of Tears is out there. And so Boyd asks, "Is that one of the cars you took out to the woods, the big brown one?" Victor says he didn't want to see it. So in other words, yes. Boyd asks if he could take them out there and show them which one it is. And Victor is standing there clutching a peach can, the poor thing. The peach can, it's comforting him, like his peach wallpaper back at home when he was a child in Camden, Maine. So at this point, he squeezes the peach can harder and closes his eyes. Signs of trauma showing there. And Boyd tells him, "I'm not going to make you do anything you don't want to do. We just need to get as much information as we can. We need to find out if this man, whatever he is, if he's something we need to worry about. Just trying to keep everybody safe. Will you help me do that?" Poor Victor, the burden on him is so terrible right now. And I really do think it's going to cost him his dad. And this was already foreshadowed. Recall that when Victor saw the message, "Knowledge comes at a cost," spray painted on the wall of the barn, he had a meltdown. He was triggered. And his father came and he said, those words, Victor said those words on the wall. And he said, like, he literally said that he was worried that it would take Henry next, that Ethan lost his dad. What if it takes him next? He literally already worried that, and it's going to come to fruition. I don't think it's Victor's fear of that happening that's literally going to manifest it, but it does make you wonder. But no, I think that what's going to happen is Victor is unearthing too much knowledge, and that's why it's going to come at a cost to his father. So it is going to happen, just like what he's worried about. He said, "It takes everything good. What if it takes you next?" So Sophia is in the process of doing that by putting her blood in Henry's drink and planting that idea in his head about this all being a dream. It's going to take him out, just like Abby was taken out by that idea. So Donna knocks at this point, and she wants to talk to Boyd down at the shed. So that's that. They head down there. And Oh, thank you, Ryan. That is so sweet. Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank JulieBDeepDives and her amazing effort to put this together for us. So hit that like button, everyone. Thank you. You are a sweetheart. I appreciate that. Let's see. Hey, Green Who? Um, are you talking about when the next episode comes out? The stream? If you're talking about that, it's midnight on Saturdays. But let me know if that's not what you meant. If you're talking about the live streams. But yeah, the next episode comes out on Saturday. Technically, not Sunday early morning. Well, it is literally Sunday early morning. I can't even talk right. My pain is getting worse. But I always say 11:59 p.m. Saturday night, so we avoid confusion. That's when the new episodes come out. And we stream them in my Discord. So if you want to join us, the Discord link is right here. Let me find it. Hold on. I lost it now. It should have been on my clipboard still. But it's not there. Okay. AA says, what if Sophia also chose Sarah's house, not just to mess with Sarah, but because it was the house the man in yellow stayed in when he came to town during Victor's cycle? Could be. Yeah. Maybe. And I can't remember if anyone asked Sophia what state she was from. No, they didn't, actually. Flyboy says, you think Julie had anything to do with the tent moving back in season 1, or was that answered already and I missed it? No, that was not answered already. But they did reference it, like something moved to the tent back in season 3. So I think that means they're going to answer that question later. The writers haven't forgotten it. And I think it might have been the giant spider entity that we have not yet seen. Could be. Or it could just be that the trees moved it. Because if you watch the scene, the trees' shadows are all over the outside of the tent as it's moving, as if they're bending toward the tent and literally moving it themselves. And Victor says the trees are moving, and that's bad. Maybe they moved the tent. That's been my working theory. NSB says, Boyd isn't fatherly like Tabitha was motherly, but Boyd really did handle Victor well. He needs softness. Tabitha did it best. She rightfully gets a lot of shit for parenting, but she did well with Vic. Absolutely agree. Straight Edge says, I'm sorry, but after 2 weeks, episode 6 was a letdown. It basically ended with the same plot point at episode 5. It just went around in circles. I understand that feeling. I know a lot of people came away with that impression, and it wasn't as action-packed. I think that it deepened our insight about the nightmare realm and manifestation, though. And I liked it, personally. I enjoyed it, but it definitely wasn't as strong. It wasn't as strong as episode 5. And, if you're talking about the live stream, we started 3.5 hours ago, Green Who. And hi, welcome. Make sure you subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Trying to reach that 3,000 subscriber mark next. And definitely hit that like button, please. Yes, thank you. Let's see. So, yeah, I know, Flyboy. This is awful. I don't want to see this happen to Victor either. And he's been through so much. It is cruel to take his father away, but I think it's going to happen. Flyboy says, that's why I think Henry is going to kill someone or more than one person before he gets taken out. And it's probably going to be a major character. Yeah, it could be that. Could be that, too. One Black Panther, good night. Thanks for being here. Green Who says, love all these theories when watching the show. Nothing happens. Yeah, this is the fun part for me, the theory crafting part. Oh, okay, you meant this stream. Cool. Yeah, we started 3.5 hours ago. It was about 12:30 a.m. Eastern time, I think. And Ryan says, I am 100% on the trees moving the tent. Yeah, if you watch the scene, if you go watch the scene, it looks like the trees are literally what's moving the tent. You see the shadows of them bent towards the tent as as the thing's happening, as it's moving. So, okay, moving on. So they go out to the shed, and let's see, where am I in my notes here? Donna leads him out there, leads the whole group. Boyd sees a body, and he's like, "What the fuck? Who is that?" She says, "It was Roger." And I love how she reveals this. I don't know how else to say this, so I'm just going to say it. We were attacked by giant dolls that came out of the lake. And these are not just decorative. I loved that reveal. We were attacked by giant dolls that came out of the lake. Amazing. Just great deadpan delivery. The surreal aspect of the show, it just gets more surreal as it goes on. And she shows them the totems, saying these are not just decorative. Tabitha used it to kill one of the dolls, drove it right through the fucker. The rest just walked away. Incidentally, I noticed somebody compared that to how the monsters walked away when one of them was killed for the first time in front of them. And I thought that was a cool parallel to draw. When Smiley was killed, the other monsters just walked away. And it's the same with the ragdoll monsters. They just left. And in this case, they knew that they could be killed too. So it seemed like they knew. So they walked away. Okay. So where are we from there? She said that was before they got a hold of Roger, though. And they found his body this morning. Then she reveals it, and it has button eyes and a sewn shut mouth. Really disturbing. What the fuck does this mean? Is it going to come to life? I think yes. But let me know in the chat what you guys think. Is this thing going to come to life? It appears that way. I say yes. It's going to come to life. Sophia will make it come to life. But what do you guys think of this? This is some amazing nightmare fuel. I loved this reveal. It was a quieter episode, but stuff like this, I live for creepy shit like this in the show. I live for it. So she said that they left some food up at the settlement so they could bring back the totems, obviously worth more than a few bags of vegetables. And she's like, "Anybody need a drink? Because I need one." Yeah. It's like, now what? What fresh hell is this? Yeah, amazing. This was darkly comical, actually, I think. Just their reactions and Donna's delivery of this news. It was so good. So I think this is a great twist because the ragdoll monsters, I thought they were cool, but they were killed a little too easily. So the fact that they could create this thing, turn Roger into a human ragdoll monster, that makes it way cooler, I think. No, you're not at the end, Greenhill. We've got a bunch more to break down on this episode, so you're good. We have a lot left. Hey, Stevie Dubs, it's been a long time. Nice to see you. How are you? Hey, Julie and Karl, miss you guys at the stream. My schedule is flipped now, so I typically don't catch the stream live anymore, but still catch the rewatches. I just happened to wake up and see you were live and wanted to say hi. I'm going back to bed, but have a good stream and keep up the good breakdowns. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad to hear from you, and we were kind of worried that you were not okay, that something was wrong, because, yeah, you were around and then you weren't, so it's great to hear from you, and thanks for listening to the replay and joining the replay gang. Truly appreciate that. And hope that everything is going well for you.
Stevie. Stevie.
What a nice, kind person. Great to hear from you. Straight Edge says, plot twist, Henry attempts to help Sophia by killing her, and the bullet not killing her is what exposes her. Ooh, that's a great theory. That's a great idea. Imagine if she is discovered to be impervious to bullets. Oh, that would be great. I would love that. The Trib says, I always felt it was the spider that dragged the tent. Okay. Because of how it was dragged. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was. Martin says, I called it being trees too. Nice. So Daryl says, if Victor does shoot Henry to stop him from killing Eloise, I called it. Oh, man. That would be a wild, like, revisit and kind of reboot of what happened with Boyd shooting Abby to stop her from shooting Ellis. So the Trib thinks Henry's going to do some killing and then die. Yeah, I know one thing for sure. It's going to be a really bad... I think it's going to be a bad ending for Henry and Victor by extension. Yes, this episode was funny in a lot of ways. It was. And Flyboy, I doubt that the totem can kill the monsters too. Probably just meant for the scarecrows, I think. Third Ship said, I wonder if someone is pregnant with a doll now. I think we're marked safe from that, from doll, ragdoll pregnancies. Probably not. That just came from somebody's nightmare. That's really funny though. Roger looks better as a doll. Ouch. The Trib thinks it will stay dead. Daryl thinks Roger is coming to life. Kaiser Bull thinks Coraline was creepier. Well, yeah, it probably was, but I don't know. I thought this was creepy as fuck. Then Donna slipped the temporary heart attack pill in her drink. Wait, what? I missed something there. Martin says, the monster reached all the way down into Roger's body too. I don't know why, but if he's sewn back up, he's keeping something inside, maybe. They have a death after every 2 days in this town. It's not just horrifying at this point. It's annoying now. For them. Okay, yeah, it seems that way. They're kind of getting a bit desensitized to death, if anything. Darrell says, Victor hasn't used his gun yet, just saying. Didn't they take it from him, though? I thought Boyd took it away. If not, that would be a Chekhov's gun, for sure. Hey, Mike Light. One missed opportunity is to have a more dangerous monster kill or beat up one of the nightmare creatures. It would have been cool to see one of the creatures be afraid. Yeah, that would be interesting. I'd like
Maybe
that.
that's what the golem is for.
Oh, yeah, Karl said maybe that's what the golem is for. Could be. Yeah, I think so. Actually, I think that's what's going to happen. Lucas says, did they even bury Tilly? Is her body somewhere next to Roger in the shed? Decomposing in there. I think they buried her off screen sometime.
Maybe she's fertilizing some of the crops that they tried to grow.
Yeah. Yeah, Green, who it is kind of weird that they brought him back. Why didn't they just bury him out near the settlement? That's a long way to take him.
That's a Chekhov's Roger right there.
Oh, yeah, that's a Chekhov's Roger. He's coming to life.
How does that feel, by the way?
It feels
How does
good.
that fucking feel?
It feels great.
Oh my god.
Karl set up an air conditioner. And it wasn't easy either. What is it? A portable air conditioner in here while we were streaming. While we've been streaming, it feels great. They took the gun, but Victor could get it back. Okay. Victor has a backup gun in his sock. No, he's that's just a joke. That's funny. So then we have this fucked up thing. As I said earlier, this face reminds me a lot of Salvador Dali's melted clock painting. I forget now what it's called again.
Fine memory, something.
The persistence of memory. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. The melted clock painting. It just looks like this face is melted. Look at that thing. So Fatima shows Ellis the golem and tells him to say something. He's just sitting there looking at it. He's like, it's just a lot to take in. She says, I'm not crazy. And he says, after everything this place has done to you, and it's still doing to you, I just don't understand what's happening. And finally, Ellis is actually self-aware. How about that? He says, I just don't understand what's happening. And I just feel like there is so much more that I should be doing to help. And I just feel like I am the one that's failing here. Just help me understand. That is the most self-aware thing Ellis has ever fucking said. He is so useless. And he just actually figured it out and owned up to it. I got to give him credit for that. He knows that he doesn't know what the fuck to do or what's going on, and he's failing. You're damn right you're failing. Yes, 100%. And he's not a bad guy. He just doesn't know what to do. He's a useless character, in my opinion. And so Fatima tries to explain to him that growing up, there were a lot of times that she was afraid and felt powerless, but those stories about the Jinn, Vishnu and Krishna, the Golem of Prague, I understand now why my father told those stories. The world was so fucking scary. But if I could believe in magical things, then there was something no one could ever take away. We have seen so much darkness. We have lived with so much fear. I need to believe in magical things. That made so much sense. And why not? They live in a nightmare town full of monsters that come to life out of, human looking bodies. And why not believe in magical things? They should all believe in magical things, if you ask me. It's illogical not to at this point. It's illogical to be incredulous at this point after everything they've seen. Hey, Laura Butler. Do you think the golem looks confused? Yeah, it does kind of look confused. Let's see what else here. Green News says, all this talk of spiders reminds me of the spider monster from It, the miniseries. Yeah, and It is a lot like our evil entity in this show. A shape-shifting, ancient evil entity. Sounds a lot like Pennywise, like It. The real villains are the writers because they did this to Ellis. They give him way too much screen time. Yeah, and he's useless. All he is just a husband and a son. A husband and a son. And a son to Boyd, a husband to Fatima. He has no purpose otherwise. Is Lucas, I would have been so annoyed if Ellis was skeptical about a golem coming to life immediately after seeing ragdolls come to life. Yes, but he wasn't. He was confused, but he sat there and he listened to her and he didn't say anything incredulous. So that was good. So good on him. It's illogical not to be willing to believe in magical things after you've just seen ragdolls come to life and everything else here. You could tell Ellis. So Daryl is an Ellis defender. Okay. Mark says, right on, Julie. Ellis has got some freaking work to do. I'm not saying he's a bad person or anything. He's just, as a character so far, he's been useless. And Sandy. Hi, Sandy. Sandy says, my husband had another surgery yesterday. A last-ditch effort to fix him. We are hopeful but scared. Been in the hospital for over 5 weeks. Wow, I am so sorry. That sounds horrific. Oh my God, I can't even imagine what that must be like. Over 5 weeks in the hospital, and still it's not working, and that's an absolute living nightmare. And my heart goes out to you, and sending prayers and love your way. And I really hope that this next surgery fixes the problem and he can heal, and get well. It's just brutal. Can't even fathom that. But we're here for you as always. The Fromily is here for you, and to be supportive, to be a shoulder to lean on. You can vent to us, and also as a distraction, because we all need something else to put our minds on when reality becomes too heavy. We need some escapism. It's healthy to take even just an hour out of your day and try to put your mind on something else, and then you have more energy to give to your loved ones. Once you come back refreshed, your mind is somewhere else that's not so heavy, so stressful. So I hope we can help in some small way. So anyway, the golem does kind of look like the Easter Island statues, Green Who. Yeah,
I was going to say that. Kind of like the ugly brother of some of the Easter Island statues. What do you think?
Like the ugly brother.
Yeah, like that. Oh, that's that Easter Island cousin. That's my cousin.
Yeah.
That kind of looks a little different.
Yeah, I can see it. Okay, so we're moving a little faster now. We gotta pick up the pace here. Victor is drawing a car here. Oh, a couple scenes out of order. Victor's drawing a car, and Ethan shows up, and Victor is not very friendly as usual. He's pushing Ethan away for his own good. He asks what Victor's doing, and he says he's trying to remember bad stuff. Ethan asks if this is about the suit they found in the forest. Victor nods, and Ethan asks why he got so scared, but Victor says, I don't want to tell you that. And he won't say why. He just says that because he told his dad and he got really upset. But he won't say why he got upset. When Ethan pushes, he says, no, I just told you. I don't want to tell you that. Because he's trying to protect Ethan. He doesn't want to tell Ethan, like, hey, there's this guy who ate people's organs when I was a kid. He's trying to shield him from that. It's just good. He shouldn't be sharing that information with a child. And Ethan, is kind of petulant, saying, well, fine. Well, then I guess I'm not going to tell you what happened at the settlement then. Victor says, fine. Like they're always like two little kids. Both of them are little kids in these conversations. But then Ethan asks, even after that, can I draw with you? And sits down, and then Ethan winds up volunteering the info anyway, saying the lake had monsters in it. Because he really wanted to tell Victor. And Victor asks, what kind of monsters? Ethan says, giant dolls. And Victor looks surprised and says, really? What did your mom do? Ethan tells him, my mom killed one. And Victor responds, your mom's pretty tough. Well, my mom was pretty tough too. And we're all screaming at the screen, you have the same mom in a different body. They're both tough because they're the same woman. Victor says she always smiled even if she was scared because she knew that we would be scared if she didn't. He said, I don't think my dad's that strong. Hint, hint to us, foreshadowing that Henry is going to break. Sophia is going to break Henry soon with this stunt she's pulling, the blood in his liquor, exploiting the fact that he's already spiraling, getting drunk and everything. And now she's spiked his liquor with her blood. She's planted that idea that this is all a dream. So he's not strong enough to resist this, like Victor is saying. And Ethan, it's unclear what Ethan is drawing here. I tried to make it out, but he didn't draw enough for us to be able to tell what it is. I don't think. But Victor is drawing a brown car. So he's drawing the man in yellow's car. And so he's remembering what it looks like so that he can show Boyd and Kenny where it is, like they asked him to do. So I'm sure that'll be in episode 7. That'll be really cool to see, what new clues we could possibly get. What it was in the man in yellow's car. What he pretended was his car, if anything useful. And And back there, like I said earlier, there's that drawing of a creepy pale woman that appeared in season 1 and reminded me a little bit of the rag dolls with the strange mouth that appeared to be stitched up. So it could mean something. The fact that they took this drawing from season 1 and they stuck it there in this scene, which hasn't been seen since it was at the Matthews house. Julie brought all Victor's drawings over there in season 1. And that, again, the Lake of Tears peeking out next to it. So maybe there's a connection there between those two things. And that's pretty much it for that scene. I think we talked about that one enough. Same soul, different body and identity. Right. NSB thought Ethan was drawing the dolls. Oh, maybe so, yeah. Henry will break and he ain't no Iron Abby. That is for sure. You know, Abby was a lot stronger than him and she broke with that idea. And you're welcome, Sandy. It does help to think of other things. Absolutely. You know, that's important. And never feel bad or selfish for taking a bit of time for your self-care and a little escapism for yourself. It's good. It refreshes your mind so that you can be there and be more present and strong for your loved ones then. Self-care is essential. If you don't take care of yourself, you're not going to be any good to anyone else. It's like when you're crashing on an airplane, you put your own oxygen mask on first before you put on anyone else's. That's the metaphor, you know, that fits. So Flyboy says, I'm just waiting on that dirt statue to fall through the roof and squash someone. It looks like it's pretty heavy. Someone mentioned that in my watch party chat too. Martin says Sophia or Henry is going to draw a cock on the golem. Nice. Chris said Ellis and Clara need to get together. That's kind of an odd couple. You know, he's taken. He's got Fatima. LDN says, yes, Jinn, these are the creatures that lurk out after sunset. Same creatures. Oh, interesting. Oh, and Fatima mentioned jinns in this episode. Jinns give you wishes. They're like entities that give you wishes, and then they don't turn out the way you expected. Kind of like the monkey's paw. Kind of like the entity that bargained with the original people and turned them into monsters. Daryl says, Ethan says he ain't going to tell him anything and then tells him everything. Right? That was funny. Loved this scene too. Yes. Mark says, I love this. I love those Ethan Victor scenes. So true to child friendships. Oh, yeah. They're so well written. Daryl says episode 7 promo doesn't show too much as well. They've done a better job with not giving stuff away in recent promo. Yes, I think so too, and that's a relief. Straight Edge Junkie says, I've heard a lot of people say Henry will become the Abby of this cycle. But wasn't Abby part of this cycle? It wasn't a prior cycle or anything. All the same. Yes, it was part of this cycle. You're right. Technically, it was kind of in between, I think. I think the new cycle began with Jade and Tabitha arriving, and the last one ended with the last Jade and Tabitha dying. And everything else is just an in-between time. That's the way I look at it anyway. So, yeah, that wasn't a prior cycle. Either way. Why is he drawing the car with the trunk open? Well, Green Who, probably because he's going to go open the trunk and show Boyd and Kenny, I bet. Probably foreshadowing. This was a well-earned scene. Ethan and Victor are distant half-brothers, not just best friends. Absolutely, NSB. Straight Edge says, okay, I should probably rewatch this show, honestly. Oh, I always recommend rewatch a lot, you know. Rewatch a lot. It really helps, it helps just pull everything together, you know, because it's so well written and they lay the groundwork for things way ahead of time. So over at the sheriff's station, Sophia walks by and spots, oh, you know, here's some trouble I can make here. She sees Henry in there staring at the yellow suit. She does this evil smirk and and walks in. She asks if he's seen the sheriff, and he says he doesn't know. Try Colony House. She's like, your name is Henry, right? You look troubled, Henry. Yeah, to say the least, he looks troubled. He's got a nasty 5 o'clock shadow. He's all disheveled. He's drunk in the middle of the day. And here she is to take advantage of that evil thing. He says it's been a bit of a day, and then he leaves. And she looks down at the yellow suit fondly, like she's reminiscing over how fun it was to wear that and chomp down on people's livers. So then she follows him straight to the bar, asking, why is there a bar instead of a gas station? He's like, better question, why is there a gas station in a town where no one can leave? Yeah, I feel like that's there just to taunt them because they can't leave. That's why the gas station is there. It's there to taunt them. Like, haha, you're stuck here. And it's the same reason why they have a billboard that says getaway and it has a Hawaiian woman on it and a plane, knowing, this evil entity put that there knowing they're trapped. They can't leave. It's that dark sense of humor. Sophia wonders who makes the alcohol. She knows the answers to all these questions, like Daryl was saying earlier. She knows all of this. She's been watching them all this time. She knows everything about them. This is an omniscient evil entity. And she's just doing this to play dumb. So Henry says, yeah, there used to be a bartender here. He's dead. She asks to join him, and he swallows more and just kind of smirks, like he doesn't want her to. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. And he's like, no, sit, please. I didn't mean to be rude. And he says, Sophia says, I get it. Trust me, it's kind of amazing that anyone here has the capacity to even remotely. And he interrupts her and says, here's to the resiliency of the human spirit, which is an ironic toast considering that he's in the process of breaking down, falling apart as he says this. Gotta love the writing of the show. A lot of people didn't like this episode. I mean, I thought that was brilliant writing for him to say that as he's breaking. In fact, I'm going to make a note of that. I still have to finish my script. Where am I in my notes here? Right here. The resiliency of the human spirit. Saying that. I'm literally making a note from my script. Anyway. So he asks her how old she is. And she says, old enough to have buried my dad. Old enough to grieve. He says, touche, and he pours her a glass of liquor. So he recognizes that she's probably too young to drink. But she convinces him because she lost her dad. Not a good idea, but he was already drunk and his judgment was probably compromised at the time. And there she is looking at him with those evil arched eyebrows, looking at him over her glasses. She knows exactly what she's planning to do to him there. And then over at, wait a minute. Let me see what I have to say here about that. Mark says Henry's definitely in trouble, but I don't know. He might have inner strength to call up. It could be. Daryl says this episode is the best dialogue of the season. 10 out of 10 for me. That is high praise. I've rewatched this show so many times. Sophia knows all these answers. Yes. I've seen so many people think that Sophia doesn't know the answers to the questions she's asking. Drives me nuts. Ryan gives this episode a 7 out of 10. Straight Edge says underage drinking laws exist in the real world, not just in Fromville. Just saying. Yes, indeed. Sophia has nice eyes, just not as nice as Sarah's. Okay, we're moving along. We're going to get through this quick enough. So over at Colony House, they're all having drinks as well. A lot of day drinking here in this episode. not the answer to your problems. So Boyd is trying to understand what the hell attacked them, and Tabitha says, "They were my dolls. I was a little girl. The man who took them from me was afraid of them. He said they gave him nightmares, so he threw them in the lake. But when the man died, somehow they came to life." And Kenny then puts a piece together from that. I personally think that this was holding our hand too much as an audience. I don't have a screenshot of this for some reason, but Kenny connected this to what Sarah once told him. Sarah said that Nathan believed that their fears become part of the forest when they die. So Kenny repeated that. He said, "Our fears become part of the forest. When the cicadas were all over town, Sarah told me Nathan had always been terrified of them. She thought that maybe the people who die here, that their fears, their nightmares, become part of the forest." So I wish they hadn't even said that, because we already put that piece together last week. I mentioned it in my video last week, the breakdown of episode 5, and we all are smart enough in the fandom that we were all talking about this. So they don't need to connect that piece for us to the puzzle. We already figured out this connected to Nathan, and that he manifested the cicada entity with his fear. But I mean, it is nice to see the people on the show, the characters, putting the pieces together, as long as they're not doing it just to help us out, the audience. And Tabitha says, "I think she was right." So they're realizing now their nightmares and fears become part of the forest when they die. And Donna, this is when Donna snaps. She's like, "Damn it, how are we going to tell people? How are we going to tell them that they not only have to worry about those smiling pieces of shit that come out at night, but now we have literal fucking nightmares that we can't even protect them from? How much more can people take?" People, she's talking about herself here. She's referring to other people, but she can't take anymore. She's falling apart. She's been falling apart for a while now, and she's really at the end of her rope. So she takes off. Boyd tries to calm her down, but she wants to go splash water on her face, and then she collapses with a heart attack. And Boyd sends Kenny to get Christy with the van, and asks Tabitha if she knows how to check for a pulse, and he starts doing chest compressions right away. So Boyd, always cool in a crisis. That's Boyd. So Kenny rushes over there to get Christy and Marielle, who are patching up Patty's burned face. Patty melt over here. I felt bad for her, even though she was kind of bitchy to Tabitha in the cabin, and she may prove to be a troublemaker later on. That's where Kenny shows up and gets them. And they show up. This all happens really fast. And they use the defibrillator. So Chekhov's defibrillator got used. That showed up in season 3 on the ambulance. It had that Maboose name on it that made people wonder about Maboose, Dr. Maboose being an influence on the show. So they finally use it on somebody. They want to know if she had a pulse. Tabitha says no, and Boyd says she hasn't had a pulse for like 5 to 7 minutes. So she's been technically dead for 5 to 7 minutes. So those of us who said she was going to die still, we weren't actually totally wrong. So they go through this process of zapping her with the defibrillator, chest compressions, checking her pulse, back and forth. And they do that like 3 rounds of it. And then at that point, Christy's already giving up, but I think that was kind of premature. Christy puts the paddles down after 3 rounds of zapping her with that and chest compressions. I think you're supposed to do that a lot longer, but this is TV, so maybe they're just kind of shortening it for TV. So Boyd is like, Christy stops and Boyd is like, what? Hit her again. Christy says, Boyd, it's not going to work. So both medical professionals give up and say she has no pulse. It's not going to work. Boyd refuses to believe it, says, don't you do this. This is where he's basically willing her to wake up, saying, you don't die until I say you die. You hear me? You don't die until I say you die. Open your fucking eyes. It was really amazing. And it worked. She did exactly what he said. I am convinced it worked. He willed her with his hope to come back to life after medical equipment failed to restart her heart. He literally said, you don't die until I say you die. Open your fucking eyes. And then her eyes open just a crack. You can see her eyes opening here. They check it. Her pulse is back, albeit weak. Christy says they need a monitor from the ambulance. Kenny runs to get it. Christy wonders how they're going to power it, but Boyd says, don't worry about that. He runs off, gets down to the Colony House basement, and finds Jade playing with a Rubik's Cube now. Of course, Jade, who loves figuring out puzzles, is so good at that. He'd love a Rubik's Cube. Boyd wants to know where the wires are from the radio tower from season 1 and says Donna had a heart attack. And Jade says they're in the shed. So they rush over there. Jade wants to know who the hell this is under the tarp. Boyd says there was a problem at the settlement and yells for the wires again. Jade says they're under this thing. So they go to move the body and the tarp slides off. And Jade sees this. Jade sees the face and he's like, oh, sweet Jesus, fuck. And drops the body. I mean, he didn't really have any preparation for that. So Boyd, it was kind of just a bad situation. There was no time to tell him and prepare him for that. He just drops the body and turns, and then Boyd has to get him to get his shit together and help him find the wires. They locate them and run off again. So all these scenes just boom, 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 really fast paced. They rush back to Colony House with that. Ethan and Victor come out and find all the commotion happening. And they're informed that Donna had a heart attack. Ethan's like, but she's okay, right? Is she okay? Tabitha says they don't know yet. Everyone's doing whatever they can. And this is where Ethan asks, but she was fine. Is it because of the settlement? Because of the dolls? I think that's a pertinent question to ask. Maybe it was because of what happened at the settlement with the dolls. Because she stabbed one of them in the chest with a knife. Basically, like, the retribution was she gets a heart attack. I think that's why. I think she had the heart attack because she stabbed one of those dolls in the chest. I don't think it's a natural thing. This is From, after all. Tabitha denies that and says, no, sometimes things like this just happen to people. And Ethan's like, I want to go see her. I want to see her before she dies. So this is one of the rare cases I think Ethan is off base. He's usually right with his instincts. I always say trust Ethan. I made a whole deep dive video saying trust Ethan. He's almost always correct. He's our guide as to how everything works in this place. He understands this is a story, this is a quest. But here, I think in the moment, because he's scared and he loves Donna, that I think he's off base. She's not dead. I don't think she is going to die anytime soon. They just had their chance to kill her off twice, and they didn't. 2 near-death experiences that close together. I think she's safe for a while. She could die before the series ends, but I think she's safe for season 4. So, but Ethan is, when he's scared and someone he loves is in trouble, that's when he gets pessimistic. And that's when we can't trust his instincts as much. Tabitha says, don't say that, she's not going to die. But Ethan says, yes, she is. Everyone here dies, so please just let me say goodbye, please. So he's just given up. Some have wondered, is she still going to die because of Ethan's instinct that she will? I don't think so. I think she's probably safe for this season. So, just closing out this last Donna-related scene for this section of the episode, Jade hooks up the monitor to the wires in the lamp and gets it to work. Christy reports that her vitals are really stable, but Boyd wonders why she isn't awake then. And Christy says they don't know how long her brain has been deprived of oxygen. And she doesn't know if she's going to wake up. Kenny pops in and says Tabitha wants to bring Ethan in for a second. She says, all right, just for a sec. There's Jade rigging up the wires to the lamp. So Ethan comes in and we have an emotional scene with Ethan saying, Donna, I won't forget what you said. This is from a reference from season 2. She comforted him when he was scared. And she said, fear is what makes us heroes. Ethan repeats that and he says, I promise I'll always do my best to be brave. I love you, Donna. So, really sweet moment. And yeah, this is him, giving up hope because someone he loves is in trouble. No hero is infallible. He can be off base every once in a while, thinking that she was going to die here. And if it hadn't been for Boyd's incredible hope, I think she would have died. But Boyd manifested her to wake up, in my opinion. So Ethan his instincts weren't entirely off there. So, okay. Well, before I go on, let's check in with the chat. We got that season 2 callback, the best season. Oh yeah, no, that's your fave, Daryl. Yes, this was emotional. Whenever Ethan becomes hopeless, that's when you don't listen to him. Exactly. Lucas says Ethan has lost hope since losing his father. Right. Yeah, he kind of has. Hey, Jim Boyd Stevens, welcome. NSB says Ethan may have been partially right because, like Karl said, Donna did die for a while. Where's my water? Oh. Hold on a sec.
Glug.
Oh, I was parched. Let's see. Straight Edge says, all this time I used to think Boyd was just a random dude, kind of an anomaly in Fromville, someone who should be a side character, but just happens to be a great leader, etc. But I guess he is special. Oh, yeah, he's definitely special. I do think he's kind of an anomaly, probably maybe the first of his kind in this cycle. But you never know. Maybe there was somebody who was similar to him in a past cycle. Hey, Recon, nice to see you. Well, we are pretty far into the stream, actually. But, we have a little bit more to break down. It's been 4.5 hours, so I'm trying to get through it as quickly as I can for the sake of my self-care here. Let's see. Daryl said, such a wimp, afraid of dolls. Straight Edge says, I wonder if Sophia's "to my dad" line was a clue. As in, I wonder if that was the man in yellow talking about his actual dad, the main big entity of Fromville, or something like that. Something about the smirk. Oh, fascinating idea. Never know. Martin says, I think they are doing that to separate themselves and the rest of Fromville. There's a circle of trust and then the rest kind of situation going on, if you know what I mean. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I think I know what you mean there. Yeah, I get you. Daryl says Patty needs to keep her mouth shut. Agree. Mark says Donna's always there for others, but who's there for her? Looking at you, Boyd. Right. 100%. Patty Melt. R.I.P. Donna for 10 minutes. Right? Donna died. Called it. Luke Starkilla says, "Hey Julie in the chat, Roger was annoying as a human. My God, he's going to be even more so when he wakes up." Right? Yeah, he's going to be even more annoying. And he's going to wake up. I agree. Daryl says Jade should have been comforting Tabby during this time and they should have got it on. It's not the time, man. It's not the time. You know, like, the timing is all wrong for that. You're dreaming. Delilah says Boyd will be the reason the cycle doesn't finish. Oh, interesting. Okay. Why do you think that is? And Martin says, y'all were saying Donna and Ellis will get got at the settlement by the monsters. I'm going to need you to hold the L and give me that W. All right, you got it. Donna's fear was telling the survivors about the nightmares coming to life. Telling the survivors about the nightmares coming to life. Oh yeah, she was afraid about that. She was like, what are we going to tell the others? That's true. So maybe when they tell them, they're all going to freak out, and that'll be her fear coming true since she died. You know, if she was afraid of something, then some fear of hers could manifest now, since she sort of died and came back. I said originally that Ellis was going to die at the settlement, but then I changed my mind. I said that like weeks and weeks ago, but then I changed my mind and I said just Donna. Just Donna. Yeah. I haven't thought about Ellis would die for a while now. Daryl pretty much convinced me that Ellis wouldn't. Delilah says Boyd will stop it somehow, bring the town together. Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I think Boyd is going to be an essential piece of that in that happening. So it's not going to end the same way again. Okay, so over at the bar, Sophia and Henry are drunk, but I think she's just faking it. I don't think the evil entity is actually drunk here. I don't think alcohol would actually impair this evil entity like a human. And it's a great scene. I enjoyed it. I thought it was kind of comical, the two of them drunk. They're enjoying the rest of a bottle, and she wants to go for bottle number 2. He gets up and starts to stumble, so she volunteers to go get it for them. She spots a broken glass, so she's already got in mind what she's going to do next. Brings another bottle of liquor over, and when she says, "Can I ask you something? Why were you staring at that suit in the sheriff's station?" And he says, "It's just the man who wore that suit. He did things to my family. He did horrible things." And she asks if he has family here, and he says, "Just my son now. Came here with my wife and daughter 40 years ago." She asks where that man is now. He says, "Rotting in hell, I hope." The irony. The man is sitting right next to him now in the form of this girl. She says, "Then I say we drink to your family." And he says, "And to your father." And then they toast. And she does grin. She says, "To my dad." So, yeah, to the person in the chat who said, maybe that's a clue that she's referring to like an entity above her that's like her father figure. Kind of like, I'm thinking of it kind of like God and Jesus, like a God-like entity above her. And she's like an embodiment of it in some way. Yeah, it could be. That's an interesting theory. It is odd how she smirks when she says "to my dad," and she does this really evil grin. Yeah, it makes you wonder if there's something more to that when she toasts "to my dad." Then she wants to find something around there that'll make the alcohol taste better. He says, "No, there isn't. I've looked." And She says, maybe you didn't look hard enough. And then she deliberately cuts her finger on some broken glass. And she tells him to just some broken glass, which is an ongoing theme in the show. They're constantly showing us broken glass. It's come up over and over again. Sarah told a story about a girl who basically was made up of broken glass pieces, or she knew that these pieces of broken glass used to mean something, but she can't remember what it was, and she keeps trying to put them back together. She just doesn't know how. And it's a metaphor for herself, really. And then Tien Shen breaks a glass, and Sarah tries to help her clean it up, which represents how Tien Shen is broken now. And then, it goes on and on. Tabitha came crashing through the lighthouse glass, and then at Henry's house, she broke a glass and cut herself on it. Remember that? Tabitha broke a glass, and Henry actually helped her bandage up her hand after she did it. And now here we have this evil phony breaking, cutting her hand on broken glass on purpose, and he's bandaging her up, but she's just duping him. Oops. So it's an ongoing theme. Why? Because this place, the goal of this place is to break people. Body and soul. It's trying to break them. Oh, hang on just a second. Just trying to multitask here. Okay, sorry. I'm very dehydrated. I need to get some water. Okay. So anyway, brokenness, ongoing theme, and it's also fitting here because she's in the process of breaking Henry. Sorry about the sounds in the background. I'm done now. So she's in the process of breaking Henry right now. And so once again, the broken glass as a metaphor for these people that the evil entity is breaking down one by one and feeding on their pain and suffering. So she goes over to him. He finds, he goes to look for a rag to bandage up her finger. And while he does that, she squeezes blood from her cut into his glass. Damn. So is this like the new my blood is your blood now ritual? To make him go mad, I think. That's what she's doing this for. Now there's part of this evil entity that will be inside of him. And it's not full of worms or cicada nymphs this time. It's, I think it's just some essence of the evil entity will be in him. And she will be able to, like Karl was saying earlier when we were talking about it, she'll be able to remotely control him in different ways by putting her blood into him this way. She'll be able to remotely influence him. Like Karl pointed out, how she's able to affect people physically by touching them, in all kinds of powerful ways, like giving the pastor a seizure, waking him up from a comatose state, and paralyzing him while she talked to him. So all you could do was blink. Well, now she wants to be able to control and manipulate Henry remotely in a different way. So she's putting her blood into him. And I think she'll be able to manipulate him more. I agree on this. Like, we're in agreement that that's what she's going to do to him. And then as soon as she, in the next scene of them together, which I'll just skip to now, you know, because they go well together. And then I'll go back. Where is it? So he doesn't see her doing that, of course. And then where's that scene? So he bandages up her hand and she asks, should we drink to my good health? So in other words, like, should we drink to the evil entity winning this game? And that's basically what she's truly wanting in this moment. So it fits. Her good health, as in the evil entity, is going to be real healthy when she gets to wolf down more organs in the end. Because it feeds on fear and pain. It wants to be healthy. And so they toast and they drink, and she watches while he ingests that. She watches closely to make sure he's drinking it. You can see her watching him. He says, oh, that one had some kick. So it seems like he could taste a difference in that. Her blood literally gave the alcohol an extra kick. And then she says, this is where she introduces that seed of an idea that's going to be so dangerous. She says, you know what I'm thinking? It's the strangest thought, but I can't shake it. We're trapped in a town we can't escape from, surrounded by monsters that come from the forest at night. None of it feels real, does it? Have you ever wondered if maybe this is all just a dream? Oh, when that happened, I lost my shit. I can't believe she said that. So this is clearly a thought that the evil entity has introduced more than once to people to drive them insane. I think it's been done before, and she's planting. So she put the blood in his body from herself, and now that it's in him, she's basically laid down fertile ground to plant that seed of an idea in. And they say you can't kill an idea. It's dangerous. You know, you can kill a person, but you can't kill an idea. And this is a dangerous idea. This is the idea that convinced Abby she should shoot up the town to help them, to wake them up, because she thought this was all just a dream. And you can see him connecting with the idea, and it's resonating with him. He believes it. I think he actually believes it. So, I mean, he may not 100% believe it in this moment, but he's going to. And yeah, I think this is a tactic that the evil entity has used before. I don't think she physically appeared to Abby to tell her this. I think that this is the first time since Victor was a child that she's come forth in physical form like this. I think this happens only on special occasions in every timeline. She infiltrates the town like this. But the evil entity can introduce ideas to people with other ways, through dreams, visions, premonitions, you know, dreams, nightmares, all kinds of things. So Abby probably got this idea from a dream or a vision. And you know, maybe Martin also did. I mean, Martin wondered if Abby was right and it was all just a dream when he was in the dungeon talking to Boyd. Now, that could have just been a mind fuck for Boyd, which is what I've always thought. But now I have to stop and wonder. That's all. I have to at least wonder if maybe Martin was introduced to this idea when he was living in the town at some point. But look at that look in Henry's eyes. That look is all too familiar, and I don't like it. It's very unsettling. I think this is not going to go anywhere good. Like I said earlier, I think it's going to lead to Henry probably taking his own life, which is going to be retaliation on Victor by the Man in Yellow entity for gaining too much forbidden knowledge. Knowledge comes at a cost. So just like the Man in Yellow punished Tabitha by killing Jim because she gained too much knowledge. She'll punish Victor by driving Henry insane, and he takes his own life. That's the cost for Victor digging up too much forbidden knowledge, in my opinion. I mean, that's what's going to happen instead of killing off Victor, which would be terrible for the show. And I had been predicting it's probably going to happen, but now that I see this plan taking shape, I think they're going to go that route instead, the writers. And so this will be how she punishes Victor for that. And Victor worried about that earlier in the season, that maybe Henry would get taken out next. So that was already foreshadowed. Taken out, as the next cost for too much knowledge. Back when he got triggered in the barn, after all. He worried about that exact thing. So just as a reminder, there's Abby's 1,000-yard stare when she wondered if this was all just a dream. And it looks a lot like Henry's. It looks a lot like Henry's stare. So I don't think that's a coincidence. That's a really unique idea. And there's Henry. So this is really bad for him and cruel. Victor has already suffered so much. But the creators of the show have said that this is going to be the darkest season yet. And so far, it really hasn't been the darkest season yet. We were talking about this in the watch party after we watched the episodes in Discord. And like, I agreed with the guys who were saying this is not the darkest season yet. If anything, season 3 was the darkest, with the death of Tien Chen and Boyd being forced to watch. But if they go this route and drive Henry to unalive himself or something else horrible as punishment for Victor gaining too much knowledge, and then Victor is going to blame himself, because it will be made clear to Victor that it's his fault, that this is punishment for gaining too much knowledge and sharing it with people. The guilt that's going to cause him, it's worse than just killing him off. And so I think that would be really dark if they go that route. That's really dark. It still wouldn't make this the darkest season yet, though. It's just not. In my opinion, it's just not. So anyway, let me go over to the chat before we continue. Luke says, could Martin be Martin Luther? I think he's the man in yellow. My blood is your blood on Boyd and now Henry. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? That my blood is your blood now. And Martin, let's not forget, Martin said, what if it's all just a dream? And he also said, my blood is your blood now. So it seems like it's part of this ritual. Yeah, he could be. He could very well be the man in yellow entity. Martin, absolutely. And I always thought that Martin may not be what he seemed, that he could just be part of the evil entity. That's always been my opinion, that he was not even really still alive there, that he looked like somebody from the past who lived there, most likely, but that he wasn't still that person. It was just the man in yellow, or back then we didn't know it was the man in yellow, that he exists, but I used to call him the evil entity back then. That's all. And I thought it was Martin. Just a mind fuck for Boyd. So yeah, now it's looking like that even more. Anyway, Martin says it was me who convinced you Ellis wouldn't die, right? Because I mentioned the time he said to Boyd, Dad, it's getting dark. You said we'd take the boat out. You were part of it. You and Daryl convinced me. I remember that. Daryl was a believer. Yes, he was. In Ellis too. Recon says, imagine Sophia could actually get drunk and she let slip she's man in yellow. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. What if she was Man in Yellow's daughter before she took over his body? Hmm. Oh, you mean like Sophia? So Sophia would be toasting to herself pretty much. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you never know. That's interesting. That's interesting. But I think if that's the case, somebody would remember her. Victor would remember her from that cycle. And he hasn't remembered the Man in Yellow having a daughter. But that would be great. Recon says the blood in Henry's drink reminds me of Martin giving Boyd the worms. Yes. Jay Ohio says Kenny Shadow. Sorry, I can't talk. Kenny shattered Sarah's ceramic snowman and she glued it back together. Yep, that was more when I was talking about the theme of broken things, broken glass. AA says, I thought when they showed the broken glass before Sophia cut her hand, that image was going to stab Henry or cut his throat. But she ended up cutting her hand, right? I was wondering myself. Um, I'm sure the blood tastes nice. What the hell? Hey, Gabby. Nice to see you. Good morning. Hey, Westside Manolo. Walks in the Frumley bar. Hey, nice to see you. Welcome. This man in yellow, shapeshifter, gonna reveal some season 1 and 2 mysterious facts we all gotta try to stay alive to find out. LOL. Yes. Hell yes, we're getting answers. Amazing how everyone is on the From bandwagon making content and we use a small community. Yeah, it's really expanded. It's awesome to see. Sophia could have done it right in front of Henry, and being the alco he is, would probably just shrug and drink anyway. Probably Recon. West Side says Sophia on some Dahmer vibes. Bite the sandwich. She worse than Jade first episode on the drugs. Remember when Jade was all high up? I think this man in yellow been secretly in the town sabotaging shit. Oh. Daryl says if Henry sees his daughter, he'll be like, "You're dead. This can't be real." Oh shit. Yeah, I can see that happening. Oh man, and I do think Eloise is probably going to come back by the end of the season. Luke says the man in yellow said something odd to Jim when he was dying. He said, "You people are so fragile." Why would he say it like that? Oh, because that's a theme of the show. Breaking people. So people are so fragile. In other words, he was taunting him about how easy they are to break. Because his goal is to break people and then to feed on their fear and pain, suffering. No, that's why he was just saying, wow, this is so easy. People are so fragile. West Side says, I think that since Sarah being revealed to be manipulated by Man in Yellow, that reveal of Sophia using the voices that fool Sarah, I'm putting everything on Man in Yellow because remember he fooled Kim on the radio as well. Oh, you mean Jim? Yeah. And only Donna was there. Right. Yeah, I think the Man in Yellow is responsible for most of everything. The Man in Yellow is our big bad. I doubt Henry would unalive himself, but definitely he's going to get sick and does an ultimate sacrifice for Victor. Damn, yeah. It's going to get dark. We are finding out this season that the Man in Yellow is responsible for a lot of the things we've seen. Right, Daryl? Did you notice the doorbell sound 3 times when Donna had her heart attack? No, I didn't, Jay Ohio. I did not. Westside says, remember, they gave us a blueprint before the season started with a specific set of episodes they said to watch. That's right, they did. They did. I watched all of them, though. Recon says, that stare is the same look I have when wondering why YouTube doesn't notify me of Julie's live streams. You're sweet. If you want to be notified, try, joining Discord and, sign up for Discord notifications from my server, and then you'll always know. And you can set it up so that you only get notifications when I tag everyone instead of getting notified when anybody writes anything, which is just annoying. That's another way to stay in the know of when these lives start. Because I know a lot of people don't get the YouTube notifications, but Discord is reliable. Those are reliable when you sign up for those. Thank you for caring. West Side, the list of episodes, I can show you that. Let me see. I can show you the list of episodes. I have it here. It should have it right here. Let's see. I think. It could be wrong. Wait a minute. It could be wrong. Maybe I'm lying. Where are they? They might be in my teaser folder. I had them in one of these folders. Second trailer. Was it this one? No. Was it? What the hell? Okay, I think it's this one. Nope. Sorry. I think, but if I remember right, they said to watch season 1, episode 1. They said to watch the Colony House Massacre one, episode 7, and they said to watch season 1, episode 8, which was the Boyd arrival episode. And then out of season 2, they said watch oh shit, I don't remember that one. Damn it. Yeah, I can't remember the rest by memory, but they were on the Facebook page. I had it here someplace. I don't know what happened to it. Anyway. But in season 2, I know they said to watch the one where they kill Smiley, Pas de Deux, and I believe it was the episode with all the Martin stuff. So season 2, episode 2, 7, which was Pas de Deux, and I believe it was the season finale of that one as well. And then season 3, it was definitely the finale. And I forget the other 2. Yeah. Tried to do it from memory. Anyway, Man in Yellow was only saved by Julie, so that seems too mixed up because Julie saved Boyd, who saved Martin. Yeah, it was very, very confusing. Hey, chilly outside. Would make sense because Martin knows Julie. Yes, and so does the Man in Yellow, indeed. Yes, so it makes sense. The Man in Yellow is Martin. Football says, mindfuck, we always knew the entity was a shapeshifter simply because of Martin theories. Right? Exactly. Yes. And I always thought the Man in Yellow, the evil entity, could change forms, most likely. Luke says, was the Man in Yellow Reggie, Martin, the bride? Who else has he been on screen? I don't think he's been anybody else. I think he may have made Martin appear there. I don't think he physically was Martin, but I could be wrong. I think Martin was just a vision that he created. But I don't think that he was physically anybody else. Oh, Daryl remembers the episodes. There you go. You're good, Daryl. You remember that right off the top of your head. That's awesome. Let's see. I almost got it. We got seasons 1 and 2 correct, but I think I had one off. But anyway, so let's get back to the breakdown here. Got to get through the rest of this. So we backtrack a bit. So we finished the scenes with Henry. Let's go back to the Colony House scenes. Oh, and Julie and Sarah. So this is pretty basic. Bacta's leaving the diner with a bunch of food. Randall shows up, asks what she's doing, and she says she's going to Colony House to make food for everyone. Donna had a heart attack. He says, you want some help? She says yes, and off he goes. Part of his redemption arc. So now he's going to be indirectly helping Donna because he kidnapped her back in the day. Let's not forget. But this is part of his ultimate redemption arc. And I do think this is just more Randall dead man walking. This is classic redemption arc, and then we kill him off. Being the nice guy all of a sudden and making amends. Now Julie and Sarah paint the room together. Got a painting party. They have a kind of pointless conversation about candy and donuts that they miss. And, where am I here? They paint the room purple, as we talked about earlier. It's the color of royalty historically, so it's kind of fitting for a character who could be partly inspired by the King in Yellow and the kind of King of Fromville, the Man in Yellow entity. But also, purple is, on the other side of the spectrum, opposite of yellow. And so it could be that it's an opposing color, a color that the entity doesn't like. So that'll be interesting to see if she doesn't like it, as somebody in the chat pointed out earlier. So that's when Julie talks about how she misses, Sarah says she misses candy, Julie misses donuts. I gotta say, I would miss those things too if I were stuck there. I have a really bad sweet tooth. In fact, I'm craving something now. Now this makes me, now I'm thinking about the cake I have in the fridge, the icebox Jello poke cake my mom made and sent home. She's always sending home junk I shouldn't be eating. And I have some brownies here too. Oh, it's too much. And ice cream. So I would miss those things too. But the fact that they're wasting precious screen time to talk about them now, I just think is unnecessary. Sarah asks why Julie said that she understood what she went through before. And Julie says, something here convinced me that I could still help my dad. Like, I could go back to the day it happened and I could save him. I can't do that, can I? And Sarah just looks at her quietly. She's deeply connected to this place, but she just doesn't know about story walking. So to Sarah, this would sound like someone whose mind is being messed with, just like hers was, and tricked by this place. So Julie gets emotional. Sarah hugs her, and she says, "I'm so sorry that happened to you." So she thinks this is, story walking is just a mind fuck, but it's real. It just can't bring Julie's father back from the dead. That's all. So I thought this was a nice scene. This was cool that they connected on that. Sarah's so funny. It was 15 seconds of food talk. Yeah, I guess it was okay. Randall saying that he'll help Bacta. Randall death flag. 100% Daryl. Randall had every right to be sus on Donna in season 2. Yeah, but kidnapping her was going way too far, man. Westside says, I don't want them spending that budget on CGI because I just need the monsters to do their creepy stuff. Maybe the thriller dance. I would enjoy that. And good morning, DL Parks. Julie's speech about her dad hit me in the feels. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she talked about how her dad would take her for these donuts, and yeah, it was sad. And SB says nothing really convinced Julie, though. Very different from Sarah. That was Julie's line of thinking. Right, exactly. It's completely different. But Sarah is thinking that it's the same. So over at Colony House, Boyd tells Ellis that there's no news, and Boyd wants to know how Fatima's doing. He's like, my wife is building a monster in a room full of dirt, and yet it seems like it's exactly what she needs right now. That about sums it up. And it is just what she needs right now. I think that she's got to manifest this golem into a champion for them with her hope. Just like Boyd is manifesting things in this episode. He manifested Donna to come back to life, for God's sake. He manifested her pulse to return. And so I think Fatima can manifest this golem to be their champion. So Boyd asks Marielle if Donna's awake, and she says she can no, but he can sit with her now. And so he goes in, sits down, and as soon as they leave, he balls her out with profanity, Boyd style. Like, all right, you can cut the shit now and open your eyes. He's like, I want you to listen to me. I cannot do this without you. So you better wake the hell up. We got things to do, you and I. I'm not saying goodbye, you understand? I ain't fucking saying goodbye. It was a great little speech, as always. I love a good Boyd speech. And then of course, he's so stubborn. I love that he's so stubborn, and he's willing her with all his might to wake up. He just refuses to accept it. And he has always been a beacon of hope for this place. So I really, truly believe his hope manifests her to wake up. This is like a dream/nightmare realm. So people have to start realizing that their hope can manifest things too, not just their fear, and tap into that. So then Katri shows up saying, what are you going to do if she doesn't wake up? Boyd wants to know, what kind of question is that? And he says, a practical one. And Boyd really isn't being logical or practical at all right now, but that's okay. He's in a nightmare realm. And there's Katri completely blocking the entire mirror, by the way, which I found interesting. Like, this mirror, a symbol of reflection. He's such a mysterious entity. What is he? Like, we can't know what his reflection would even be. That's how mysterious he is. Anyway, the colony house kitchen here. This is just a brief scene. Randall is helping Bach to chop vegetables. She sees Elgin walking by and orders him to join, even though his hand is injured and he only has one eye. Like, I wasn't asking. Like, okay, lady. So he joins in, and it probably is good for him to help out. Randall says, we're a handsome fucking pair, aren't we? As both of them are disfigured by this place. Randall's face all sliced up and Elgin's eye removed without his eye patch now, which is kind of gruesome to look at. Yeah, they've really come a long way, these two, from the time they first got there, and Randall bullied him for freaking out and throwing up on him. Yes, this is another death flag, Daryl. I agree. Randall being so nice to Elgin. His redemption arc is coming to a close. Will Donna coming back from death reinvigorate Julie to save Jim? Maybe, Recon. Maybe so. I think it might. That's a great question. It could be. It could kind of give her more hope that something more could happen. Something positive could still happen. Cullum is our champion, yes. Besides wondering what the Golem's going to do. Yeah, I think it's going to help. I think it's going to help in some way, but probably cause some collateral damage. I agree that Harold really got to shine this episode. Absolutely. Randall looks more badass out of the two of them. Totally agree. And Westside, yeah, why is he such a different entity than when he was a pastor? I ain't testing him. No Bible verses for hope in a while. He's supposed to pop up and give us that gospel. Because I think he's there. He was always kind of a different kind of priest anyway. He was telling Boyd he should put Frank in the box when he was alive. I think he's there to just guide Boyd in the right direction to try to break the cycle. I think the Boyd White sense in there. And yes, Randall has gotten so much screen time this season. Hey, Melissa, good morning. Glad I woke up to catch some of your live. Well, glad you could join us. Just in time for the last few scenes here. So back in Donna's room, Boyd is reminiscing on the night he first arrived in town. Katri says he's pretty sure Abby wanted to shoot him. And Boyd says he scared the shit out of them running into the street like a goddamn lunatic. And it really sounds like two old friends reminiscing together. I believe this is the real spirit of Khatri now. I've just recently come around to this theory. I think this is the real spirit, and he's working for the Boy in White team now. Because it really does sound that way. And Marielle said that they're stuck there even after death. Their souls are trapped there. Just a sec, I need a drink. So that's my working theory at the moment on that. I think he's trying to help the Boy in White end the cycle, and guide Boyd in the right direction. He's giving Boyd good advice, in my opinion. In season 3, that became more clear to me, that he's not a sinister entity, as I thought he was in the past. Boyd thinks back on how they spent the night in a hole with Donna and Dale, and she actually was wondering if any of them snore. That was the first question she asked him. Even as they heard monsters screeching in the forest, Donna said, "If you snore, they'll find us." He said, right there in the middle of all the fear, the disbelief, the pants-shitting chaos, a little voice in the back of my head said, "This one, she knows how to survive. We might be okay." That's what got me through the night. Darkest, scariest night of my life, and she's the one that got me through it. I don't think I ever told her that. We did bump heads at the beginning. She made it very clear that she did not like me at all. And Khatri asks him, what changed? And Boyd says, "I don't know, I like to think that we got to know each other a little." The answer is, "I don't have the slightest fucking idea." And he says, "You asked me what I would do if she didn't wake up." Khatri says that it's time to get these people home. Look, this may not be the moment to bring this up, but Jade already told you what you need to do. You really just going to ignore that over a missing door? So this is where he's getting into his role, trying to help Boyd on his mission, on his quest, to try to get everybody home. And he's helping the Boy in White with that mission, because that is the Boy in White's mission, to get everybody out of there, to break the cycle, save the children. And so this is Khatri saying, listen to Jade. Jade's vision was correct. It was accurate. So I say listen to Khatri. He's giving good advice as usual. And I believe he's, I've evolved my way of thinking, on Khatri. I used to think he was evil. He was sinister. I just wasn't sure about him, but I've changed my mind now that I've reflected more and I've looked back at all of his advice in the aggregate, and I think it's been helpful for the most part. And so Boyd shouldn't just ignore Jade's advice just because the door is missing in the basement. It's time to get these people home. And Boyd resists that, saying, "You're right, this isn't the goddamn moment." And then, like magic, Donna wakes up right then. So Donna wakes up. I think Boyd manifested this through sheer will. Through sheer will, the power of his hope is what did it. This is all about a battle of hope versus fear. The man in yellow side, the fear side, versus the boy in white, the hope side. The side of the children whose dying hope manifested the bottle faraway tree. All of this place, it started with the children manifesting the bottle faraway tree with their hope. That's manifestation right there. We have already had that. That's proven. That's what was told to us in season 3 through Victor's memory. And I believe he was right this time with his memory, with what he remembered. That the children poured their hope into the roots, which became the symbol that made the tree. And so I believe these residents can manifest things with their hope too, if it's strong enough. And Boyd's hope was strong enough, because he's a beacon of hope, this guy. He's always been. He's the living embodiment of the town's hope. So Donna wakes up as a result of that. And Boyd calls in Christy and Marielle. Look at that. I thought this was a cool shot where Christy shines light in her eyes. It's like this is Donna being brought back to life right here. The light shining right on her eyes, like the life coming back into her. This wasn't the exact moment it happened, but I just thought this was a cool, representation of it visually. And I know some have wondered if Ghost Khatri was somehow involved in resurrecting Donna, and it's possible, if he's working with the boy in white, and the boy in white has some sort of ability to do that. But I don't know. I don't think the boy in white can resurrect people necessarily. I think the residents have to manifest things on their own at this point. Yeah, I don't think the boy in white can just manifest stuff for them. But who knows? So Boyd goes out. He announces to everyone that Donna woke up. And everyone is happy, celebrating. Nice to see them happy about something for a change. And we're almost at the end now. We just have a little bit more. So let me go back to this for a moment. Just go over to the chat really quick. And then I think after that we just have one more scene. Yes, I did do a 180 with Khatri. I did. I used to think he was evil, but I've changed my mind. Season 3, when I really reflected on it and did my most recent rewatch, it changed my mind about Khatri. Recon says, I guess Khatri isn't quoting the Bible because he didn't go to the good place, but instead got ghost duty with Boyd. Yes, exactly. He got ghost duty with Boyd. Well put. This speech about Donna was so good. Oh, yeah. It was great. It was a good scene. NSB says Khatri's death in season 1 still feels unnecessary as hell, but I guess they wanted the spirit to have an important role in Boyd's character and plot's development. Yes. Maybe that's why they did it, and they planned from the beginning to bring him back as this ghost entity guiding him. So if that's the case, then it makes sense that they killed him off for that purpose. If not, then they just did it because they realized they fucked up and they shouldn't have killed him off, because he's a fantastic character. Westside says that's maybe true because it's clear he's Boyd's ghost, same as how Jade got the bartender. Jim came to Ethan. Who else got their own ghosts? That's it so far. Yeah, so far that's it. Why doesn't Kenny have his mom's ghost and Sarah doesn't have her brother's ghost? Like everyone doesn't get a ghost entity. I'd like to see more ghost entities, Westside, but I think it's probably just lack of screen time because they only have 10 episodes per season, and they just don't have the time. I'd love to see more of those though. Mark says, I think it's telling that Khatri is wearing light blue clerical garb instead of black. Light blue and even white are definitely used, but in sunny tropical climates. Sunny being hope. Interesting stuff. I like it. It fits with the theme 100%. And it is unusual that he's wearing this color scheme instead of the usual black and white, right? Yeah. I've always found that odd. So let's see. She lives. Daryl says, I now believe that Donna will never be killed off. I think she'll, at the very least, she'll make it till almost the end of the series for now, well into season 5. She'll make it probably till at least the season 5 finale. They got hope they finna have big colony house party. Welcome home. Sophia on the drinks. Brian says, I think it was Boyd's hope that saved Donna and nothing else. 100% agree. Westside, I think Roger is going to be turned into another monster entity. I think that Sophia is going to wake him up and make him attack people. Recon says, I agree. It kind of makes me wonder if hope/positivity is what decides how quickly people heal in Fromville. Oh. Well, let's see. Ethan healed quickly, and Ethan was really hopeful back then in season 1, and his leg healed really fast. Who else healed quickly? Ellis. And he had Fatima to bring light into his life and positivity. And Ellis healed really fast. But you know who didn't heal fast? Jim. Jim was limping around all through season 2. Jim, after the house fell on him, he did not heal fast. And you know what else? Christy. Holy shit, Recon. You just cracked the code. You just did it. Christy has not healed fast. And Christy is cynical as hell. Christy has said everyone has had a theory. And you know what everyone has had in common who's had a theory, a brilliant theory on how to get out? They all died. Christy says there is no way out. She said all that to Acosta in the ambulance this season. Christy, she has no faith in anything. She and Marielle scoff at the existence of a higher power. Christy is extremely cynical. And she has not healed fast at all. She is still limping around after she got her foot caught in that bear trap. She should have been like Ethan, and her leg should be just fine by now. At the rate that Ethan healed, Christy should be walking around normally by now. She got her foot caught near the beginning of season 3. It is now halfway through season 4, and yeah, she can get around better now, but she's still not back to normal. So I think you just really cracked the code on that. People heal according to how hopeful they are. That's it. I'm gonna put that in the video, and that's it. That's it. And I'm gonna mention you as the inspiration for that. That is it. I believe it now. It makes sense. I'll try to think if there are any other examples. Ellis got stabbed, and he also healed fast from that too. And he jumped off the colony house roof during the massacre night and broke his arm. That healed really fast too. And Ellis is very positive. Westside, she has no hope. She has been very off since her girlfriend came. Yes, you're right. Them two are cooked. Absolutely. Marielle and Christy are cooked because they have no hope. Exactly. Hey, Twilight and Saga. Welcome. Or Twilight Sin Saga. Twilight. I don't know if I'm saying that wrong. Or Twilight's in Saga. Anyway, just joining, but I checked IMDb earlier, and it says the next 3 episodes will have Jim and Katri and Tien Chen in episode 8, I think. Oh, really? Tien Chen. I wonder if she's going to come back. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. What if that means Donna is going to have a flashback and we'll see what she saw when she died briefly. And maybe she'll see the ghosts of Tien Chen, Jim, and Katri. Because they're all still hanging around there and they can't move on. They're trapped there too, like everybody else. The dead people. Oh, wouldn't that be amazing if we get to see what Donna saw briefly when she died for a few minutes? We could have a massive revelation next episode, guys, about the nature of death in this place. But I could be getting excited over nothing because, like Daryl said, IMDb is often wrong about stuff like that. So we'll see. DL says Donna came back to tell everyone what happens when you die there. Yes. I think it's going to happen. I think next episode we're going to see she actually got to see the other ghosts, some ghost entities that are stuck there. Cherie said Dale didn't heal, left my ass off. Sorry. Too soon. NSB says maybe Julie will story walk and see Jim, Katri, and Tien Chen. That's possible too. Oh man, I'm excited, guys. I'm excited. We're gonna get more answers.
Why are you excited for that right now?
I think in the next episode, we're gonna find out what Donna saw when she was dead for a few minutes, when she had no pulse. And
Why?
somebody said that on IMDb they credited Tien Chen in episode 8. Tien Chen and Jim and Katri. Now, that could be wrong because IMDb is sometimes wrong, but they could show us a flashback of ghosts she saw when she died.
Yeah. I you remember that I said something about that? And she's going to come back with answers?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I did.
Yes, Karl said that she was going to come back with answers from when she died. He did say that. So I think it's going to happen. I do know that it's wrong a lot when it comes to that kind of stuff, but sometimes it's right. And it was right when it said that the man in yellow was going to be in season 3, episode 10, and he was. So keep that in mind. Donna might know that the man in yellow killed Jim, but Jim doesn't know who he shapeshifted into. Right. So like Donna could have found out that the man in yellow killed Jim while she was dead, but Jim doesn't know that the man in yellow turned into Sophia. So they're not going to get that revelation. Yeah. So let's not get too excited. They might not show us the ghosts, but I think that she's going to bring back information from when she died briefly. Yeah, they'll probably just time jump like usual, and we just have to assume they spoke to Donna about what she saw. Right. So, yeah, I hope not. I hope it's a little more interesting than that. But, so, let's see. Let's go on. I think there's one more scene, and then I gotta get going. I'm hungry, and I need to do another walk before I can sleep, too. So Boyd says he'll be right back, and he leaves. He goes out to the greenhouse, and Katri accosts him out there, saying, "Great news about Donna. It's just too bad about Roger." Wow, that really is a witty thing to say, because how often do we just completely brush off the deaths of red shirts? And Roger was basically a red shirt. All we care about are the main characters that we know and love, and so it's kind of like a meta joke, what about Roger? Why don't we care about Roger? Boyd is celebrating about Donna, and he's just completely forgetting about Roger. And Boyd says, "You just can't let me have a fucking minute, can you?" He should be thinking about Roger. He matters too. And Boyd just wants a moment, though, to celebrate this win, and Kadri won't let him have it. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Take as much time as you need. I'm sure it's fine. It's not as though murderous dolls climbed out of the lake and murdered your people." As usual, sardonic and witty. I just love his sense of humor. This had great dialogue. I don't know why people hated this episode so much. It had great dialogue. The writing was on point. And more fodder for theories regarding Katri. So, he's pointing out that, time is of the essence. He can't rest on his laurels now and just celebrate that Donna's alive, his friend is alive. No. He needs to figure out what to do about this place that's falling apart. Now the latest thing is murderous dolls. Like, he has to do something. And so he's prodding Boyd to take action. And Boyd says, "What Tabitha said about people's fears, their nightmares becoming part of the forest after they die, is that true?" Katri says, "I think it might be, yeah." Finally, he gives an answer. He says, he doesn't say yes for sure, but he says, "I think it might be, yeah." That's excellent. That's great. Giving him some information. And Boyd says, "Tip of the spear." Katri's like, "What's that?" And Boyd says, "This guy named Martin once told me that those things that come out at night, they're just the tip of the spear. The bones of those kids, are they down there? Are they in the tunnels?" So just the tip of the spear. He's making connections. And again, I don't think they needed to hold our hands and connect this for us. We've already been connecting these entities, these new entities, to what Martin once said about how those monsters that they deal with in town are just the tip of the spear. We already knew that as an audience, but I guess it is kind of satisfying to see our characters putting the pieces together along with us. They're doing it right along with us. It's cool, As long as they don't spend too much time going on about it, because we've figured it out on our own. There are things out there worse than the monsters. It may seem like these ragdoll monsters are not as bad as the ones we're used to, the monsters we know, but I mean, look what they just did. They turned Roger into some kind of new human ragdoll who can be activated by Sophia in yellow. I mean, that's pretty horrific. Who knows what this is going to lead to? And those ragdoll monsters can come out in the daytime. Tabitha had a nightmare where she was screaming in the daytime and they were there with her as a little girl in a colonial outfit. So that makes them worse than the other monsters. So Boyd is putting the pieces together and realizing, so that's what Martin was talking about. This is one of the other things that are worse than the monsters. I'm sure there are all kinds of other entities out there too, things they haven't even discovered yet, including a spider entity. There must be all kinds of. I think the forest is probably like a choose your own adventure type of thing, full of all different fears and nightmares that have come to life over the many years that people have existed in this place. Think about how many people have come and gone and all their fears and nightmares. If anything, we should get some spin-offs to explore the rest of the forest, because we're not going to get to a lot more entities, I don't think. There just isn't enough time at the rate they're going. Anyway, so he asks Katri if the bones of the kids are really down in the tunnels, and Katri says, I don't know. Boyd's like, then what the fuck do you know? And he says that you're running out of time. So he doesn't know for sure if those bones are down there. And I think that's because the boy in white himself doesn't know for sure. And again, like I said earlier, I think he's less powerful than the man in yellow. I think the man in yellow is omniscient. He knows everything in this realm. He knows all, he sees all. Whereas the boy in white is not omniscient. He doesn't know everything. Like Sarah once said, he's trying to help, but he doesn't know how. He has to change his tactics in different cycles to try different things and see if it'll work better to help them. And he doesn't know for sure if the bones are down there. So neither does Katri, because the boy in white sent Katri there, in my theory. But he also says you're running out of time, like the boy in white. The boy in white said it too. They're on the same side. They're trying to help and warn them that the cycle is nearing its end. It's about to be completed soon if they don't do something, change something. This is coming too close to what happened in the previous timeline. That means that's what they mean by running out of time. The man in yellow entity infiltrates the town when the cycle is drawing to a close again. That's the ticking time clock that's hanging over them now. So the boy in white, I think, sent Katri to warn Boyd about this and remind him, you don't have time to just hang around and celebrate Donna's life coming back to her. You have to act now. So Boyd says, how am I supposed to take people down into those tunnels when I don't have a fucking clue if what Jade saw is even real? Katri says, some things you just have to take on faith. And then with that just disappears, which I loved. That was a great way to exit, a great line to exit on. But Boyd won't accept that. Boyd would not accept that, he said. Not with something like this. So he marches over to the shed. He grabs a sledgehammer. He marches his ass. This was so badass. I loved this. Again, why do people hate this episode so much? This is badass. Badass Boyd, trademark Boyd here, marches into Colony House. And incidentally, check out this carousel horse right here. This carousel horse, I never noticed it before. I should have, but I didn't. Yet another childlike thing in this place. I think a child probably manifested that from a dream. Just a little theory, a little mini theory there. Like, what is this doing there? There's so many childlike things in this place, and they were probably manifested by children. So Boyd heads down the stairs, goes to that wall, and starts smashing it. saying, you want to fuck with me? You want to test me? You want to fuck with me? You want me to go down in those tunnels? You want me to risk people's lives? Then show me the fucking door. And he smashes and smashes, smashes until he reveals the fucking door. And Jade comes down and sees it too. He needs to see something down there to prove it's worth the risk to people's lives. The actual door. As proof that Jade's vision wasn't just a mind fuck. That's what he needed. And so he manifested it. I think this place gave it to him. I don't think the door was there before. And Jade says, "Holy shit." Boyd's like, "We're gonna need a plan." What an amazing ending. So, in my personal opinion, this particular door was not there before. Boyd said, "Show me the fucking door," and with the sheer force of his hope, he manifested it there. And I think in this nightmare / dream realm, I think new things are added to it all the time over the many years that it's been there by people's hope, and people's hope, fears, nightmares, and dreams. I think that's how the new buildings have gotten there over time. New buildings manifested and all kinds of other things. People didn't build this shit. It was manifested there. Everything was manifested there. From the very beginning of this place, everything was manifested there. It didn't just exist. It was created. It was turned into a pocket universe from some normal town in colonial America, I think, and manifested into this place. And none of it makes any sense. It has all kinds of things that are missing pieces, like the motel sign and pool, but no motel, and a lighthouse, but no visible water anywhere around the lighthouse, because this shit just got manifested there by people who were there. And I think children probably manifested a lot because they have the most vivid imaginations, and that would be the most powerful for manifestation purposes. But Boyd is a special kind of person. His hope was powerful enough to bring Donna back to life and manifest this door. I think he just basically added a new wing, a new corridor to the maze of cave systems down there. This thing is basically a hallway that connects to, behind the door, it's going to be a hallway that connects to the cave system. That hallway is what I think he manifested to match Jade's vision. So it's a kind of trippy mindfuck thing, but I think Jade had a vision of this thing that Boyd was yet to even manifest. It's a kind of backwards, but anyway, that's what I currently think on that subject. And that closes out episode 6. So let me go back to the chat one more time. And then Daryl said, "We hate you, Roger." Yeah, nobody cares about poor Roger. They only care that Donna's alive. Gotta plan that funeral. This episode had the best dialogue of the season. Yeah, I don't know if it was the best of the season, but it was excellent, Daryl. I think so too. Martin got a shout out. Yes, he did. Hey, Doberman lover, welcome. It's 3 a.m. for me, so I'm watching high speed to catch up. Right now, why the purple paint is being discussed. Remember, Sarah told Julie she had no idea what color was in the 2 paint cans. Right, but I don't think it... we were discussing it not because it was a deliberate choice, but just wondering why the show chose to make that color purple. That's all. Why did they choose for it to be purple? Could it have any significance, any symbolism? That's why we were talking about it. So, and welcome. Please subscribe if you're not already subscribed. I'm trying to reach that 3K subscriber goal next. You can help me get there. Anyone listening who's not subscribed, and please hit that like button. It does show this stream to more people. YouTube will push it and show it to more people if you hit that like button. Please. Mark says Sophia needs to wear a yellow zoot suit. That would be pretty striking. Martin says, you know what's crazy? Last year, someone in this chat asked me who put me in chains, and I said, Sarah and Julie put me here. Wouldn't that be a crazy guess? Now that the duo has linked up. That would be wild, Martin. Yes. Recon says, I love how they complain how bad Fromville is, but there is no rent, mortgage, free electricity, free water treatment, no social media, no tech conglomerates, no electronic turmoil, no nations at war. Oh, man. Boy, you're describing a paradise, Recon. It's like a perverted, twisted paradise, isn't it? You make some great points there, I'll tell you. Absolutely. It makes me want to move there. Martin says Man in Yellow does have some Martin in him because Sophia jumped a little at the ballerina. And even though he gave knowledge that they were just the tip of the spear, it could be boasting in a way like, "Bleh, please, they ain't all that." Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It could be him boasting. Um, and yes, Sophia did jump a little bit, had that weird reaction at the ballerina figurine. So yeah, Man in Yellow could have a connection to Martin. I mean, yeah, I think he may have projected Martin as just a vision to Boyd and a vehicle to give him the worms. Doberman, so yes, perspective is important. Okay. Westside says exactly because the trees move, so they might literally be constantly moving and manifesting. Yes, absolutely. Recon says children's hope into roots turns to psychedelic mushrooms grown and eaten by Jade, turning to Jade giving Boyd hope, turning to Boyd having the hope that controls reality. Wow, that is a mind fuck for you. That is amazing. Love those connections you're making. Absolutely, absolutely agree. Look at the way that all connected beautifully. Absolutely, and Doberman says, I agree that Randall will go out on a redemption arc. Oh, I think the writing's on the wall for him. Martin thinks the door was always there, with Donna saying it's a tomb way back. It just got covered up. I think that was just a metaphor she used, saying, this isn't a home anymore. It's a tomb because so many people got killed there in the massacre. But maybe. PR says the boy in white from his elevated position can see whatever he wishes in the physical realm. He can see those bones. He won't tell because of Christopher. I don't know. Okay, it could be that. Yes, it could be that. Hey, Annie. We'll defo catch this on the replay. Just got back home. Hey, peeps. Hope you'll all have a great day. I hope you'll have a great day too, Annie. Westside says, like the seasons change and how many lakes are there, we've seen snow, rainstorms, like a created mod map. It's exactly how you said, manifesting and updating frequently. Yes, exactly. It changes a lot. It changes a lot over time. And the trees move, absolutely. Jehovahson says, stay dead, Roger. Yeah. I think he's coming alive, though. I think he's going to come to life as some freaky zombie ragdoll man. PR says that door was always there. If anyone went to the wall with a hammer 2 years ago, there would have been a doorway. The Man in Yellow manifested that whole place into reality, including that wall. Maybe, but who knows how this place works and how and when things get manifested there and when they get added. I mean, I just got that strong feeling watching it. They're trying to tell us that Boyd is manifesting it in that very moment. Show me the fucking door, and then boom, it's there. It reminded me of Jade manifesting the revelations he wanted to see in the mushroom trip when he said, show me what I used to know that will help us go home. And then he got his revelations that will hopefully help them go home. And he was putting out the right intention at the beginning of his mushroom trip and manifesting what he needed to know. NSP says you don't have to pay for anything in Fromville, but you can have your inner organs exploded at any time by cicadas or shit. That's true. There's definitely a catch to all this. It's a twisted kind of utopia. a dystopia, really. Football says thinking Roger gets reanimated, and that's the body they burn. Right. Yeah, I think so too. 100%. He's probably going to take somebody out on the way. Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if he takes out Donna? Oh, man. Um. All right. So that does it for episode 6, and it was a wild one. We had so many people in the chat earlier. I wish I had done polls earlier, because I suspect a good portion of the chat is probably asleep at the moment. But if you're still awake, indicate in the chat. Let us know who's awake before I close it down. Watch for my episode 6 breakdown video, please. If you want to hype something, instead of hyping this live stream, please save the hype for that video, which is going to come out hopefully Friday, but it may realistically, it may not come out until Saturday morning, but it will come out this week. And so if you want to hype something, please hype that, because that is the best way to support the channel, through hyping. I mean, obviously there are other ways to support. If you want to donate, that's an immense help. I have 3 donation methods now. There's PayPal, which is just my my Gmail address. So if you search for my Gmail address, which is, I'll put it in the description of this live stream once it ends. It's not there right now, but it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen, JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com, just like my channel. If you search for that, you can find me on PayPal. And someone was kind enough to donate that way, so I know it works. So there's that. That's international too. But Cashapp and Venmo are US only, and those are also scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And when the stream ends, I'll put those in the description of the stream, as always. Just forgot to do it this time. But that's always helpful. Any amount is truly appreciated and makes a difference. It all adds up, no matter how small. It's all very much appreciated. So other than that, yeah, hyping the video is a big help. It's your best way to, expose my channel to new people, by hyping my standalone videos. So the deep dive breakdown that I'm going to put out, hopefully Friday, but maybe by Saturday morning. Yeah, that's going to be my video coming out this week, the only one. And you get new hypes on Mondays. You get 3 per week, just as a reminder. So thank you in advance to anyone who does that. And like the video, as always. Comment on the video. Those things are always helpful. But the hype is by far your most powerful tool. So that being said, I normally would want to do a second live stream, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do it this week, because I'm going to have to put in a lot of work on that video. And I have a feeling I'm not going to have time, unfortunately, to do it, a second live stream, but we'll see. If nothing else, I might just do one Saturday night, a short one before the new episode. We'll see if I don't have time on Friday, just to get in a little something, which we did one week. Because I like to do a theory and prediction stream, but this week we just had a lot going on. So, and then of course Saturday night we'll do the Discord watch party, as always, at midnight Eastern. So join us in there. The link to the Discord will be in the description of this stream, as always, of course. Good night, Benjamin. And Gabby says, I thought the arc from disbelieving Jade to finding the door was so fun, and everyone's like, ew, they're trickling info. I thought it was fun too. I enjoyed it. Agree, Daryl. An amazing episode. I came around to really loving it in the end, especially even just in the span of this live stream. I appreciate it even more after discussing it all this time. And he says, I came in when you guys are saying about maybe Donna will say what she sees when she died. That would be so cool. Hope that's the case. Oh, I think it's coming. I hope so too. It'll be a great way to show us more answers. And this is really the season of answers at this point. We've gotten a lot of them so far. It started in season 3, really. We got a lot of answers then, too. Only 4 episodes to go now. Actually, 14 or 16 if the rumors are true. 14 or 16? What are you talking about there? I don't know if they're referring to, if NSB is referring to season 5 in addition, but Cabby says, I read that one, sorry. Laura says, I'm here for reanimating Roger. Me too. I want to see that. And he says, well, let's see. I think it's him being burnt, but not sure. And Doberman says, dang, I'm still 4 hours behind watching the stream on chipmunk speed. And Colin better come in clutch and wreck some Smiley or I'm going to riot. Oh, man. I'm sorry in advance, Doberman, for the fact that you're not going to be able to catch up to us in time. So just wrapping it up now, but appreciate that you care enough to try. I'm wondering, Doberman, let me know in the regular comments section when you're done where you're from. If you're from like a European country or something, because a lot of the people who join at this hour join late like this, or early morning really, are actually in Europe somewhere or Australia or something. Mark says overall a strong season to me. I agree. I think it's been a pretty strong season. I've enjoyed it so far. People are kind of hard on it, overly critical, in my opinion. Do you think they will CGI it well, though? Maybe the golem shouldn't come alive. Normally, I would say I'm worried about how well they're going to CGI new things. They do great with the regular monsters, but the CGI on some new things has been wonky. Like, I didn't really like the CGI on the kimono lady and the Ginger the cow killing by the monsters. But I thought the scarecrow monsters looked good. And I think the golem will be all right to animate. It's pretty simple looking. And he said they might make more episodes last season. Season 5 is rumored to have 13 episodes. That would be dope. Oh my god, that would be amazing. I hope so. Don't get my hopes up like this evil Fromville place just to let me down. This has been an amazing season. People who binge all 4 seasons are going to love it and not have a problem with the pacing. I agree, Daryl. And he says, same, I don't think they should do it. I will stay optimistic, though. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much, as always, for the great conversation and all the participation, especially when we started so late at night. Truly appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to the replay gang. If you made it this far, that's incredible. Let me know in the comment section if anyone actually did make it this far. And I doubt it. But yeah, if I can't do a live Friday night, which is likely, then maybe we'll do a short one before the new episode drops Saturday night. So we'll have a lot of competition, but it will be fun just to do a quick one for theories and predictions for the next episode. Daryl, I'm going to try to do something. If not Friday night, we'll see about Friday. But if not, then maybe Saturday, sometime Saturday evening. Wow, football, that's amazing. Football says I stay the whole stream about 75% of the time. Thank you so much for being here for that much. That's a big time commitment. That means a lot. That you'd actually want to stay that long, because it's a lot of hours. And he says, you too, Julie, take some rest and catch you on the next one. But defo watch party. Awesome. See you there. As always, we'll be doing that watch party in the Discord. NSB says, bye, Julie. Good night or morning, depending on where you are. It's evening for me, so I'm going to have some tea. Well, enjoy your tea. And have a good night to you. Thank you. Gabrielle says, oh my god, that Roots connection is so good. She must be behind. I think she's behind us. Wow, NSB has been here 100% of the time. That's awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, we will see you next time, guys. Say goodnight, Karl.
Good night, Karl.
See you on the next one.
That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind this slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the claw.